Marvel Universe. Saturday, April 4th, 2015. Clear skies over New York. The city still carries scars from the Chitauri invasion, but the rebuild is real. Around Manhattan, everything looks newer, sharper, like the whole place got a second chance. Near Central Park, in a north building that houses private clinics, one floor is reserved for psychiatry. A voice cuts through the quiet. "Sue, there's a medical gala tonight. You coming?" That's Stephen Strange. Not a sorcerer yet. Right now, he's the hospital's star surgeon, the kind of guy who walks like he owns the hallway. Across from him, a young man lounges in an armchair like he has zero stress in life. Hands behind his head, eyes on the TV, playing a handheld game without even looking worried. His name is Sui. He arrived in this world about a year ago, and he didn't come alone. He woke up with something called the Morning 9-to-5 system. The rules are simple and strict. Show up to work. Do your job. If there's nothing happening, you can take it easy. But overtime? Not allowed. Clock out on time, and you get a daily reward after work. Over the past year, Sui has signed in for plenty of rewards. Most of them were honestly useless. Unlimited milk tea. Endless toilet paper. Bottomless beer mugs. A never-ending supply of eggs. Fun, sure. Life-changing? Not really. Only one reward actually mattered. A Phoenix Force shard. Even as a fragment, it gave Sui something ridiculous, a sharp, almost unfair level of perception. Emotions, intentions, the way someone's mind is moving, what they're hiding, what they want. He can read it all. With more shards, it could go even further. But right now, he has only one. Still, it was enough to make him dangerous in the one job where understanding people is everything. So Sui became a psychiatrist. Not just any psychiatrist either. In 1 year, he climbed to the top, turning into one of the most sought-after names in the US. And somewhere along the way, he and Stephen Strange became friends. Even Bruce Banner had once sat in Sui's office. Stephen waits for an answer. Sui doesn't even sit up. He yawns. No. Stephen sighs. He knows how this goes. Sui doesn't get convinced unless the offer actually hits. Sui glances at his watch. It's 4:30. I'm off in 30 minutes. To Sui, 5 o'clock is sacred. Not 5:01. Not just one more patient. Not quick meeting. At 5 o'clock, he's gone. Because the system is watching, and the system does not negotiate. Stephen tries again, faster this time. Okay, listen. It's not just a banquet. It's an exchange event too. Senior doctors, mentors, assistant teams, university groups. Sui stays blank. Stephen pauses, then changes tactics. I mean, there'll be lots of college girls and assistants from different teams. And trust me, they'll be all over you. That finally does it. Sui checks his watch again like he's confirming the universe is still working. Then he casually grabs an empty schedule sheet, studies it like he's busy, and nods. Yeah, I think I'm completely free tonight. Stephen smiles instantly like he just won a bet. Before life breaks him, Strange is actually fun like that. Confident, sharp, and way too aware of his own charm. And Sui? He's still a guy. He's not pretending to be above it. Decision made, Stephen stands up, pours himself a glass of water, and looks around Sui's office. The place is insane. Luxury furniture. Rare decorations. Expensive collectibles everywhere. Stuff that could easily sell for tens of millions. And Sui didn't buy any of it. Patience did. That alone says everything about his influence. Stephen admires it. Not even quietly. Because Sui is young, but he's already reached a level most people spend their whole lives chasing. And Stephen? He understands ambition. That's why he respects Sui. And that's why he keeps showing up here, trying to drag him out of his calm little world. It was 5 p.m. on the dot. Sui leaned back in his chair and thought, calm as ever. Sign in. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Super Madden Jumping Candy X 10 packs. Yeah. At this point, he didn't even feel disappointed anymore. It was basically routine. A second later, the lock clicked. Sui stepped out with Stephen right beside him. Before they even reached the elevator, Stephen glanced back at the office door, then checked his watch like he still couldn't believe it. Are you always this punctual? Always, Sui said. Even if the Earth gets destroyed at 4:30, I'm still clocking out at 5. Steven lifted an eyebrow. Then how did you survive that extra 30 minutes? Ding. The elevator opened. Sui walked in first, turned around, and said with a straight face, pure willpower. Never early, never late. Steven stared at him for a second. You're ridiculous. A moment later, the underground garage echoed with an engine's roar. A black Lamborghini slid out like it owned the road. Steven's car. For a top surgeon like him, a Lambo wasn't a dream, it was just a purchase. In this city, skill turns into money fast. Sui, meanwhile, didn't drive today. Not because he couldn't. Because once you can buy anything you want, the idea of sitting in traffic starts feeling like a punishment. They merged onto the road smoothly, barely slowing down. Steven drove one-handed, relaxed, the other arm resting near the window. If you keep ignoring your Ferrari, the dust on it will get thicker than a pizza crust. Sui had sunglasses on like he was on vacation, not heading to some fancy event. First, it's parked in VIP. They wipe it down every day. He shifted slightly and frowned. Second, can you change these seats? They're not comfortable. Steven didn't even look offended. He looked proud. No. If I change them, it's like putting a sofa on a motorcycle. Or adding air conditioning to an F1 car. Sui sighed like he'd lost the argument before it started. Sports car people are unbearable. Then the car's smart system cut in with a breaking news alert. At 5:20 p.m. New York time, the Avengers are engaged in conflict with unknown terrorist forces in Sokovia. Iron Man and Captain America have been confirmed on site. The fighting has resulted in the city lifting into the air. It is currently at an altitude of several thousand meters. How will the Avengers respond to this crisis? How will local property be protected? Sui blinked. Property? Steven exhaled, annoyed in a tired way, like the world kept interrupting his life. This planet is getting more chaotic by the month. He gripped the wheel a bit tighter. Sometimes I wonder how long I'll even get to keep doing surgery. Sui did the math in his head, then answered like he was making small talk. Maybe not even until the end of this year. Steven glanced at him. In that case, your psychiatry business is about to explode. Sui nodded. Already is. PTSD cases are skyrocketing. Then he muttered, like it was personal. Stupid squid invasion. After that, neither of them paid the radio much attention. Sokovia was a disaster, sure, but Sui wasn't touching it. No reward, too much exposure, and the kind of trouble that never ends once it starts. He wasn't a hero. He was a psychiatrist who clocked out on time. If the planet isn't destroyed, it's not his emergency. 15 minutes later, Steven pulled up to the banquet venue. He handed the keys to the valet, and the moment they stepped out, people started reacting. Some recognized the Lamborghini first. Then they saw the man stepping out from the passenger side. Phones came up instantly. People crowded in. Greetings, photos, forced laughs, fake networking energy. Sui already wanted to turn around and leave. Then his eyes caught one figure in the crowd. Young face. Clean aura. Silky blonde hair. Standing with a group like she belonged there. Gwen Stacy.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Gwen Stacy. There are many versions of her, so Sui is not sure which Gwen she is. But no matter what, this Gwen Stacy is prettier than in the anime. The face shape, figure, and skin look like they came out of a 3D animation. Modeled perfectly. And Gwen at the moment definitely followed the crowd watching Sui and Steven. But when she found out that Sui was actually looking at her, Gwen stared with small eyes, a little flustered and at a loss. And Sui smiled at her from the air, then turned around and dealt with the surrounding crowd with Steven first, and then entered the banquet hall. The hall is resplendent and magnificent. In other words, the decoration is really good. Many of them chatted to each other in suits. It's here. No matter what kind of doctor you are, you can be admired. As long as you have strength, as long as you have fame. For example, Although Sui is a psychiatrist, he is also the first person here. As long as you're awesome, you can be a veterinary doctor. So when he and Steven entered the hall, immediately, someone greeted him. The two also responded with a smile. But Steven whispered in Sui's ear, "Well, I'm starting to hate this environment too. Let's have a quick drink or two, and then we'll walk around." Sui nodded. That's exactly what he meant. What are you talking about with these old men? It is true to go around and wait for my sister and beautiful women to come and talk. Ever since, Sui and Steven picked up champagne glasses from the banquet table. Then I drank a few sips with some famous people. Hi, Sue. How's it going? Sui, very good. I have a good life every day. Sue, I have a few clients who need psychological counseling, and I will recommend them to you. Sui, well, here is my business card. You can give it to them, but you have to tell them that my client plan is already scheduled for the end of the year. Sue, once you come, all the beautiful women are attracted to you. Sui, that can't be helped, blame me? After chatting casually, Steven and Sui reunited. How do you say it? Steven asked as he put down his champagne glass. I think so. Sui looked at the beauties present, and he showed that he was interested in only one person, so act alone. Steven nodded. We have the same idea. It's still the same. After speaking, the two broke up on the spot. The old way refers to gathering after the event. Acting alone means that you have found your favorite type. The fact that the two act together shows that there is no one I like. So the two strolled casually together and had a good time. After separating from Steven, Sui picked up a glass of champagne again and at the same time swept it away with spiritual power. He knew where Gwen was right away. And Gwen was still in the crowd looking at herself from time to time. After knowing the location, Sui took the wine glass and walked to a position 10 meters away from Gwen and stopped. Then take 2 bites of fruit or something and treat it as a person. There was a crowd between them. But Gwen, who had been looking at Sui from time to time, would definitely be able to spot him. And after finding out that there was no one around Sui, Gwen looked around, but no one stepped forward. So she took the wine glass, walked around the crowd and came in front of Sui, and said a little nervously, "Hi, my name is Gwen Stacy." Seeing that Gwen finally stepped forward, Sui raised his glass and touched her with a smile. You can call me Sui, or you can call me a psychologist. The first step in knowing is contact. Once you say hello and chat, it's easy to get to know each other. So when Sui chatted with Gwen for a while, he found out. Sui said that she was very young. But Gwen explained that she was still a high school student and was working as an assistant in a laboratory. At the same time, listen, while also playing drummer in a band called Mary Jane's. After hearing that Gwen also has an interest in being a drummer in a band, Sumu immediately realized which Gwen this is. He knew 2 things instantly. 1, it's Spider-Gwen. It's the ghost spider in the black and white pink hooded bodysuit. 2, this world may have been affected by the multi-universe. Otherwise, the normal universe he is in should not have a female spider. It should be Peter Parker. Will there be 2 Spider-Man in this universe? Or only female Spider-Man? Sui thought about it within 0.1 second at this moment. Then draw conclusions. Nothing to worry about. Whether he has 2 Spider-Men or not. Anyway, Spider-Woman Gwen is right in front of her eyes as long as she is there. The others don't matter, and she is not a beauty. Now think of it. No wonder. Sui thought this Gwen was so beautiful at first sight. It turned out not to be the Pooh version of Gwen, but the Golden Legend Gwen. That counts time. This Gwen was about to be bitten by a spider. Almost the end of the Avengers Alliance too. Just within a month. Next, Sui and Gwen chatted more and more happily. Gwen is a top student. I am also very curious about Sui's psychological counseling ability. So that's what we were talking about. Gwen, Sue, so many people who have been counseled by you have admired you afterward. How do they feel after being counseled? Sui, this can't be described in words. Maybe you have to try it yourself. For your sake, I can spare time for you to jump into the queue for counseling. Gwen, really? Great. So how do you coach them psychologically? What does it feel like? Sui, well, empathy, hearing and asking, and a little love. Gwen, haha, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to, Sue, you are so funny. That's all. In laughter. Sue-yi is very happy to chat with the beauty for a long time. And Gwen was also impressed by Sue-yi's knowledge, and said that he will definitely come when he is free. In the laughter of Sue-yi and Gwen. At the moment, Sokovia country has been reported in name only, because the superhero team has already finished. In the end, the superheroes won. But the price is, Sokovia exploded. There is no hair left. Hundreds of thousands of residents were killed or injured in the town, including all inherent properties cleared. Still no hair. And these Sokovia residents, oh no, what about the refugees? And that's it. Wanda's brother is gone too. At the moment, Scarlet Witch Wanda fell limply on the ground. Tears slid down her cheeks, her expression a bit broken. She couldn't believe that her brother had disappeared along with Sokovia. I can't even bury myself, let alone one last look. At the moment, all the superheroes stood not far behind Wanda and looked at her. Everyone frowned slightly. Natasha Romanoff is also a little uncomfortable. I'm very sorry. At this time, Hawkeye walked to Wanda's side and apologized. Your brother died to save me. I feel very guilty. Wanda didn't look up, didn't move. She said in a sad tone. You feel guilty. Can my brother be resurrected? Suddenly, the scene became very quiet. It must be hard to feel the loss of a loved one. Papa. At this time, the good old Captain America clapped his hands and stepped forward to say, cheer up, Avengers. We have more to do. There are more difficult things waiting for us. Captain America finished. Everyone nodded and sighed. Then start acting on your own. And Wanda shed tears on the spot until the end, then closed her eyes and wiped away her tears and left. Afterwards, after experiencing Captain America 2's Insight program. That is, after the Washington incident in which 3 aircraft carriers attacked each other and caused huge damage to the city. SCHILD has actually almost faded out of mainstream view. Instead, it is the Avengers base established solely by Tony Stark. And the logo was replaced with a capital A logo in that circle. But this has nothing to do with Sui. Because after he exchanged contact information with Gwen, Gwen was called away by the team. New York, Banquet of Medicine. After exchanging contact information with the very happy Gwen, Sui just watched Gwen leave. Here comes Steven again. Steven took the wine glass and came to Suyi's side and looked at Gwen, who was going away. Is she an adult? Graduating high school soon. Oh, then you don't have to go to jail. Middle finger. It was actually a joke. The United States has different regulations for this thing in each state. But basically after high school, it is not illegal. And the women here look mature. There are still very few girls who look young and beautiful like Gwen. That's why Steven made such jokes. But in fact, he also praised Gwen for being beautiful and young at the same time. Just said it in another way. Why, you came back after shopping again? Sui looked at Steven and asked. It's still the same. Steven shook his head. I feel like Christine is the best future object. Christine, with Palmer added to her full name. She is also a surgical trauma doctor, and Steven is a colleague and has a good relationship. And in a state of being more than a friend and less than a lover. It's just one step away. Sui nodded, then take it early. Steven thought for a while, sighed, and turned to attack Sui again. Then why are there so many ladies looking for you? Why haven't I seen you bring one into your car? Sui drove a Ferrari before. The fiery red appearance of the car, coupled with Suyi's handsome face and status, made many girls want to get in his car. But don't you understand, when you get in the car? You can just drive the car home and start shooting. Steven understood. As long as Sui thinks, he can immediately become a playboy, just like Stark, beautiful or not. But Sui didn't bring any of them back. He didn't even drive the car behind, and just came in his car. Steven was still a little confused about this. Sui likes beautiful women, but he doesn't shoot at any of them. Why? Could it be? At the moment, by Phoenix Force. Sui has already felt Steven's inner thoughts. He was wondering if he could do it? If you think about it one step further, your Lamborghini will sink into the ocean tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. Steven immediately begged for mercy and shook his head and sighed. I have to admire, Sue. Your psychological ability is really amazing. Joke. Do you understand the gold content of Phoenix Force? The Phoenix Force in its full glory, rather than its fragments, can beat the five gods, okay? And this ability has only two disadvantages. One is the need to collect fragments, otherwise the power will have an upper limit. For example, Sui can only be considered a subfather or level godfather now, but as long as he collects more Phoenix fragments, he will be promoted to level single universe, or even multi-universe level, super multi-universe level, etc. Two is that this ability has the self-will of the Phoenix, so the owner of the ability will be affected to a greater or lesser extent. And Sui was also affected at the beginning. It's just a group of annoying phoenixes flying around in his spiritual world. And it's easy to get upset and run amok. But fortunately, Sui got another powerful ability in the future check-in. Purification. Simply put, it erases any side effects that exist. At first, Sui thought it was weak. But then I discovered that it turned out to be the highest ability. As long as you feel uncomfortable and do not like the existence, you can purify it through this ability. And the remaining will of this Phoenix fragment was purified by this ability. At the same time, there are more abilities and props with large side effects in the Marvel Universe. Then this ability becomes more practical. That's all. Wait until the banquet is almost over. Sui and Steven were ready to leave first. The two sat in a black Lamborghini. Steven sent Sui back first. After the two chatted in the car. Only then did Steven finally understand why Sui didn't bring the woman home. So, you only flirt, but you don't take them home to applaud because you don't really like them, but just for the joy of your mood? Steven understood, but not fully. He spread his hands, with a question mark on his face. Why? What's the difference? Definitely there is a difference. Sui leaned back on the chair and said lightly, I'm not a promiscuous boy like Tony Stark. I like beauties, but I only love beauties I love. Can you tell the difference between love and liking? Steven was driving the car, shaking his head. I don't really understand. Let's put it this way. Sui gave an example. Liking is only one-sided. For example, you like your car, but when you want to change it, you sell it and like the next one. But love is not. Love is selfish, or for example your car. If you love it very much, even if you want to buy a second car, you will not sell this car. Do you understand now? That's it. Steven understood on the spot. He's smart, not a fool. Facing Sui's explanation. After pondering for a while, Steven nodded seriously and agreed. You're right, I understand a lot. Okay, sensible. Sui smiled. Talking to smart people is easy. Enlighten quickly, no need to repeat explanations. But the next moment, Steven asked back. So, if you love all the cars you buy, does that mean you will own a lot of cars? No words were spoken. Words never leave people. Sui glanced at him and smiled. You caught me, Steven. At last. Steven sent Sui back to the North Mansion. Sleep tight. Be safe. After the two said goodbye to each other, Steven stepped on the gas pedal. Lamborghini made a whining sound and disappeared from his vision. And Sui's home is still in the building. Only this time it's not the original layer, but the top layer. Yes, not just the penultimate office floor. The top floor was also bought by Sui. Ding. Arrive at the top floor of the building with the sound of the elevator. Sui entered the room and took off his shoes. Then he waved his hand. The next moment, the suit on his body changed into home clothes. Then he waved his hand, and a cup of milk tea appeared in his empty hand. Yes, and never finished. Go to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sui looked at the night view of the entire Manhattan. At the moment, directly opposite him, about a few kilometers away in a straight line, is the reconstructed Stark building. A huge A-shaped logo on the building is very conspicuous. That's the Avengers logo. Yes, the North Building where Sui is currently located is just north of Central Park in Manhattan. The Stark Building is to the south. So the two buildings are only separated by a few kilometers of Central Park. And west of Central Park, there is also an Osborn Building. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of moving the holy place of Sorcerer Supreme to the east side of Central Park. Don't ask why you think that way. Because playing Mahjong 3 lacks 1. Suck. After taking a last sip of milk tea, Sui threw the milk tea back into the space. Then stretched. Go back to the room and play games. Well, it's a bit lonely, but this life is coming to an end. At that time, more people will be able to play games together. Late night on the first day. In the Avengers base. Wanda lay on the bed in the base room for a long time, unable to fall asleep. Her original home, Sokovia, has been destroyed. Now there is only one big hole when I go back. And with her combat strength, the Avengers will definitely not give up the invitation. So it's still semi-compulsive. Otherwise, Nick Fury and Captain America absolutely don't want to see you purely becoming a free man. So after Wanda joined the Avengers, she can only live here for the time being. Or get the activity funds and go to rent a house outside, but no matter where you rent, you will no longer feel like home. That night, Wanda was so tired that she fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, Wanda was still depressed. It doesn't matter who comes, including Natasha Romanoff. On the third day, Vision tried to reason with Wanda. But Wanda at the moment was a question of reason, so he left voluntarily. That's all. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 1 week. Wanda's expression still hasn't recovered. And the criticism against superhero on the internet is getting louder and louder. Crowd claims that superhero will only cause more damage. This made it even more difficult for Wanda, who had nothing to do but watch the news. What am I doing? How should I do? Future. Avengers. Still necessary? Half a month later. Wanda followed everyone on their first mission to search for and arrest a group of terrorist organizations. Wanda went. Avengers members including Captain America, Hawkeye, Natasha Romanoff, and Falcon also went there at the same time. It's afternoon, when the task is about to end. In order to save Captain America, Wanda uses origin magic power but misses throwing an uncontrollable bomb high into the sky. Then blow up all the people on the next floor. The people inside were crying and shouting, dying and hurting. Wanda felt huge amounts of regret in an instant. Guilt filled her heart. It also made her more desperate. She is so devastated when she loses a family member, but now that she makes such a mistake, more people will die. Captain America took a look at Wanda, then rushed into the building to save her. At the moment Wanda looks at the hands, a thought of not using any power appeared in her heart. I see the status of Wanda. Natasha Romanoff wanted to comfort Wanda first. Natasha Romanoff, quick. Help. But Captain America's call made her bypass Wanda to rescue the people in the building. Afterwards, Wanda returns to the Avengers base distraught. And another day or two after that, Wanda didn't even get any better for a week. She doesn't even say more than 10 sentences a day. It's nothing more than an answer. Many days pass by. The outcry against superhero on the internet is even louder. But there are also sensible people who speak out. We don't need superheroes. It's these superheroes that must be controlled by humans. Otherwise, our property safety will even be destroyed by superheroes. Facing violence on the internet, Wanda began to have depression-like symptoms. And she bought clothes with hoods only. Any task to go out, Wanda will now wear a hood. But that's not okay. Someday, Tony Stark folded his arms, watching Wanda's state and thinking for a long time. Natasha Romanoff came to Tony's side and watched Wanda's state together. She needs to change, otherwise the spirit and mentality will collapse one day. Hawkeye, who came over, agreed after listening. Yes, if this continues, she may find a remote place to live alone, or even leave Avengers on her own initiative. They are all agents. We all know what that state of mind feels like. And Tony still had his hands in his arms. He thought for a while and stroked his chin. Then it dawned on me. Correct. As soon as the idea came out, Tony went back to the car and pulled out a business card. Then come to Wanda's seat, put the business card on the seat, and push it to Wanda. Okay, Miss Wanda Maximoff. I'll give you a sum of money for free. You can talk to the person on the business card. It's just a trip to relax. I was recommended by many people to find him before. I don't think I need it, but you do. They all say he is the best psychiatrist in the world. I think you can try it. Face Iron Man Tony's recommendation. Wanda raised her head and looked at the business card on the seat. Isu. Address: New York, Manhattan, Northern Building, XX floor. This business card is very compelling. It is a thin slice of wood that is fragrant yet tough. Suyi's name and office address are engraved on it. But there is no business introduction on the business card. There is no contact information and so on. Why? The answer is simple. Because of Suyi's popularity, there will be endless calls if he leaves a phone number, so his calls will only be given to those who come to him. Then look at it and decide whether to give it or not. For example, if you have money, save trouble, or look beautiful, you will give it, and vice versa. Wanda looked at the address on the business card. Suddenly, the origin magic power in her body seemed to be telling her, "Go, go." So Wanda accepted the business card and nodded in agreement. "I'll be there, just for a few days. Call." Hearing this, Tony left directly. But not before he was ready to drive home. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye chased it out and came to Tony's car window and asked, "What card did you give her?" Tony had just put on his sunglasses, so he reached out and pulled them down a bit. "Didn't I say it? The business card of a top psychiatrist. I know him, I've met him, a guy who's about as handsome as me, but not really a friend. His word of mouth and reputation are so good that it makes people look like a liar. But admittedly, I let Friday collect the data. The result is that he is really good. The success rate of psychological counseling is as high as 99%. The remaining 1% is because he doesn't want to be counseled and kicked out." As a master of high society, Tony definitely knew about Suyi's fame, and the two had met. But Suyi didn't intend to get too familiar with Tony. It's just a man, it's not as important as working from 9 to 5. And Tony also thinks that Suyi is too handsome, even more handsome than him. Must all the girls who go out to play together be fucked up by Suyi? So Tony didn't know Suyi too well. Yes, it is like that. One doesn't matter. One thinks the other person is more handsome than himself. The last two had no intention of getting to know each other. But Natasha Romanoff doesn't quite mean that. What? Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye exchanged glances. Hawkeye didn't understand, so he asked back, "You let a superhero with huge magical powers receive psychological counseling from an ordinary person?" In fact, it's not just Hawkeye who thinks so. Most people probably thought the same when they heard it. It's as if you're asking an anxious president to ask ordinary people what to do. But the reality is far worse than that. Because Wanda is a witch. That's a whole other level of problem. But you let a normal psychiatrist to counsel. Can this work? Natasha Romanoff has no comments. But she didn't think it would work either. Main thing. She knows about psychological counseling. After all, Natasha Romanoff had spiritual training. She knew exactly what it was. As for counseling, the most important thing is to rely on yourself, not a psychologist. Doctors are just assistants. If you can't get over it yourself, it's useless. But as soon as Tony puts on the sunglasses, no one loves them, and starts the engine of the sports car directly. How do I know? I haven't tried it. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, at least it might be useful. Just treat it as a vacation for her, understand? After speaking, Tony hit the gas pedal. The sports car whizzed away. Only Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye were left in place. The two looked at each other. All right. It can only be this way. The screen returns to the back building. During these 10 days and a half months, Suyi signed in on time every day, but it was all rubbish. For example, Crayon Shin-chan Complete Comic Book, Queen Estes' Little Leather Whip, Super Delicious Milk Tea Formula, Delicious Egg Fried Rice X10. Take a look. Which is useful? How delicious can it be so delicious? What is that whip for? Well, in some senses, there are a few that are useful, but not much. At the same time, Suyi also received some customers these days. But it was all done with simple guidance by him. Yeah. Suyi leaned comfortably on the recliner. He has read all the news these days. Avengers is being opposed by citizens like a plot, but not entirely against it. Instead, he denounced the superheroes for being too free. If such a superhero is so free, isn't it a mobile super demolition team? So society and the top level of the state are ready to propose. Any actions of the superheroes must be notified and approved in advance. Definitely. This is currently only a proposal. It's hard to say when it will be on the table. And Sui remembered that this was a plot that would only appear in the Civil War of Captain America 3. That's still some time from now. The time came in the afternoon. Sui finally welcomed a client he was very satisfied with. Gwen. Oh no, maybe it's going to be Spider-Gwen. Ding. With the closing of the elevator doors. Wearing a jacket and a hood, Gwen came to Sui's office door. She looked at Sui's door, still hesitating whether to go in or not. Her father was the commissioner of the New York Police Department. Sui's psychological counseling is very expensive, and although Gwen can't afford it, it is still very painful. But now she has a problem. Is it really okay to find Sui instead of her father? Or can Sui really help her? Honestly, Gwen didn't know why she came here. She felt the bite from the radioactive spider. Logically speaking, she should go to the hospital now. Then check whether there is something wrong with your genes and body. But she just felt like she should have come here first. How to say? Feel? Sixth sense? A woman's intuition? So go in now or leave. Gwen is in hesitation. Come in, Gwen. But during Gwen's hesitation, Sui's voice came from the door. Gwen, who was deep in thought, was taken aback. But he could only push open the door and said in embarrassment, Sue, how did you know I'm here? Sui didn't speak, but glanced at the camera at the door. Gwen covered her face in embarrassment. Sit down. Sui asked Gwen to sit down, then gave her a bottle of milk tea. He could never run out of this thing in his space, so it might as well be used to entertain female high school students. What's this? Gwen looked at the milk tea very curiously. Milk tea sweet? Sui motioned to drink it directly. You should like it. Gwen took the milk tea. Then open it and take a small taste. At the moment of milk tea entrance, her beautiful eyes lit up as if stars were popping out. Then took a big swig. Seeing it, Sui nodded firmly. He just observed the other party's character, habits, way of speaking, and so on. This character design is definitely Spider-Gwen. Otherwise, ordinary Gwen does not have this kind of personality and should be calmer. But definitely not as lively as this Gwen. Only Spider-Gwen has become very lively, very smart, and very homely. It's like a female version of Peter Parker. Delicious. After drinking a few sips of milk tea, Gwen gave it top marks, and it's all in a better mood. Again, this is actually physiological. Sweets release dopamine in your body, making you happier. In this way, the effect of Sui's psychological counseling will be better. Efficiency and props, you know. And wait until Gwen drank the milk tea. Suitsai crossed his fingers, pointed his thumbs together, and asked Gwen, I feel your anxiety and uneasiness from your eyes and expression. It seems like something is bothering you, and it's happening to you. You're struggling with this and looking for a solution. Oh no, how to live normally, right? As soon as Sui finished speaking, Gwen froze. There was both surprise and panic in her eyes. At her age, there is no such thing as a city, unless it is a little fresh meat playing facial paralysis, otherwise any state of mind will appear on her face. Facing Sui's words that directly hit the bullseye, Gwen seemed to have been genuinely hurt and was a little overwhelmed. She pinched her fingers, looked away with her beautiful eyes, and pursed her pink lips, but she didn't know how to answer. Sui could tell from her expression that she was worried. So he leaned back in his chair. Then opened the drawer. A photo was taken out of it. Then pushed it to Gwen. Gwen took the photo and was immediately surprised. It turns out that the photo is a group photo of Sui and Hulk, one of the superheroes. Mind you, it's Hulk, not Dr. Banner. The current Avengers, Age of Ultron era. The citizens of the United States know that there is a green titan in the superhero who is covered in green. And he has a bad temper. Not long ago, he fought with Iron Man and blew up a building. And it seems to be gone now. But overall from the photos, Hulk recognized Sui very much. This is the approval of superhero. You should know him. So what I want to tell you is that a psychiatrist will never give any information about a client to a third person. Your news, only you and I know. And no matter what, The news will not come from me. Suyi's voice came from behind the photo. Gwen raised her eyes, looked at Suyi, and bit her lips with her white teeth. She finally put down the picture and started talking. I have a friend. She suddenly had a little ability. Her body became very flexible, and her strength also increased. Should she go for a physical examination? Will she be studied? Or should she be doing good? Wouldn't that emphasize justice too much? So she doesn't know what to do now or then? Hear about this, friend of Gwen. Suyi almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he still pretended not to know. Because only 2 words were revealed between the lines of Gwen. Confused. But Gwen was a little different when he was confused. Your friend is at a loss, and is at a loss for the future. It's like your friend suddenly picked up a sum of money, suddenly obtained an ability, but she wants to use the money in hesitation. Can she use it, and how to use it? Speaking of which, Gwen quickly nodded in agreement, saying that she was right. And Suyi also nodded to indicate that there is no problem. Then take out a piece of writing, a pen, write, and draw. 10 seconds later, Suyi showed the paper to Gwen. The top of the paper is like a children's fairy tale. But the content is that a person is swinging on a swing in a busy city. So my advice is, let your friend take the money and go home and sleep. When you sleep until you find out that the money is really yours and no one asks you for it, you are thinking about how and where to use the money. Picking up the money, suddenly gaining the ability, is a phased problem, not a decisive one. Or you can use the leftovers of this money to look at the world first, and then make a decision after seeing it, so that even if the money is recovered, you can make up for it. Ability is not mentioned at all. Every word is ability. That's the beauty of examples. Gwen was already smart, and even smarter after having ability. So she can understand that what Suyi said is the same from the perspective of suddenly gaining ability. This is why many old sayings are still applicable in modern times. Because its essence is right, Gwen gradually realized. It turns out, if you get money, ability, suddenly, the best solution is to live at home first. I'm thinking about how to use it when it's stable. But Suyi thought for a while, then told Gwen with a smile. I have heard a song, and its lyrics fit the previous scene very well. What lyrics? Gwen was very curious. If one day I become rich, my first choice is not to travel around the world, but to lie on the biggest and softest sofa in the world, eat and sleep for a year. Finish the lyrics. Both Suyi and Gwen laughed, and they laughed happily. Gwen reached out to straighten the loose blonde hair around her ears. Then he said in agreement. Then I'll tell my friend. Tell her that the best psychiatrist in the world advises her to be a homegirl first, and turn into a fat pig after eating and sleeping. I didn't say that. Suyi leaned back on the chair, stretched out his hand to drink his own milk tea and said, that's what the lyrics say. I don't care, the meaning is the same anyway. Gwen tilted her head, just when she was about to say something. Beeping bell. Her cell phone rang. Gwen picked up the phone to call, then checked the time, and immediately apologized to Suyi. Sorry, I forgot the band rehearsal time. My friends are waiting for me, I have to hurry. Suyi nodded. Hurry up, don't let your friends wait for you for too long, or it will be very rude. Gwen quickly picked up her cyan packet, took the unfinished milk tea on the table and left. But the moment the door closes, Gwen turned around and showed her head, and said to Suyi wink, wink, with her left eye. Thank you, Mr. Suyi, you have done my friend a big favor. You're welcome, let's go. Thank you. The last sentence of thanks is just a lingering sound. Because Gwen had already run into the elevator. As for whether she gave money or not, it doesn't matter if you give it or not, but if you don't give the money, she has to make it up again. Wouldn't it be beautiful? After sending off Gwen, Suyi checked the time and was about to leave work. When the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyi closed the door of the office, turned around and left. Punch in. Suyi said silently in his heart. Check in successfully. Obtain. True Sight Guard X3. True Vision Guard? True Sight Guard. After activating the guard, within a certain range, any sight, detection, perception, spirit, including electronic equipment outside the range will be invalid unless it enters the range. Read the prop's introduction. Sui immediately understood what kind of prop it was. The true eye of Runeterra. Okay, it's a good thing. Sui nodded in satisfaction. There are 3 of them. Go back and plug one in the office and one in the home, so you don't have to worry about any external detection. Or something like a camera. Cameras all over the world, such as JRVIS, Ultron, and Vision, can be viewed at will. Is it safe to install one at home? Isn't that live broadcast? The time came tonight. In the Avengers base. Wanda looked at the business card Tony gave her and was lost in thought. She searched for the address on her phone. It turned out to be in Manhattan, the most lush area of New York. Honestly, Wanda doesn't want to go to this kind of place now. Now there is a lot of scolding against her on the internet. Her mistake to save Captain America indirectly killed more people than the mission was supposed to save. So Wanda is also being abused on the internet. Call her a wicked witch. Scolding her as a mess, and so on and so on. This has led Wanda to have 2 ideas now. 1 is no longer using any ability. 2 is to stop going to crowded places. She just wanted to find a place with few people to live alone, and that was enough. Only, Wanda also wants to live a normal life in her heart. Go out normally. Normal play. Normal pleasure. For these. It's okay, she has to try. And the way to try is. Wanda lowered her head and picked up the wooden business card. Then put it in your pocket and get up again to prepare the clothes you will wear tomorrow. A plain pair of blue jeans. A gray oversized sweater with a hood. That way she wouldn't be instantly recognized as Scarlet Witch walking down the street. It also saves a lot of trouble. At the same time, in the brand new Stark mansion, Tony Stark sat on a chair, looking at the wishes of the citizens collected on Friday, which gave him a headache. First of all, JRVS is almost delivered. It became what is now Vision. Furthermore, the data and future forecasts given on Friday are very serious. At the moment, nearly half of the voices on the internet for superhero are not positive. And among those who support the superhero, most of them are fans of a certain hero, not the definition of superhero. Like Iron Man, like Captain America. As for the negative information, either swearing or opposing, that's all. Huh. Tony sighed. He hugged his arms with one hand and rested his forehead with the other. Sir, according to calculations, if you want to appease social opposition, there are 2 most effective methods. Tony held his forehead without moving, which 2 kinds. 1 is for Avengers to solve a crisis of annihilation and let the society know that only superhero is the last insurance. 2 is that Avengers hides it. According to the iteration speed of network information, the voice of discussion will be reduced by 70% in about 1 year, and it will approach the optimal value in 3 years. Or completely expose the internal activities of Avengers to reassure the whole society. Faced with such an answer, Tony shook helplessly. Say it is the same as not saying it. Friday is artificial intelligence. It can calculate that the answer is yes, it is indeed the answer. But both answers are impossible. At least not in a short period of time. The Avengers finally assembled. And just prevented a catastrophe. Although this disaster is also mainly related to Tony, but the reality is not like this. It has become an honor, and it has lost face when it fails. In the absence of a turnaround, efforts seem to backfire. Tony looked at a piece of equipment on the pedestal. This is the panel of neural network and intelligent control. He and Banner made it together. But now the banner is gone too. Originally, Tony wanted to build a steel group and an intelligent network hub to protect the Earth. But now, he was a little disheartened. Because it's not worth it for Tony to do this anymore. It is better that the time has passed. Tony also knew he had no chance. At the moment, Tony made a fist with one hand, put it to his mouth, and thought about it all night. Friday. Sir, maybe your second choice is right. Sir, but this choice will make Avengers bound by the United Nations. Captain America will not agree to this choice. That's his business. If there is a problem, he will solve it. I will do my job well. Sir. Okay, bring up the armor panel, and let's start researching new armor. Okay, sir. The next day. Insert the True Sight Guardian behind the office. Suyi's morning was spent fishing. He basically fishes every morning. This is where no one sees a psychiatrist. And he doesn't like to go to work at this time. Overtime. Those who want to see psychology come at noon or afternoon. So Sui spent the morning playing games, reading books, watching the news, playing with mobile phones, and so on. But Steven would also come to Zao Sui to chat when he had no surgery. He usually comes in the morning to make an appointment for Sui in the evening. Then wait until one arrives at 5 p.m. The two of them close the door. Go straight out and play. And generally, in the afternoon, if there are people, there will be others, and if there are no one, there will be fish. That's it. Anyway, Sui lived happily. A lot of money, light work, easy, and high quality. You can also sign in every day and wait to become stronger. This is uncomfortable? The time came to noon. Sui was leaning on the recliner and brushing TikTok. No way. There are too many bodhisattvas above. All kinds of coolly dressed bodhisattvas put benefits on it. There are also a variety of funny videos. It's hard not to love Sui. Definitely he only brushes when alone. Don't ask. If you ask, even if there are too many people, you will lose face. At this time, Sui, who was brushing, sat up. There was a golden light in his eyes. Wanda. Yes. Sui sensed that a unit with powerful ability and spirit was approaching his building. Then he sensed it and found it. Isn't this the power of chaos? And the one with the power of chaos is Wanda, also known as Scarlet Witch. That's all. Under Sui's induction, Wanda crossed the zebra crossing, walked across the street, and entered the building she was in. Then wait for someone else to enter the elevator. She waited for another empty elevator before going up. Finally reached his door. Sui thought for a while, nodded and said, "Come in." Hear voices. Wanda's hand on the doorknob paused. Then he opened the door and walked in. After she came in, Sui first looked at Wanda. Blue jeans, a large hooded sweater, and even a hood when he came in. And kept his head down, not facing himself. Sui smiled, pushed up a cup of milk tea and said, "Come to me. No matter who you are, I will not be surprised." After finishing speaking, Sui gestured to the photo frame of him and Hulk that had not been put back on the seat. Wanda turned her head to look. After discovering the photo of Sui and Hulk, she was slightly surprised. Because the Hulk is gone now, the Avengers can't find it no matter how hard they look, and Tony even searched all over the world's cameras on Friday and couldn't find it. But here I found someone who knew Hulk and could take a photo with Hulk. Wanda knows about Hulk's strength. Not to mention the Chitauri civilization invasion. The destruction of the city after she magically sent the Hulk into a rage alone has Wanda rushing to. Well, now that I think about it, this is what Wanda did herself. But after seeing the photo of Sui and Hulk, it really made Wanda let down a lot of guards. Hello, I'm Wanda Maximov. My name is Sui. With self-introduction, Wanda raised her head and pulled down her hood. But the moment she looked up at Sui, Wanda was stunned. She looked at Sui's face. First of all, it wasn't because Sui was so handsome that he was stunned. It was the moment when he saw Sui's face. Wanda actually felt that the man in front of her made her very kind. There is a kind of family. No, my friends. Not right. It seems to be a feeling of sworn friends. It's like a partner who is walking the same path and has an important bond. Why is that? Miss Witch. Sui also reminded with some doubts. Sui's words brought Wanda back to her senses. Then she explained. Doctor, the moment I saw you, I seemed to see a childhood companion I hadn't seen for many years. Coincidentally. Hearing this sentence, Sui raised his eyebrows and said, I also felt this way just now. Really? Wanda was surprised. Really? Sui confirmed. This sentence is not false. The moment he saw Wanda, Sui felt a sense of intimacy. But nowhere near as Wanda saw herself intensely. Why is this? Sui was also thinking. Still an example. Is there anything about Wanda that is similar to me, and is there anything completely different from me? Sui thought quickly for a moment. Come up with two answers. Ability, gender. And gender cannot call intimacy. So ability? Correct. Sui suddenly realized. Wanda has a chaos force and a phoenix force of her own. Although these two abilities are two different things, they are one of the three oldest powers in the Marvel Universe. That is to say, the two abilities are familiar with each other. They even know each other consciously. And Suyi's ability has no will, so he was kind just now, but not strong. But Wanda will feel strongly and dearly. So it is. Phoenix Force and Chaos Force. They are one of the oldest abilities in the universe. So when Wanda looked at Suyi, she rushed over very kindly. Looks like a kind of fate? Wanda said with a smile. I think so. Suyi also smiled. This feeling is really fun. Then Wanda let all her guard down. She reached out to take the milk tea pushed by Suyi and took a sip. Then she was the same as Gwen before. Wanda's charming eyes lit up. Looking at the appearance of the milk tea, I became curious. This is so delicious. It's the first time I've had such a delicious drink. What is it? Milk tea. Suyi explained, a drink made from tea bags and seasonings. Oh, Wanda understood. Then he took a few more sips from the straw with his red lips. Then tasted a few. Swallowed again. Very tasty. Like Gwen, Wanda also gave milk tea a good review. That's all. The two of them didn't talk about business at first. Because of the sudden liking for Suyi, Wanda suddenly forgot the purpose of her visit and chatted with Suyi just like that. Suyi Wong didn't forget, but he was very willing to chat with Da Male Aluminum. In previous clients, all male customers can be resolved quickly and then sent away. What matters is efficiency. The female customers of PNU are different. From food to movies, from underwear to cosmetics, from travel to dating, and so on. In short, Suyi is quite willing to chat with beautiful female clients. Anyway, idle is idle. Nothing to do. Do it. So Wanda and Suyi started talking about milk tea. Then they talked about the furniture and collections in Suyi's office. Then after knowing that these are actually sent by customers, Wanda was very surprised. This is if it is sent by the customer. Then how much do they like Suyi's ability? Immediately afterwards, Wanda and Suyi left their seats. Then they walked together to an antique cash register and chatted. This is the cash register? Wanda stretched out her hand, wanting to touch it, but then stopped and looked at Suyi. Can I touch it? Definitely. Suyi signaled that there is no problem anyway. His magic can make these things brand new. It's a cash register that's 95% silver. But the history is not too long. It seems to be only 100 years. And Wanda touched the surface of the cash register. It is said that it is a work of art. That is because its surface is full of secret patterns of hand rubbing. So it looks very high level overall. It's beautiful. Wanda touched it and withdrew her hand. Then look at the other artwork, such as metal vases, murals, silver tableware, small sculptures, and so on. Wanda knew at a glance that these should be worth a lot. So she didn't touch it anymore. Next, finished talking about the collectibles in the office. The two returned to their chairs and chatted about other things. Wanda recalled her hometown and said that she didn't like being a superhero, but joined in a semi-forced way. She also said that she has been very sad recently, and explained to Suyi that she didn't do it on purpose. She couldn't control the power of the bomb in order to save people, so she became an accidental injury. Then there are her views on the internet. Wanda said that if possible, she would like to move to a small town with few people. That way there is less stress. That's all. Wanda regards Suyi as her confidant. During the whole afternoon, Wanda said, Suyi listened, and then made suggestions and agreed. They passed the whole afternoon like this. A whole cup of milk tea was also gradually finished by Wanda. But I understand everything. When a girl tells you some secrets and tells you everything about herself, that's the beginning of her dependence on you, and will gradually trust you. Then the subsequent development depends on the thoughts and operations of the person being confided. And Suyi, definitely not a nice guy. Suck. After the last bit is sucked by Wanda, she was surprised to find that she had chatted with Suyi for so long. Sorry, it seems like I'm the one talking. Wanda was a little ashamed and embarrassed for taking up so much of her time after all. Suyi shook his head and said it's okay. Listening is also a kind of psychological counseling. Hear the 4 words of psychological counseling. It was only then that Wanda remembered that she was here for psychological counseling. She just added, I forgot to mention, Mr. Tony Stark gave me my business card and suggested me to come. Tony? Sui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Then it seems that I have to thank him. Thank you. Wanda wondered. Sui looked at the time. It was 4:58 in the afternoon, and then he got up from his side and said, "Thank you for introducing me to a mature and beautiful female client. Let me increase my business and feel happy again. Let's go. It's time for afternoon tea. Let's go to another coffee shop or a place with sweetness and nice scenery. Let's talk slowly." After speaking, Sui pushed away the chair and walked out, opening the door for Wanda. And Wanda blushed a little after hearing Suyi's provocative words, but she is definitely not too shy as a mature Yujie. So Wanda glanced at Sui with a smile in her eyes. "You make me regret going out dressed like this." Then he walked past him and went out the door. And Sui also closed the door, opened it silently in his heart, and left with Wanda. Punch the card. Check-in successfully. Get SpongeBob SquarePants Complete Comics. Damn, he only watched a little bit of Crayon Shin-chan last time. Here comes SpongeBob SquarePants again. Where can I see this? Forget it, it's okay, take your time. Just think of it as something to pass the time in case you have to go to jail in the future. Then, exit the door of the building behind the door. Wanda tensed visibly. Then he chose to put on the hood. Sui looked back. If she hadn't driven the car all this time, after thinking about it, she took her to the underground garage and got a Ferrari. Then closed the windows so you can't see in from the outside. But you can look out from the inside. Thank you, your car looks great. After getting into the car, Wanda took off the hood again. And Sui looked into Wanda's eyes and smiled. "You're welcome, because I like red. I like red. Scarlet Witch. Red energy." When Wanda heard it, she was also very happy. It seems that the previous negative energy has been eliminated at the moment. I feel much better too. But Wanda looked at Ferrari's gaze before realizing it. Ferrari supercars are simply too conspicuous. Super sports cars, phoenix-like paint, roaring low-pitched sound. Various elements are mixed together. It made everyone look at Ferrari. Then if Wanda gets off the car later, if she is captured and uploaded on the internet, wouldn't it be more finished? By Phoenix Force. Sui felt the worry in the co-pilot's heart. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he said while driving the car while looking ahead. "Don't worry. Let's go to the cafe and dessert shop. It's relatively remote, there are fewer people, and no one takes pictures with their mobile phones. It's also very quiet and the atmosphere is good. That's why I like it better." Sui said so. Sure enough, Wanda was relieved a lot. That's good. But she turned her head to look at Suyi's profile. What Wanda really didn't expect was that Sui is actually so caring, and comfortable. It's like starting with Wanda entering the door. Sui knew where she was suffering. It was before. Also now. How should I put it? The evaluation given by Wanda is that being with Sui is very happy and comfortable. That's all. Sui drove his Ferrari and took Scarlet Witch Wanda to a nice cafe and dessert shop. And with Ferrari gone, a figure stopped from the crowd in the street. Then he whispered into the headset. "Tony, I need you to give me the destination address of the Ferrari here. Inside the Stark building on the other side." Tony looked at the monitoring that was called up on Friday and couldn't understand. "Natasha Romanoff, the therapist I introduced to Wanda. Now you are here to monitor. If I am found out, what will I be thought of? Who will explain to Wanda?" But essentially, Tony couldn't understand Natasha Romanoff's behavior. "No, Tony, I'm not spying, just observing." Natasha Romanoff of Main Street stepped to the curb. Then he rushed to the address Tony gave and said, "Wanda's mental state is very bad recently. I have been trained as an agent of SHIELD, and I know that she is most easily seduced at the moment. And her contact person is a psychiatrist, the most powerful psychiatrist. So after these few days of discussions, I think it's time for me to observe Wanda's status." Inside the Stark building, Tony looked at Natasha Romanoff's moving position and shook his head helplessly. "It's up to you, but don't involve me if you are found out. That's all." The call between the two hung up. Although Tony said that, he still asked Friday to analyze Suyi's situation with data. Friday analyzed this man. Okay, sir. Definitely Tony just wanted to see if Sui had done any bad things. That's all. Friday analyzed Suyi's course of action. Also, has he committed any crimes? After about a few seconds. On Friday, the cold voice came out. Sir, the subject has committed no crimes, and among all his friends, Dr. Bruce Banner. What? Tony's head, which had been lowered, instantly rose. He looked at the display panel in the sky. Show me the data you collected. Neither did Tony. The person he casually introduced actually knew Banner. And Banner is also very important to Tony, and he is also worried. Though vision counts as Tony's failure. But Banner has been helping him in this process. So Tony is grateful for Banner. Then he was even more worried about the disappearance of Banner now. Sir, Dr. Banner met Mr. Sui about a year ago. Scanning based on past records. Dr. Banner has approached Mr. Sui many times for psychological help. And after being helped, Dr. Banner was able to calm down gradually even after transforming, and then took a group photo with Mr. Sui. So Dr. Banner's usual calmness is probably due to Mr. Sui. The relationship between the two of them is also very cordial. After reading the materials compiled on Friday, Tony Stark became even more curious about Sui. It turns out that there is someone so predestined with Avengers? And he's also Banner's good friend? No, according to Banner's healing effect. Banner may have regarded him as a buddy. Tony lowered his chin with one hand and thought for a while, then turned around and nodded. Maybe I need to get to know the best psychiatrist in the United States. Do you need an appointment, sir? Friday replied, but maybe you need to go in person first, because Dr. Sui does not accept any form of telephone or online appointment. Tony raised his brows, feeling Sui was a little suspenseful. It turns out that in the United States, there is actually someone who is taller than me. Give me time to meet him. The other side. After driving for about 20 minutes, Suyi's Ferrari finally drove to their destination, a cafe and dessert restaurant by the sea behind the woods. After coming here, because Sui is a qualified person, he parked his car in a place relatively outside the cafe. No way. Ferrari's engine sound is super nice, but also a bit loud. But this is impolite for a coffee shop. Definitely these details are also seen by Wanda. She had another comment on Sui in her heart. Understand and respect each other. But Wanda got out of the car. After following Sui into the coffee shop, she regretted it a little bit. Wait until Sui takes her to a corner by the sea and sits down. And after ordering 2 cups of coffee and some desserts, Wanda leaned close to Sui's ear and said softly, "Clothing out like this is the decision I regret most today." Really? Jeans, gray sweater, go to the coffee shop. This is indeed a bit low for the United States. But fortunately, the United States is relatively free. No one will say anything to you. And this cafe is remote and high level. The people there are also much better. But Sui also gave Wanda a suggestion. Your magic should be able to change the material structure so that you can directly change the clothes on your body. Can it still be like this? But Wanda thought for a while and shook her head and said, "But I can't do it yet." "It's okay. I believe you can do it in the future." Sui smiled and then gave a few more examples. This world is no longer a scientific world. I also heard that the magician in Kamartaj can change people's perception of themselves. In this way, even if you go out and meet someone you know, he may not be able to notice that it is you. But I don't know if it's spiritual magic or cognitive magic. Maybe Miss Witch can try. Finished. Sui also listed several daily magic. Like cleaning up trash with magic. Refresh your clothes with magic? Use magic to fix broken homes and more. Sui knew that some of these magics could definitely be used, but he had never seen some of them. Fortunately, we can tell Wanda to hear them all. And after hearing Suyi's words, Wanda really shined. Because Suyi's words brought him a new understanding of magic. It turns out that magic doesn't have to be used for destruction. You can even change a suit of clothes for yourself. Even cleaning and more. If so, magic is awesome too, right? For a while, Wanda has a lot of ideas and experiments on her own magic again, and she decided to try it when she went back at night. At the same time, in the distance, Natasha Romanoff was watching Sui and Wanda with a telescope. Then use the lip language device to translate the content of the chat between the two. This kind of monitoring observation has been done for Natasha Romanoff many times. Very skilled. But after watching the conversation between Sui and Wanda for a while, Natasha Romanoff also let go of her caution towards Sui. Because Natasha Romanoff saw it. Sui wasn't just chatting with Wanda for afternoon tea. Instead, coach Wanda's mind through daily behaviors. Natasha Romanoff can see this. Magic, fun, afternoon tea. Natasha Romanoff could tell from all the signs, and from Wanda's smile. Wanda's mentality is indeed improving. And it's getting better fast. After watching for a while, Natasha Romanoff nodded approvingly. The most powerful psychiatrist in the United States, not bad. Definitely. Sui was originally countless times taller than what she had seen. In the coffee shop. Wait until the things ordered by the two are served. Sui looked around while chatting with Wanda. His seemingly casual glance passed Natasha Romanoff's and seemed to meet him. But it seems to just skip it. Natasha Romanoff in the distance has a heart. It's as if you were suddenly stared at when you entered the women's bathhouse incognito. Definitely you will not be invisible. In reality, there is no women's bathhouse. But the meaning is this. Accident. Natasha Romanoff looked at Sui seriously through the binoculars. The two parties were so far apart, they shouldn't have been discovered. And after seeing Wanda's smile amused by Sui's humorous words, Natasha Romanoff was relieved. It was an accident. Actually not. It's just that Sui doesn't want to expose his super ability in front of superheroes too early. At least until one of Gwen and Wanda gets his hands on it. Cough, 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 it's not kidnapping. Next coffee dessert time. Sui and Wanda had a pleasant chat. How happy is it? Wanda's emotions were high because of talking too much, and after she was happy. Her face is blushing. This point was suddenly realized after Wanda touched his face. Is my face so hot? Wanda touched her face, wondering if she was too proactive and enthusiastic. Because in front of Sui, many topics were brought up by Wanda to chat. For example, ask Sui what kind of life he likes. What Sui replied was, I like to be happy to live peacefully, leisure life. This is Sui's heartfelt thoughts. He really likes to eat and sleep every day, sleep and play and continue to eat and sleep after playing. Is this uncomfortable? And Wanda replied very happily after hearing it. We are the same. I also really like the kind of life you're talking about. This is simply the future I dream of. After saying this sentence, Wanda blushed even more. She didn't even know that she was blushing in embarrassment when talking about the future of the two of them in front of Sui. Or just plain excited red. Forget it, never mind. Red is red. But in a coffee shop. Because what Wanda just said was too loud. Everyone around looked over. Sui smiled at them to express his apology. The people around turned around. Wanda looked back. Then he apologized softly to Sui. Sorry, I was so excited. It's okay. Sui took a cup of coffee and drank it. Just say what's on your mind. Too many people who are introverted and autistic, even people with depression, just can't stretch their hearts. Chatting is a channel to open the soul. Happiness is the medicine that cures all diseases. Wanda nodded in agreement. She has more and more sense of identification and intimacy with Sui. Simply put, I like it more and more. Talked for a long time. Wanda lowered her head and took a sip of her coffee. Then he tasted it and whispered to Sui after seeing that there was no one around. I think the coffee here is not as good as your milk tea. Hearing these words, Sui laughed. Coffee is coffee, and milk tea is milk tea. They both have the same thing, maybe only with caffeine. But there are essentially two things. Just look at what you like to drink. But Sui thought about it and suddenly suggested, would you like to mix milk tea into coffee? Wanda opened her eyes. Is it okay? Anyway, I haven't tried it. Sui said with a smile, but you can try it. But I finished my milk tea. But mine's not finished yet. Following Sui, he put his own milk tea on the table. Wanda doesn't care where the milk tea came from. She looked around first. After confirming that no one is paying attention here, Wanda took Sui's milk tea and poured it into the remaining half of her coffee cup. Then immediately put the milk tea back. Picking up the spoon again, he stirred the coffee. Sui took back the milk tea. Then watch her cup with Wanda. Soon. Wanda put down the stirring spoon. Then he picked up the cup and took a sip. After tasting it, Wanda first made a nasal sound. Then he pursed his lips and said, "Bitter is a little sweet inside." Then lick it hard in the throat. Sui was taken aback. "Isn't this the domestic raw coconut latte?" "You'll know when you try it." Seeing the question mark on Sui's face, Wanda put the cup in Sui's hand, motioning him to have a taste too. "And don't mind both of them drinking this cup." "This cup?" "No problem, just try it." Wanda held Sui's hand and quickly let Sui drink. Those people don't care anymore. Sui picked up the cup and took a sip. He also made a nasal sound, then nodded in agreement. "It's like coffee with sugar water, bitter and sweet, but mostly bitter." "Right." Wanda blinked happily. Then he took back his glass and drank it down. Sui smiled when he saw it. "Speak the truth." Wanda's behavior is that she has completely let go of her guard. If it is an ordinary girl, Sui at the moment took him to the bar for a drink. Then the two can go home and shoot. But Wanda can't rush. With today's development, what should come will come. That's all. The two drank coffee and ate desserts from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And Wanda has been here since the afternoon. In other words, the two have spent at least 6 hours together today. Also talked for more than 6 hours. And Sui saw that it was getting late outside, and it was almost the end of the day, and it was time to go home and play games. He asked the waiter to settle the bill and gave a small tip. Then he stood up and said to Wanda, "Let's go, Miss Witch. The fiery red car should take a fiery red beauty home." Wanda stood up and looked at her flat shoes. Then he raised his head and sighed again. "Sue, you made me regret for the 3rd time that I came out wearing this outfit today." "It doesn't matter." Sui spread his hands, "because I can see your inner beauty." After Wanda said, "Oh," she immediately expressed that she had been shot by an arrow in the heart. And that arrow was shot by Sui. New York City at night, brightly lit. The lights in the building are all on, very bright, as if the electricity bill is free. But some of the lights on the road were on, and some were not, and I was desperately searching. This reflects capital and citizens. And the fiery red Ferrari was driving on the road, thanks to Sui's hard work. Wanda sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window. She opened the window a bit to let the breeze blow over her cheeks. Do not know how. Wanda kind of doesn't want to go back to the Avengers base. And just don't go there. The car can go anywhere. Just don't go home. Sui, who was driving, felt Wanda's psychology. Her mentality is a bit like a rebellious girl. But the main problem is the effect on her of her starting to ostracize the Avengers. Think about it. Here at Sui, chat happily, eat, drink, touch fish. And back to the base, either facing the verbal violence on the internet or the sense of oppression when the Avengers dispatched missions. Now the Avengers have changed. In the past, when the superhero dispatched a mission, the citizens cheered. But now, Wanda could clearly sense that something was wrong with Shindu in the eyes of many people. It made her very sad. And Sui, at the moment, completely felt her mood. Because Wanda's emotions are strong right now. Sui thought for a while and asked while driving. "I think there is a 190-meter high Ferris wheel in New York that can overlook the whole of New York, and it's on the way. Do you want to see it? In fact, it is not a smooth road, and we have to turn a little more." But Wanda immediately regained her spirits when she heard it. She instantly turned her head to look at Sui and nodded. "Go. Go." Hear Wanda's urgent tone. Sui smiled, changed to holding the steering wheel with both hands, and then turned the steering wheel and went directly onto the expressway. "Sit tight. Then kick the gas pedal down. Roar." Ferrari's V12 engine makes a low-pitched roar, like a lion roaring. Immediately afterwards, the entire red body began to accelerate forward. The front of the car even lifted a little because of the excessive speed. And both Sui and Wanda were pressed on the seats by this sudden speed increase. This is pushing back feeling. "Oh." Wanda let out a cry of surprise, but was immediately replaced by excitement. She looked at Sui's profile from time to time. Then he turned his head and looked at the road ahead. At the moment Sui was also speeding up while smiling. That smile was different from a smile. It is a kind of fierceness and self-confidence in it. A few minutes later, the fiery red Ferrari rolled off the highway, then head to the Ferris wheel. Inside the car, Wanda's chest was constantly heaving with excitement. Although the fullness is hidden in the large sweater, it can still feel a little bit ready to come out. Great. After recovering, Wanda looked at Sui happily. It's so cool. All right. European and American girls are so direct and open. It's normal to say something like this directly. And still in front of people who have good feelings. And Sui smiled and said very bluntly, "That's what I drive this car for. I wouldn't want to drive this car without you as my co-pilot, Wanda." Wanda covered her lips in surprise. Then he smiled back and blinked. "I trust you, Sue. Because you didn't want to drive when you came downstairs in the first place. Did you take the initiative to drive the other side of the car after seeing my predicament? I figured it out. So you're a good man." In Europe and the United States, good man is not a derogatory term. And Wanda was born in a small place like Sokolja. What she said about a good man is definitely a good thing. After hearing this, Sui nodded happily and agreed. "You're right, Wanda. My real name, Sui, accepts your compliment." Hearing Sui's cheeky answer, Wanda was trembling with laughter in the car. And as the Ferrari entered the street, it had to slow down. The pedestrians around began to watch Sui's car again. Wanda knows that this mirror is one way, and she can only see the outside from the inside. So she sticks to the car window to watch the street scene outside. At this time, there are monsters. Lots of mice. "Help me. Help me." For a moment, Wanda turned her head and looked at Sui. Sui confirmed something happened. And Wanda's hands are on the handlebars. She's an Avengers member, she's a superhero, and she's needed here. But in the past, more than 2 or 3 people acted together. And now she's alone. Wanda was a little overwhelmed. What if she goes alone, does something wrong, makes more of an impact? Will he be sprayed and retired? And Wanda at the moment's heart was perceived by Sui. Sui held the steering wheel with one hand, drove the car near the sound, and said while holding Wanda's hand with the other, "Don't worry, I'll go take a look with you." Wanda's eyes widened instantly when she heard it. She quickly said, "Sue, you are a normal person." "It's okay." Sui parked the car on the side of the road, then got out of the car and opened Wanda's door and extended his hand to invite. "You need socially positive rhetoric to heal you psychologically. Only positive impact can make people's lives better. I am your psychiatrist, and it is my responsibility to help you out of your psychological dilemma. Believe me. Me too, trust you." Looking at the fleeing crowd around, Wanda and Sui held hands and rushed towards the direction where the crowd was fleeing. Wanda at the moment didn't even know what was wrong with her. It seems to follow the sound. Wanda grabbed Sui's hand and got out of the car as if she was holding on to hope. At the moment is obviously rushing to the scene. But Wanda's heart is on Sui. It was all at the moment when Sui stretched out his hand to him. That moment. It makes Wanda seem to see the warm sun that illuminates her heart. Rats. Lots of rats. Help. Help. At this time, a cry not far away brought Wanda back to her senses. At the moment Sui has brought Wanda to the edge of the scene. The two looked across the street, then looked to the side of the sewer. As expected, dozens of rats the size of buckets are coming out of the underground pipes. There are also various reptiles and lizards. The normal file size of this animal is scary enough. What's more, each of them at the moment has a bucket file size. Some are even as big as a child. See this animal. Even Wanda was taken aback. She couldn't help but clench Sui's hand tightly. But Sui turned his head and said to Wanda, "Listen to me, Wanda. These mutated animals must be able to kill people. They need you. Don't be afraid. Use your magic ability to grab these animals or cover them directly. Just squeeze them hard. You just need to remember to use magic like pincers to kill these mice." Wanda grabbed Sui's hand, still a little nervous. At this time, a child was jumped by a big mouse. And the child's mother is looking for tools to save her child. But the teeth of the big rat were about to bite the child's neck. There was a red light in Sui's eyes. The mouse's pupils dilated instantly and then rolled to the side. Sui's blow directly destroyed the brain of the mouse. And after the child pushed the mouse away, he immediately got up and ran to his mother. At this time, another person was thrown down by the mouse. But Sui didn't care this time. He shot just now, just because it was a child. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff, who was just about to return to the base, was notified. A mutated animal attack was discovered in the Elizabeth district of New York. I'll be right there. Natasha Romanoff, who was notified by the base's intelligence system, immediately went to the area where Sui and Wanda at the moment were located. And by the sea in Queens, New York, a girl in black spandex sports leggings and a white-pink sweater is squatting on top of the building, looking at Elizabeth. I feel like there's a crisis going on there. Gwen sat on the edge of the building talking to herself. Then she thought about it. Go and see. Finally, she put the pink and white spider headgear on her head. Then shoot and yank with the web shooters on your wrist. In this way, Spider-Gwen quickly swung away between the building and the bridge. In the moonlight, her figure is more agile than other generations of Spider-Man. And the figure is also over the top. It's like a female leopard with a curvy body after tightening its body. Elizabeth District. After seeing people being attacked by swarms of rats, Wanda also cheered up and wanted to try to make a move. Sui stroked Wanda's cheek. Then he looked into Wanda's eyes and encouraged with ease. You can do it, believe in yourself. Just catch those rats and beat them up. It's much easier than saving people, trust me. Wanda nodded, then left Sui's side and took a few steps forward. This is so conspicuous in the crowd who are a few steps back. Someone saw Wanda come out, but don't know who Wanda is. Immediately afterwards, Wanda held out her hands, and her distinctive use of magic gesture followed. And the scarlet magic energy also gathered in her hands. It's Scarlet Witch. At this moment, the crowd recognized Wanda. With this unique gesture and special scarlet magic, everyone knows who this is. Is her. Then shall we continue running? Run. She will accidentally hurt us. Hear the words around you. Wanda was a little affected inside. She turned her head to look at Sui behind her. And Sui Dong didn't move, still watching him from behind her. And Sui nodded. Say you can, go ahead. Wanda nodded. Her hair floats in the air with the magical ability. And Wanda drives the origin magic power in the hands. She waved her hands. The scarlet ability caught a group of mice in an instant, and I caught several of them at once. But what to do next? Wanda is a little hesitation. She continued to look back at Sui, but Sui didn't make a sound. He just puts one hand up in the air and gives it a firm grip. Wanda nodded understandingly. Then she turned her head and imitated Sui to give it a firm grip. Pissed. For a moment, the few mice in the air all exploded into blood mist and disappeared. Under origin magic power, a mutant mouse is not even a younger brother. It would be nice to turn into a blood mist. There is no extinction, disappearing into nothingness. But Wanda turned around excitedly and said in surprise, Sue, I did it. Sui gave her a thumbs up. But he smiled and said helplessly, Wanda, can you stop looking at me and get rid of these little monsters first? Wanda nodded shyly. I see. It's not the same after having Scarlet Witch shot. And chaos power is definitely easier to destroy than to save people. And the subject is still a mutant mouse. In addition, Sui was behind him encouraging him. So this gave Wanda a lot of self-confidence. She waved her hands, and the scarlet origin magic power surged around her. The stance of energy is powerful. The surroundings seem to be automatic without wind. Wanda gripped the void with one hand. A group of scarlet abilities immediately engulfed a group of rats. Then she shook the other hand again. Pissed. The rats immediately exploded into blood mist. Thus began Wanda's heroic mission of catching mice. Groups of mice were pinched and exploded into blood mist under Wanda's magic. This also makes Wanda more and more confident. Look. It's Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch saved us. Scarlet Witch saved us. Wanda's actions quickly cleared up the rat colony. Then the crowd realized that it was Wanda who did it. They immediately shouted out in surprise. This time Wanda was much more comfortable after hearing it in her ears. Wanda turned her head and blinked at Sui. Sui waved his hand, telling her to work quickly, don't look at herself. But at this moment, puff! Another manhole cover was lifted up by rats. Then a large group of rats came out of the well. And it's headed for Wanda. Wanda quickly waved her hands. Pissed. Then pinch and burst the new rats. But this also made Wanda start to be a little busy, because there are already several manhole covers emitting mutant rats. Sue, what shall I do? Now Wanda was so anxious that she couldn't even turn her head. She could only ask Sui with her back turned. Sui was still thinking. Do you want to secretly take action to prevent this disaster? He has already thought about it. If you do it yourself, then collapse all the underground pipes at once so that it looks like there are too many mutant mice. And mice can also be solved together. This kills two birds with one stone. But in Sui's induction, a person wandered over from between tall buildings. He sensed it mentally. It was Gwen. And it's still Gwen wearing the original spider suit. Spider-Gwen and Spider-Man are not the same. The original Spider-Man appeared in clothes sewn from fabric. But Gwen isn't just smarter. Her family is better too. Her father was the commissioner of the NYPD. So Gwen's first spider battlesuit was made of the clothing fabrics of international athletes. Fit and tough. That is, the set is black below the waist, white above the waist. The mask is mainly white with pink lines, and there is also a spider battlesuit with a white appearance, but a pink hood inside. This is Gwen's exclusive battlesuit. None of the other Spider-Mans. That's all. Spider-Gwen hung on the glass wall of a building, looking towards Sui. Gwen scanned the crowd with her eyes. Mutant rat, crowd, Scarlet Witch, Sui. Wait, Sui. Startled, Gwen immediately stared at Sui. Only now did she realize that Sui was standing behind Scarlet Witch, and it was near the mouth of the well where the mutated mouse appeared. And Scarlet Witch because too many rats. I can't hold it anymore. That's if Scarlet Witch can't hold on. What about Sui behind her? No, I have to help her. Gwen stretched out his hand and shot, and the white cobweb immediately shot forward. Immediately afterwards, she dragged Cobweb to Sui's place. And Scarlet Witch here. It's hard enough for Wanda to crush a few rats in the manhole cover. So far, she has crushed hundreds of mice to death. But, puff, with the surrounding manhole covers lifted again, more mice came out from all around. It's over. Run. When the surrounding crowd saw the form, they were immediately delighted. Wanda also had a dignified expression. She turned her head and wanted Sui to go first. Sue, you go first. And Sui pointed to the side with his eyes and pointed to the building beside him. Wanda turned her head. Huh. Gwen swung the cobweb from the middle of the road. She threw her hands in the air. Pissed. Then stick to the two large manhole covers and slam them forward. Bang, bang, bang. For a while, two large manhole covers knocked dozens of mice away. Sui saw a mouse just flew into the trash can. Two rats slapped the billboard into a paste. And the rest lie on the ground. Mutated mouse, I am a mouse, I am going to send mud today. And Wanda saw the timing too. She quickly waved her hands, using chaos power to control the rats in other places. Then squeeze it with one hand. Pissed. Watching the group of rats being pinched into a cloud of blood. Spider-Gwen stood on the roof of the car in a tight spider battlesuit and said to Wanda in surprise, "Your magic is amazing. And after getting rid of these mice, it can still be so clean." Wanda was taken aback by Gwen's words. She also didn't expect the little girl who suddenly came up to help to say this in the first sentence. Wanda thought she would say something, "Come on, leave this to me." But Gwen's first sentence was to praise her magic. This makes Wanda very happy. Besides Sui, there are actually some people who praise him for his magic skills. Chi. But the next moment, a large group of mutated rats and snakes started pouring out of the hole again. Gwen looked around. With a stretch of her hands, shoots two cobwebs and pulls the manhole cover back. Then cover the two wellheads with a plop. Putong. But there were too many mice, and the top manhole cover was about to fly again. And Wanda found out after pinching a group of mice with origin magic power. This group of mice is too much. It can't be destroyed at all. What should we do? Wanda looked back at Sui again. Sui thought about it. Try to see if you can press the manhole cover with a moving car. These rats will definitely not be able to support the car. Wanda nodded immediately. I'll try. But Sui thought about it and joked, by the way, don't use my Ferrari, because I will use it to take you home later. Pissed. Wanda didn't collapse in this serious scene and suddenly smiled happily. She said after winking twice to Sui, I will. Immediately afterwards, Wanda turned and she waved the Scarlet ability with both hands. Then wrap the car not far away, move him to the manhole cover of the Gwen cover and press it well. As expected, cars in tons are pressed upwards. Sure enough, this group of mutated mice couldn't get out. Good job. Gwen praised Sui with a thumbs up. Good idea. Sui smiled beside Wanda. Then he asked, pretending to be puzzled. Your voice, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Do we know each other? Oh. Gwen immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Then he turned around and faced Sui with his back. Then he replied with a weird voice. No, I'm not, you're wrong. Can. This denial of Sanlian really seems to be self-inflicted. But in order to conform to the brain-dead plot of American dramas, Sui also pretended to admit his mistake and replied, Okay, it seems I was wrong. Somehow. After Sui said that he had admitted his mistake, Gwen immediately felt a sense of loss inside. She seems to want Sui to know her identity? Real. But the next moment, Sui's voice came from behind her again. But I really think you are like a little girl I met not long ago. She's beautiful and has a figure just like yours. Even the voice was similar just now. Gwen's body trembled instantly. She just turned around and replied, Really? Or just say, Sue, that's me. But her reason prevented her from doing that. Because the current situation is still unclear. Gwen is still not sure what exactly her ability can do. Or will my ability bring me difficulties? So until things are settled, Gwen didn't want to involve Sui in this matter. But just wait until the matter of the spider ability is confirmed to be stable. Gwen promises. She must have taken the initiative to find Sui. But, hiss. Sui suddenly felt a pain in his lower back. He turned away. Wanda looked the other way, not at herself. And there was no one else by his side. Good guy. The previous one was not asking for it. You don't have 300 taels of silver here, right? Why don't you two get married in place? Anyway, women and girls in the United States are also possible. You two get married now. Definitely, it's best to bring him along. Cough, cough, cough. Okay. Sui clapped his hands, bringing both of them back to reality. He heard the police approaching in the distance, sounding their sirens. So Sui suggested. It won't work if it goes on like this, but let's put the manhole cover down first. Then wait for the police to come and guard the manhole covers. This matter requires a large number of people. We have too few people, so we can only limit it first. Hearing Sui's arrangement, the two superheroes, Wanda and Gwen, have no opinion. Yeah, X2. She nods twice. Then start to cooperate. Gwen put the manhole covers back on, one by one. Then Wanda used origin magic power to move the car over and compact the manhole cover. If there are mutant mice that come out, then Wanda squeezed with one hand. Squeezed into blood mist with a sound. In this way, after 3 times, 5 times, and 2 divisions. For the time being, all manhole covers that would risk mutant mice were compacted. Taidu. At this time, the police car also whizzed by. Gwen saw that one of the police cars belonged to her father. I have to go first. She waved to Sui and Wanda. Immediately shot a cobweb and left. Goodbye. And Wanda withdrew her hands, also panting from exhaustion. But after seeing the surrounding problems are really solved, she suddenly turned her head and hugged Sui and said, We did it. Sui didn't do anything beside him. Then he was directly hit by Wanda with the ball. Do you think this is a grievance or not? Definitely not wronged. Still very happy. But Sui just patted Wanda's shoulder and whispered in her ear. Okay, you're Scarlet Witch, superhero. This is something you can do when you get serious. Stop hugging, everyone around is taking pictures with their phones. If you keep hugging, it will be rumored on the internet that Scarlet Witch, one of the superheroes, is in love. After the incident is resolved, Sui didn't expect that Wanda would hug him suddenly. Then he didn't even think about it. Even if he said what he just said. Wanda didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter. This. Sui was a little confused. But then he sensed that something was wrong with Wanda's mood. It was like a new life. Excitement, gratitude, emotional emotions. Sui first took Wanda to a corner where no one was around. Then he lowered his head, looked at Wanda who was buried in his chest, and asked relaxedly, "Wanda, you?" Sui hasn't finished speaking yet. Wanda raised her head and pressed her up. The heads of the two touched together, making a slight sound of water. Until the beeping of a police car came nearby. In the dark corner, the two separated with a loud sound. There is obviously no light here. But there seemed to be flames burning in the eyes of both of them. Wanda was panting from a little lack of oxygen. Sui reached out and touched her face and wiped the corner of her mouth with his clothes. Then he said slowly, "It's still a long time, and there's still a lot of time in the future. We should go out, Miss Witch." Wanda touched Sui's big hand covering her cheek and nodded. Outside the street. Accompanied by several police cars parked at the scene of the incident. Agent Natasha Romanoff and NYPD Commissioner George Stacy, Gwen Stacy's father, get out of the car. Natasha Romanoff walked over to several manhole covers. She looked at the mutated mouse corpses and the car on the manhole cover and wondered, who solved it? Where are people? George Stacy looked around. Then investigate the surrounding on-site citizens with several policemen. Then come back and talk to Natasha Romanoff. Agent Romanoff, a spider lady who shoots cobwebs and wears tights, and a lady who can use the Scarlet magic ability. Ms. Spider is not yet clear who it is. But the lady who uses magic seems to be Scarlet Witch from Superhero. Natasha Romanoff's eyes narrowed at George's words. Scarlet Witch? Natasha Romanoff watched Sui go to send Wanda home. Can I come back here when I go home? And she actually settled the matter with a strange super ability user? Is this the Scarlet Witch they usually see? Just as Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment, Wanda and Sui came out from the side. Natasha Romanoff. Wanda called to Natasha Romanoff as she walked over and said, "The matter has been resolved, but the mutated rats are still under the manhole cover, so we need to call someone to deal with it quickly." Natasha Romanoff looked at Sui, who came out with Wanda. Then he nodded to Wanda and said, "I have contacted the agent and the police to assist with this incident. It's just that you still need to confirm the process of the matter." Wanda nodded, came to Natasha Romanoff, and said to the policeman who turned on the body camera, "As soon as I came here by car, I heard the panic and screams of the crowd, so I hurried over." Wanda talked things through, but in order not to involve Sui. So there is not a single thing about Sui mentioned in the whole text. Sui nodded in his heart when he heard it and gave Wanda a thumbs up. Then wait for Wanda to say the end. That is after Ms. Spider left. She explained that she was going nearby to see if there were any redundant mutant mice. Instead of going to the corner and talking to Suiba. No, I didn't say this sentence. This sentence is Wanda's heartfelt words. Wait until the events before and after have been said. George Stacy, the cops, went about their business. Natasha Romanoff directly took Wanda to the side and asked, "Who is that spider lady?" Wanda shook her head. "I don't know." Natasha Romanoff, ? She came in out of the blue, Wanda explained. "I was halfway through the cleanup when the rats started popping up again. Then she joined the team and cleaned up all the mutant mice with me. When she finally saw the police car approaching, she shot the cobweb and left." Hear Wanda explain. Natasha Romanoff nodded, guessing. "Maybe there's an extra ability in New York, and I'll tell Tony to use technology to find out who it is." Wanda nodded, but that was none of her business. At the moment, Wanda turned her head, looked at Sui at the side, then turned her head to Natasha Romanoff and said, "Can I go now?" Natasha Romanoff looked at Wanda and then at Sui, who was watching a play not far away. Finally said to Wanda, "It's not a small thing that happened today. It's been covered in the New York news. If possible, you'd better act with us. But I won't force you, Wanda. You can make your choice however you want." That's all Natasha Romanoff said. Wanda also knows that something has happened. It is better for Superhero to be stable for the time being. So Wanda nodded disappointedly, looked at Sui not far away, and said to Natasha Romanoff, "Then I'll go talk to Sue and I'll be back later." Natasha Romanoff? No, you're superhero Wanda. Doesn't the status of a little girl like you look a bit like a superhero? After leaving Natasha Romanoff, Wanda walked in front of Sue, deliberately regretting with a smile on the corner of her mouth. "Sue, our Ferris wheel is gone." Looking at Wanda's affectionate eyes, Sue could feel the expectation and enthusiasm in her heart. What she meant by this sentence, if you don't understand it, then you don't understand a woman's heart. So it doesn't matter who you are. It's okay, I said there is a lot of time in the future. If you can't do it today, you can do it tomorrow. If you can't do it tomorrow, you can do it next week, as long as you come to me. Yes, you have to come to me. It is impossible for Sue to take the initiative to find Wanda. No matter how nice he said, there are still priorities. But Wanda doesn't care about that. She heard the answer she wanted. You can take the initiative to find Sue. So Wanda blinked her charming eyes. After winking a few times at Sue, he said, "Then it's done. I have to go to Natasha Romanoff to report back to the mission first. See you some other day." After saying goodbye, Wanda turned and left, walking towards Natasha Romanoff, who was looking over. And Sue looked at Wanda's back, then nodded to Natasha Romanoff, who was watching him. He turned and left. Go back to the Ferrari, open the supercar door, and press the ignition button. With the engine roaring, Sue drove the car and left. Next to Wanda and Natasha Romanoff watched Sue leave together. Then Natasha Romanoff said on the sidelines, "This gentleman looks good. I heard that in times of crisis, he still insists on supporting and encouraging you by your side." After Sue was gone, the smile on Wanda's face gradually disappeared. She didn't even feel the change in herself, let alone her current state, and so on. Wanda just hummed monotonously. Then Natasha Romanoff answered more nonchalantly, "He's a good man, Sigma." "Sigma?" Natasha Romanoff nodded on the surface, but she was puzzled in her heart. Even as an agent, she doesn't know what Sigma means. Does this word describe a man? Finally, after Natasha Romanoff and Wanda returned to the Avengers base, Natasha Romanoff found out with a smart search. This is a new internet word for the United States. Sigma refers to an independent, self-disciplined, excellent, and respect for everyone. In the beginning, this term was used to describe a lone wolf or an otaku. But slowly it turned into a word representing excellence. Its Chinese translation is called Sigma. It is also the name of a symbol, Sigma. All right. Natasha Romanoff was also curious after thinking about it. How attractive is that psychiatrist named Sue? This captures Wanda? Do you want to go and see for yourself? What's going on? At the same time, it's 10:30 p.m. The scene where the mutated mouse happened. Although Gwen Stacy dragged Cobweb away, she didn't go far. She just watched what her father was doing when he came over from the edge of the tall building. In her gaze, George Stacy and an agent get out of the police car. Then after investigating the surrounding crowd, Wanda and Sue also came out from the side. Then we chatted. In the end, Sue left first, followed by Wanda and Natasha Romanoff. And his father, after investigating the matter, he arranged for the police to solve these problems and sent someone to guard the mouth of the well. Only then did he drive the police home. Gwen saw that Pop was coming home. Pissed. She also immediately dragged Cobweb to go home. Then he drilled through the window to his bedroom a long time in advance. Then he immediately changed his clothes and hid himself under the covers. After a while, bang bang, Gwen's door was knocked by George. Huh? Gwen snorted sleepily. It's okay, Gwen. George's voice came from the door. Let me remind you not to forget the band performance tomorrow. George left after speaking, and Gwen sat up again. She immediately went to the computer and searched for the mutant mouse incident. Scarlet Witch saves a lot of citizens. She uses powerful magic to crush all the rats. Who is she? Miss Spider? New superhero? We need to get to know you, Spider-Woman. Scarlet Witch is suspected to be in love. Hug a handsome man after the war. No, Scarlet Witch. You can't be in love. Friends. Scarlet Witch is a war hero. That's why she accidentally injured the citizens before. We should be kind to her. She can destroy enemies. instead of just accidentally injuring our property like other superheroes. Everyone wake up. This must be the Scarlet Witch show. It's fake. Don't believe it. Woo! Gwen exclaimed as she watched. Nor did she think. A mutant mouse event. Scarlet Witch's online reviews were reversed in half. Is this due to Sui? Gwen thought about it, and it definitely has something to do with it. But, Miss Spider? Spider-Woman. Gwen raised her delicate chin and thought for a while, then shook her head. It doesn't sound good. You should call me Ghost Spider. Also inside the Avengers base. After telling the whole incident with other superheroes. With the approval of everyone. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening. So Wanda went back to her room to rest first. And in the conference hall, Captain America, Hawkeye, Vision, Natasha Romanoff, Falcon after seeing Wanda leave. Natasha Romanoff said first. It seems that the counseling of the psychiatrist has worked. Wanda acted alone in this incident and resolved it. Really? Captain America frowned, looked at Natasha Romanoff and confirmed. She took the initiative? Yes. Natasha Romanoff nodded in confirmation. Face this performance. Captain America nodded in approval. Hawkeye also nodded in approval. At this time, Vision and Falcon are not familiar with Wanda at all. They can only be regarded as acquaintances. So I can only nod along side by side. It seems that a psychiatrist is also very helpful to superhero. Captain America smiled and looked at everyone. Then you can go and have a look if you need it, and just ask Tony for reimbursement. He has more money than he can spend. The voice just fell. A projection is turned on in the meeting room. No, if you want to use my money, you need my approval. Tony's figure appears in the 3D projection. It was as if he was here in real life. And also easily refuted Captain America. And Captain America asked back without a wrinkle. So do I have your approval, Tony? Hearing this, Tony thought for a while, pouted and replied. Maybe. This one. Let Captain America's face become serious in an instant. But Tony shrugged his shoulders indifferently, nodded his seat and said, Okay, I didn't come here to talk about love with you. Speak the truth. After Friday's analysis, online citizens' impressions of Avengers were 26% better because of Ms. Wanda's heroic performance. And the support for Wanda rose from 31% to 66% in an instant, more than doubling directly. So what I want to say is, if you guys don't want the Avengers' reputation to be as ugly online as it is in real life, then do less talking and do more, and don't wreak havoc on the city, understand? Learn to be like Ms. Wanda, just hit the target and use your brains. Maybe that's Tony's character. He was a little pretending when he said those words. So this pissed off Captain America. Captain America crossed his arms, looked at Tony and asked, You mean, we should pay attention to the safety of property when facing the enemy, not the safety of Avengers members? And we don't use our brains when we fight, don't we? Tony spread his hands, without looking at Captain America said, I didn't say that anyone would just roll up their sleeves and do it without using their brains. I also didn't say if he was holding a round shield. I mean use your brain more. Think about how to minimize the loss before doing it. As for the safety issue, I believe you will protect yourself without me telling you. Captain America was visibly annoyed. He stepped forward, trying to square off with Tony. Tony. But Tony glanced at him, swiped up and down, pointed at Captain America and said, So I don't want to say a word to a person like you who can only do it. Tony Stark. Captain America also raised his chin and said, Do you think there is no reason for us to be cast aside by the citizens? It was your self-righteousness and unauthorized actions that caused the Sokovia incident. Watching the two quarrel, the other members looked at each other and thought of trying to persuade them to fight. Because this has already reached the point of who is right and who is wrong. And a team cannot distinguish between right and wrong. There is only right together, wrong together, success together, or failure together. Yes, you are right. But Tony immediately looked at Captain America and nodded back. Then you can show your members a good performance. Let's see if people can trust you again under the leadership of a World War II star like you. Finished. Tony glanced at the crowd. Then just turn off the 3D projection and leave. Then there was silence in the conference hall. Boom. After half a sound. Captain America punched the seat. Disband, go back to rest, and wait for the task. Not the same as a quarrel in a conference hall. After returning to her room, Wanda began to search for news about Sui on the internet. But it's a pity. Sui's name is only popular among the upper class. There is basically no news about him on the internet and ordinary people. So Wanda searched and only found Sui's name and so on. What? Top psychiatrist, #1 most handsome doctor, unknown boss, and so on. But these are enough for Wanda. She directly read all the news about Sui. Then he went back to bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Yes, Sui was still on his mind. After all, for the story before she met Sui, basically everything was a good thing. Parents were killed by a bomb developed by the Stark Group. My younger brother died saving lives in the Ultron incident. Hometown Sokovia was also completely destroyed by Ultron. And after meeting Sui, milk tea, respect, laughing, kiss, love. These are things Wanda has never felt before. Now her mind is full of Sui. Whether she opens her eyes or closes her eyes, she can't even forget it. So today for Wanda. Destined to be a sleepless but wonderful night. Late at night, drive the Ferrari into the parking lot inside the building. Then take the independent elevator back home. Sui took off his shoes, casually took a bottle of whiskey from the wine rack, and drank it while walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Speak the truth. While drinking, Sui also recalled the enthusiasm in the dark corner just now. If you say you don't like that feeling, it must be false. For that short period of time. If it weren't for the ups and downs of breathing, you would even forget the passage of time. And happy to forget the time is the happiest thing. Take a look at the History Stark building. Look again at the Osborn building. Sui took another sip of whiskey and sighed. Hero? Wealth? Power? Ability? Fame? Who is the happiest? Neither. It's happiest when it's all just a bonus for you. Doing what you want is not the greatest ability, but not doing what you don't want. Yes, this is happiness and freedom. Sui doesn't want to be a superhero, nor does he want to be some kind of Avengers. Those are not really happy. Nor is it true freedom. Only if he can do whatever he wants, and at the same time, he can do whatever he wants is the greatest happiness and freedom. And his bottom line is not defined by anyone. It was Sui's own self-respect and self-morality. He is the one who is absolutely self-centered. So the life that Sui longs for is very simple. Every day of smooth and happy fishing, plus the opposite sex I like. The next day. Wait until after 8 in the morning. Sui naturally woke up on time, took a shower, and went to work. As a result, he just sat there. It hasn't been long. It's only 9:10 in the morning. His own door was opened by a surgeon. Suiran was leaning on the reclining chair, with his legs crossed on the desk. His eyes were on the stereoscopic projection TV, and he asked without thinking. It's 9:10, don't tell you to come to me at this time to have a party. Party? Definitely not. Stephen entered the door, hurriedly came to Sui's side to have a look, and said, I saw yesterday's New York report. In a photo, you are standing with superhero. Are you there in such a dangerous situation? You're not hurt, are you? Sui nodded calmly. Yes, at the scene, but nothing happened. I slept soundly last night. Stephen let out a long breath. That's good. But the next moment, Stephen took out his mobile phone and showed Sui the screenshot. But what about this picture? Sui turned his head to look. This is all captured. Vomit. It turned out to be a photo of myself and Wanda hugging together. As expected. After one night, this scene was captured by someone. Now even Stephen saw it. Fortunately, the mouth at the back is in a small corner. Otherwise, now Sui is wondering if he will be bullied by fans of Scarlet Witch. Show me. Sui took Stephen's cell phone and looked at it. In the photo, Wanda's little girl is very touching. She obviously has the body of a royal sister, but after she flung herself on Sui's broad chest, she became a cuddly bird. But the perfect fit of the two looks like a match made in heaven. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with the shot. Sui nodded appreciatively, returned the phone to Stephen, and continued to ask, Are there any other photos? Gone. Stephen put away his mobile phone. The others are ordinary photos, nothing to look at. But my question is, it's only been a few days? Is there a month? No. No wonder you don't like those ordinary girls, so you like superhero. Steven looked helpless and sighed. It seems that he should have known Sui's goal long ago. And Sui really wanted to refute Steven. But after thinking about it, he realized. He seems to have hit other girls' ideas as soon as he arrived in the Marvel Universe. Having said that, it was really hit by Steven. This cannot be refuted. TSK. You win. Sui opened his mouth and continued watching TV after thinking about it. But Steven wasn't done yet. After recalling the recent outrageous legends, he said to Sui again, I don't think it's just superhero. It is possible that those gods will be taken down by you in the future. God? It seems that there are girls in the gods. Wait. Now is not the time to think about that. No. Sui stopped Steven's speculation first. Then he shook and said, I don't have that many ideas yet. I'm a random person, you know. I will not let go when I meet a really good girl, but if I don't like it, I just don't like it, and I won't fantasize about who and who. After speaking, Sui patted Steven's shoulder and said, It's you, Christine. How are you talking about? As soon as I heard Sui talk about Christine, Steven's complexion suddenly became subtle. Forehead. Because he didn't know what happened to himself and Christine. Above this kind of friendship, breaking through the estrangement that is not full of lovers is easy and simple, but it is also very difficult to say. Refer to manga. How many couples are stuck between the window papers for a lifetime? Coincidentally, Steven is like this. In Doctor Strange 2, Steven regretted his whole life because of Christine. Seeing Steven's constipated look, Sui knew that there must be no clue about this matter. Definitely. He is neither a matchmaker nor a girlfriend of certain girls. So just said lightly, there are some things that cannot be explained. There are some things that you won't understand if you don't experience them. So I just have one word for you. I'd rather be wrong than do nothing. The meaning of this sentence originally is relatively positive, but it can also be used in love. And Steven thought about it and understood the meaning of this sentence. All right, I got it. Sui nodded indifferently. And then it's over. This is not his love. Moreover, Sui never took the initiative to pursue love. Just quietly waiting for the time. Don't ask why. For the love of riding horses. Next. After Steven confirmed that Sui was not injured last night, he was ready to leave first. After all, he is a top surgeon. Steven basically undergoes major surgery every day. So he doesn't have much free time, and he can't come to Sui to hang out every day. Steven looked at the time on his watch, and then said to Sui, I still have an operation at noon, so I have to leave first. Sue, goodbye. Goodbye. Sui also waved to Steven. But at this moment, wow! With the office door being fully opened, a man in a small suit, some kind of high-tech watch, sunglasses, and a little mustache appeared outside the door and asked, Are you counseling? Then should I wait outside, or go home and wait for news, or can I use money to jump in line? Hearing these two handsome voices appear, Sui knew who it was without even looking. Tony has a big shit. Iron Man? And Steven also discovered that this person is Iron Man in superhero. Strictly speaking, long before Tony became Iron Man. Steven and Tony have also met, but they don't know each other. No. Hearing the words Iron Man, Tony shook his head and said, I'm not wearing armor, so I'm Tony Stark, not superhero Iron Man. Although they all mean the same thing, I hope I can chat with you as a normal person. As expected, even if Tony talks in a normal way. After hearing this, Sui and Steven still felt that each other was a little sexy. Yes, it's a coquettish bag. Tony's words are just a little casual, which makes you feel uncomfortable when you are serious. But fortunately, Sui and Steven are not very serious people. Steven may be after becoming Sorcerer Supreme at a later date. But Sui has never been. All right, Mr. Stark. Sui motioned for Tony to come in. We are chatting, you can come in. But what I didn't expect was that I just saw a superhero yesterday, and I can see another one today. How should I say it? I am very honored. Even so, Sui just prepared a chair for Tony. Then he thought about it. Let's add a bottle of milk tea per person. Tony looked at the milk tea on the seat and didn't drink it first because Friday in the glasses was analyzing the cup of milk tea. So Tony straightened his clothes first and asked, "Actually, I already have your business card. But I didn't expect to see you today. But I want to ask, counting me now, how many superheroes do you know?" "It's not easy. Wanda from yesterday, Tony from now, and Banner from before. Just these three." So Sui took out the photo of him and Hulk and showed it to Tony. 3 and Bruce Banner. Wow. Tony picked up the photo of Sui and Hulk and looked at it carefully and said, "This photo is very good. I have never had such a photo with Hulk." "Well, the main thing is not daring. I am a normal person and you are also a normal person, but you did it." The other side. After seeing Sui also knew a superhero. Steven was stunned. "You actually know one? Why do you know so many superheroes without saying a word?" And Sui felt his thoughts. So he shrugged at Steven. He was a client first, then a friend. The other side. After Tony put the photo down, he looked at Sui, then at Steven and said, "The best psychologist in the United States. The top surgeon in the United States. I should have known you sooner. That way I wouldn't have the anxiety attacks I used to have, and the heart shrapnel that brought me back to life." Tony said so. Sui and Steven looked at each other. It really is. Those two mistakes Tony made before. The two of them can really solve it. But Sui took a sip of the milk tea and replied, "What about now? I can feel your motivation for coming to me. 2 became Bruce Banner, 2 became Avengers, 2 became myself, and 4 became curiosity." In Tony's surprised eyes, Sui spat out the last 2 words. "Is it right?" In Tony's shrinking pupils, Sui said something that shocked Tony. After hearing these few words, Tony sat up straight, straightened his clothes, then looked at Sui and stretched out his hand. Tony Stark. "It seems that I overestimated my heart too much." Sui stretched out his hand with the same smile. Sui. A psychiatrist with a bit of a personality. Well, features. At the same time, anyway, Steven will become Sorcerer Supreme in the future. So Sui asked everyone to introduce themselves. Stephen Strange. A surgeon. That's all. After everyone has introduced each other, Steven knew that Tony and Stark's main purpose was to find Sui. It has nothing to do with him. And it's time for surgery. So Steven said goodbye first. "I have an operation at noon, so I have to go first." Sui nodded. Bon voyage. Tony also waved his hand and said, "Then I wish you a smooth operation, doctor." That's all. Steven leaves. Sui and Tony's business has just officially started. But Sui didn't tell Tony the price. No need. This forced money definitely will not intentionally raise prices to rip people off. It's just that he didn't have to say a reminder. "Okay, we can talk slowly, but where do you think we should start?" After Steven left, Tony took off his sunglasses and looked at Sui. And Sui took a sip of milk tea and said simply, "Let's start with the order just now. First point, Bruce Banner." Tony nodded, motioning for Sui to continue. Bruce Banner's message is simple. That is, I don't know either. The last time we met and chatted dates back to the end of last year. That is to say, we haven't seen each other for several months. But I saw in the news that Banner participated in the Sokovia operation. It stands to reason that you are the ones who know best. So where's he now? Sui finished speaking. Tony was silent for a while. Then he said out of breath, "Well, actually I don't know either." After the Sokovia battle, the Hulk and a Kumkin battle just disappeared at the same time. We searched for a long time, but still found nothing. With the power of Tony technology, it is not difficult to find a person on Earth. So if you really can't find it, there is only one answer. Hulk went to space on a Quinjet. Face this answer. Tony sighed, closed his eyes and nodded. Apparently he thought so too. Then the second question. The Avengers issue in your mind is obviously not something I should discuss. You're worrying about what you're going to do with the Avengers, right? Hear this sentence. Tony took another unexpected look at Sui, nodded in admiration and said, "Yes. Avengers' internal issues do not require outsiders to consider. There is no need for Sui to think about it for others." So, this second question. It's Tony's problem with Avengers. instead of Sui going to discuss the Avengers issue. This is two different things. Sui thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "The problem of Avengers cannot be solved overnight. Your existence and non-existence will be discussed. Because there are too many people in this world, everyone has their own thoughts and emotions, and it is impossible for you to take care of everyone. So, if you want to force a change in the Avengers to change the status quo, that's not going to happen. You can only go with the flow, see the right moment, and then make a change. And this requires waiting and accumulating strength." Sui is a psychiatrist. But he's not the kind of psychiatrist who talks empty words. Psychological problems are basically caused by the plight of reality. Therefore, it is the best medicine for psychological counseling that can help solve the real dilemma. And Tony put on his sunglasses and thought about it. At the same time, Friday is also doing calculations for Tony. The sound of the headset came to Tony's ears. "Sir, through analysis, the probability that the Avengers can change the status quo immediately is 0.16%. According to Dr. Seuss guidance, do less and make fewer mistakes now, do more and make more mistakes, and if you don't do it, you won't make mistakes. Sir, it means that you need to continue to upgrade the armor until there is a chance to change." Friday's voice is actually a relatively cold one. And the data and answers it analyzes are more realistic. Just tell Tony not to move. Just upgrade the armor and wait for the opportunity. After getting Friday's analysis, Tony took off his sunglasses and put them on the stand again. Then he leaned back on the chair and said while picking up the milk tea on the table, "Well, it seems that there are still times when I can't work hard even if I want to." Finish this sentence. Tony shook his head helplessly while drinking milk tea. And Sui didn't talk nonsense. Continue directly. Then the third question, etc. At this time, Suyi's words were interrupted by Tony. At the moment Tony was looking at the milk tea with wide eyes, and then he took another sip and said to Sui, "What's this called, milk tea? Is there a recipe? Or is it for sale? I'm confident it will replace 30% of the United States' total coffee share within a year." Sui. Tony, what the hell are you? Tony was worthy of being a businessman before. The two had a good chat. As soon as he drinks milk tea, he can immediately think of the benefits it can bring. And Wanda and Gwen had a drink. It just feels very good to drink. I didn't even think about how to use it to make money and how much money I made. Definitely. Tony actually doesn't like the money the milk tea makes. Even if these milk teas can bring in hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. But this is compared with Tony's clean energy from cold fusion. What is a few $100 million? He doesn't know how many times the total value of this milk tea can be earned from a box of arc reactor. So Tony's idea is, this milk tea is delicious. If only I could drink it every day. Like the hamburger stand under the Stark building. Do you think he has a mobile booth? No, because Tony loves to eat. So the stall owner also knows that money is worthless. But Sui thought about it. If you can spread milk tea in the United States and squeeze the living space of coffee and see the upper class people in the United States not serving coffee and milk tea, it seems to be quite fun. Think about it this way. My own milk tea formula is not miraculous. It's just good to drink. That's nothing to treasure. So Sui nodded, opened the drawer, took out the milk tea recipe and threw it to Tony. "Take it. I'll take 30% of the profit, and I don't care about the rest." Tony took over the milk tea recipe. "Then put on your sunglasses and scan it, and stuff the formula into your clothes." "No problem." Tony doesn't care how much money the milk tea can make, it doesn't lose money anyway. Sui doesn't care how much money this milk tea can make, anyway, he just wants to have fun. So the business suddenly became extremely easy to do. Just 2 sentences. Next. Tony continued, "We can continue talking." Sui was just about to talk about the third question. But he looked at the time and realized that it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What does this mean? Business belongs to business and show off belongs to show off. People are like iron and food is like steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will be hungry. So Sui snapped his fingers. "It's dinner time, I think we should have a meal." Tony felt it now. The feeling of being interrupted and delayed just now. Okay. Tony sat up, raised his watch, and started contacting. I asked Pepper to prepare the food on time for the armor to deliver, and then we continued to talk about how guaranteed luxury, Boston lobster, or estate wine, Michelin chef's main meal, etc. Good guy, the iron and steel armor in the billions is delivering food. Really have your Tony. But Sui shook his head, stood up, and walked to other rooms and said, "Forget it. Eat the egg fried rice I prepared." "Eat what you prepared?" Tony was taken aback and spread his hands together. "The food you prepared is as delicious as I said?" "The food you prepared has." Tony didn't finish his sentence. Sui brought out 2 covered plates from the next room. "It's not really any other food. This is the delicious fried rice that Sui drew in a lottery. This thing has been in his space for many days. Don't eat for nothing." And Tony was even more shocked when he saw the food brought out by Sui. "Sue, you don't eat luxury food. You let me eat instant food with you." No wonder Tony thinks fried rice with eggs is an instant product. After all, it came out so quickly. And Sui didn't eat good things. Going to eat this with Tony instead. This is what Tony can't understand. But Sui put down the plate. He returned to his seat and prepared to eat while talking without looking back. "If you don't eat it, then I will eat it myself." Tony looked at the egg fried rice in front of him. Finally, he sat down as if resigned to his fate. "Then let me, Tony Stark, see how it is. If it doesn't taste good, I'll buy your building and raise your rent." Finished. Sui and Tony picked up the tableware and ate together. This egg fried rice looks ordinary, but inside it's like being enchanted. Enter the mouth with the rice grains wrapped in egg flour. A sense of satisfaction and refreshing taste will sweep your brain instantly. It's as if your instinct will force you to stuff your mouth with this egg fried rice. But Sui definitely ate bite by bite. Galoo. But he heard it the next moment. Why do some people gobble it up? Who? It's not Tony's big shit, is it? No way, no way. Sui turned his head and saw that Tony was picking up eggs and fried rice with utensils. His face was almost buried in the rice plate. Nothing invisible at all. How does this look like a superhero and a billionaire? Sui smiled and turned back to continue eating. But less than a minute later, he saw Tony wipe his mouth with the sleeve of a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars. Then he looked at Sui and nodded seriously. "What's this called, egg fried rice? Is there a recipe? Or is it for sale? I am confident that it will replace 50% of the United States' total fast food share within a year." Sui. Where did he hear this sentence? Oh, can it be just now? Although I want to talk about the formula again. But Tony was still not in it for the money. Instead, I can eat such egg fried rice every day. It's the same as when he just came back from Afghanistan and went to buy a hamburger. Just a bite. But this time there is no way. Sui chewed slowly and finished the egg fried rice in his mouth, then looked at Tony and shook his head and said, "No. Nothing." Tony was taken aback for a moment. It can't be that there is no recipe. "Yes." Sui nodded. "I really don't have this one. You just think I made it myself. It's still limited. It'll be gone after you eat it." Tony stared and covered his forehead with one hand and said in pain, "Oh no. This is the saddest news I've heard this year." Good guy. In other words, bad news for Avengers is not bad news for you, is it? But Sui then ignored him and ate his own. But Tony just looked at Sui, the egg fried rice in front of him. Keep watching. It's like seeing a beautiful woman. This frightened Sui to finish eating quickly. I'm afraid that Tony will say, "Give me what you have left." But the next moment, Tony thought about it and said again, "Okay, after listening, Sue, do you have any more egg fried rice, just like that? I still want to eat a plate. How about a plate of 10,000 yuan? After eating, Sui cleaned up the plates and put them aside. Then he picked up the paper towel on the table, wiped his mouth and shook his head. Let's talk about it next time. It's already afternoon now and there are still 3.5 hours before I get off work. Time is running out. Let's get down to business first." Heard the words. Tony sighed sadly. Egg fried rice is gone. My egg fried rice. Why is that food more delicious than the hamburger at the door? Damn it. Will eating hamburgers lose your appetite after eating egg fried rice? Shouldn't it? That's all. In Tony's heartless but responsible state, Sui helped Tony with the last 2 questions. That is to say, 20% of it is for himself and 40% is for curiosity. Definitely. As a final question. But it is indeed the easiest for Sui to enlighten. The third is for myself. What is there to discuss? Sui said in one sentence, eat well, sleep well, work hard to improve, either die after spending all the money or die without leaving any regrets. Other deaths are not worth it. Tony listened. It is understood. Because this sentence is the same as the way to deal with the Avengers Alliance. Can't rush. Want a person, a group changes immediately. That's unless something big happens. Otherwise, don't bother. So Tony is enlightened. He nodded and said that he was ready to go back and develop the upgrade armor to deal with future threats. That's right. Finally, the fourth question. That is Tony's curiosity about Sui. This problem is the one that Sui solves the fastest. After all, there is nothing to say. Besides, Sui didn't plan to say anything to Tony. And he said it before. Just an ordinary psychiatrist with some special features. All right. After listening to Sui's guidance, Tony straightened his suit, stood up and extended his hand in thanks. Anyway, your words have relaxed my spirit a lot. You may not know, I had a fight with the captain of the United States last night. Yes, that old World War II deadpan. It also put me under a lot of mental pressure, and at the same time I hated him very much. But from you, I seem to know what to do. Hear Tony's answer. Sui also nodded in satisfaction. But after seeing that Tony's outstretched hand was the one wiping his mouth, Sui just stretched out the opposite hand. Tony came to his senses. He could only cough and changed his hand to hold Sui. At last, he puts on sunglasses. With a very confident attitude, he walked to the door and opened the door to say goodbye. The money for psychological counseling will be transferred to your card later. But before that, Tony glanced away. He looked at the refrigerator in the corner behind Sui. There is iced milk tea in it. So, Tony came to the refrigerator, opened it, took 2 bottles of milk tea and explained while running. You know, I value employees. So 1 bottle is for my assistant Pepper and 1 bottle is for my driver Happy. It's not like I want to drink 2 more bottles. Finished. Tony pressed the handle with his hand, opened the door with his foot hook, and went out and said, "That's it, goodbye." Sui. He really doesn't understand. Why is a superhero so neurotic in reality? And it will be very serious for a while. After a while, I was very nervous again. All right. This may be the charm of Tony Stark. Wait until Tony is gone. Immediately, a 6-figure sum of money arrived in Sui's account. In fact, Sui's psychological counseling is not that expensive. But Tony is happy. Sui looked at the time. It was 4:45 p.m. You can clock out of get off work immediately. What a wonderful thing it is to get off work. Think about it. There is nothing to do after get off work. Just eat and play and sleep. Provided that no one bothers you during those last hours of get off work. But Sui was not so lucky. Tony had been gone for about 15 minutes. Branches, accompanied by the wooden door, was slowly pushed open. Gwen was carrying a blue backpack with 2 drumsticks inserted in it, and only one head poked out to look at Sui. Sui was amused by her little probe. Gwen, don't say that you are here to enlighten. Gwen shook her head. I'm not directing today. I'm here to invite you to watch our band's music performance in the afternoon. Musical performance? Yes, Gwen is still a drummer now. So Gwen invites a little shyly now. Sue, would you like to come? Facing the girl's shy invitation. This is equivalent to the band blowing the horn of attack. You can go, but... Gwen was a little nervous. But you have to wait for me to get off work. Sui looked at his watch and smiled at Gwen. There are less than 10 minutes. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she knew that she was tempted to give Sui a blank look. The girl's eyes are very tasteful. Sui first went to the refrigerator to get iced milk tea and gave Gwen and himself a cup each. Then tidy things up. The time is 1 to 5 in the afternoon. Catch. Lock the door. Check in. Check in successfully. Obtain Phoenix Force Fragment X3. Here are the rewards for punching cards. Sui, who closed the door, remained unchanged, but he was already thinking quickly in his heart. He only got 1 shard when he opened it initially. But now I have signed in 3 shards at once? Why? Because it is close to the timeline of the universe, or is it close to the protagonists of the time of the universe? Let's not talk about this first. There is another problem. How many Phoenix Force fragments are there now? Sui knew. The Phoenix Force in its almighty state even reaches super multi-universe level, even close to almighty universe level. Can directly challenge the Court of Life. But the Phoenix Force under the debris is very vague. The first is how many fragments it is divided into. Sui felt the changes in his body. After the 3 new fragments have been absorbed, Sui instantly used purification to eliminate the remaining Phoenix Will fragments. Then he feels the change. Sui, who originally possessed a single shard, was above the subparent level. Now add 3 more shards. After reaching 4 shards, Sui felt that the energy and state in his body had surpassed level Godfather and approached level Single Universe. What are the concepts of Subfather, Heavenly Father, and level Single Universe? Thanos without any gems is the Subparent, and Odin is the level Godfather. Level Single Universe, only after possessing and fully familiarizing with the power of infinite gems. Or the God Group. All of them are level Single Universes. And now that Sui has obtained 4 fragments, he already feels that he has surpassed the level Godfather. Especially the control of energy. Sui felt that he could destroy the entire Earth at once. Feel the ability now because of Phoenix Force. Telepathy, teleportation, infinite energy, mass energy conversion, material reorganization, void creation, manipulation, destruction of all time and space stasis, time stagnation, absorption, transformation, release of any energy, and so on. Fierce. Very fierce. Very fierce. After feeling the improvement of ability, Sui followed Gwen downstairs to watch the band perform. Ability, just enough. Still a little girly. But Sui just followed Gwen downstairs. Ding. With the opening of the elevator door, Sui was stunned. Gwen was also taken aback. Wanda. Sui's voice was heard. Wanda, who originally lowered her head not to be noticed, raised her head in an instant. He saw Sui, who was in the elevator with Gwen. Anyway, the two got out of the elevator first. And Sui's eyes lit up when he saw Wanda's clothes today. At the moment, Wanda is not like the village girl she wore yesterday. Today's Wanda is wearing a combination of knee-length tube skirt, stockings and boots, and a dark red windbreaker long to the calf. Coupled with Wanda's combed hair and 3-dimensional Yujia's facial features. It is simply beautiful. If Gwen's fresh, lively, sweet, and delicious type, then Wanda is definitely mellow, flavorful, and juicy. Wanda, what are you, need some guidance? No. Wanda shook her head. She looked down nervously to see if the clothes fit. Then look at the time and say, I know you get off work at 5 o'clock, so I want to take the initiative to come to you and finish watching the Ferris wheel that I didn't finish last night. When saying this sentence, Wanda exudes a mature flavor all over, and I really want to let people have a big mouthful. As for Gwen next to Sui, oh, just a little girl. Wanda didn't care at all. What is lively and cute is not worth mentioning in front of sexy. 2 beauties, one big and one small. Although this scenery is beautiful, very beautiful. It is even one of Sui's favorite scenery. But the problem is Wanda's Ferris wheel or Gwen's band performance. Which do you choose? If Gwen comes first. So that's all for Wanda? No. But if it is paired with Wanda to make a Ferris wheel. And what about Gwen's band performance? So that's all for Gwen? Certainly not. So what to do? Sui thinks quickly with the brain of level Single Universe. Then draw a conclusion in 0.01 seconds. First, Wanda's Ferris wheel is only at night. And Gwen's band performance is in the afternoon. So, the two can come together. Only children choose. Adults want it all. But how do you want them all? Then this will test the charm of language. Cough cough. After knowing that Wanda came to find me to play on the Ferris wheel, Sui took this opportunity to reach out his hand to signal Gwen beside him and said, Wanda, this is a high school student I met at a medical exchange. Not only did she intern at Osborne Industries, also a drummer in a band. She came to invite me to watch their band perform this time. Do you want to go together? After the band's performance in the afternoon, you can go to the Ferris wheel to see the night view of New York just in the evening. Su Yi's words. Let two file-sized beauties look at each other together. After they looked at each other together, finally, we introduced ourselves together again. Then on Su Yi's question. Gwen is sure to be fine. Although she felt a crisis in Wanda, the more people who can go to see the band's performance, the better. And Wanda thought about it too. If you don't agree, then there is no play today. But she chose clothes for a long time before she came out today. Besides, Wanda has no reason not to go. So Wanda nodded and readily agreed with Su Yi's statement. No problem, let's go to the band's performance first. Very good. Schedule it well. Then Su Yi looked at the lineup of 3 people, 1 big and 1 small plus himself. Threesome. His Ferrari can't sit down. Supercars are all 2-seaters. What if there are no 4-seaters? Call another car? Gwen, is the band far away? Su Yi should ask Gwen first. Gwen shook her head. It's not far. It's near the Riverside Park opposite Central Park. We'll be there in a short walk. That's good. If it's just so close, then there's no need to take a taxi or drive again. Because it is very congested. But having said that, Su Yi still looked at Wanda again. Wanda, you? I'm fine. Wanda stared at Su Yi, smiled and shook her head. After what happened yesterday, the night has passed, and I no longer care about other people's stares. Right. If only Wanda cared. Then she wouldn't come to find herself dressed like this today. What are you waiting for? Let's go. So Su Yi waved his hand. The big beauty followed by the left hand, and the little beauty followed the right hand, moving towards the direction of the band's performance. Walking on the streets of Manhattan. On both sides are various luxury stores, electronic product stores, gift and souvenir stores, food and drink stores, and so on. Su Yi just took 3 bottles of milk tea. So now it's just a bottle for each person walking on the road and drinking while walking. And in the densely populated areas of New York. It wasn't long before Wanda left just like that. Sure enough, he was recognized. Scarlet Witch. It's Scarlet Witch. Goddess. My goddess. Where is it? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Tell me a location. Scarlet Witch is following a man. They drank the same drink together. I don't know who started the chatter. People around me know what they didn't know before. Then they all started looking around to see where Wanda was. Su Yi was speechless for a while. But after feeling that Wanda is still a little nervous, Su Yi shook his head helplessly and put away the milk tea first. Then a beautiful woman in one hand. The wind is blowing. You can't be surrounded here. Otherwise, if the peripherals don't know why you surrounded them, they will also surround them. And then more and more. So Su Yi could only take people away quickly. After a while, Su Yi let out a sigh of relief after bringing the 2 of them to the band's performance location. Wanda, maybe you will still have a headache about being brought out in the future. And the difference is that it wasn't a good thing before. It's a good thing now, but it's still going to be troublesome. When Wanda heard this, she had also encountered this kind of thing, so she could only ask Su Yi. Then what should I do? 2 choices. Oh no, it's actually still 1. Su Yi raised a finger. Your magic should be able to teleport, so you can use teleport to travel in the future. Or your magic should also be able to temporarily change your appearance, or make others cognitively ignorant of who you are, as I said. So after all, we have to start with magic. Wanda heard. Well, it seems that I need to practice more, but I don't know how to practice yet. This is indeed a problem. Wanda now has origin magic power free, but doesn't know how to train it. She has not received systematic training. So now she is like a child who owns a tiger tank and can't drive it. There are 2 solutions to this problem. One is to go to Camartage to learn from Ancient One. The second is to get the Dark God book early. As for the negative effects on the Dark God book, this is fine. Su Yi has purification ability. It can even erase the will on the Phoenix fragment, so can't the negative effects on the Dark book be purified? But these are the aftermath. At least now Su Yi doesn't have to do this for Wanda. Wanda would not accept such a big gift from Su Yi in vain. Talk about it later. Gwen. Here. Come on. You are the only one left. At this time, Mary Jane Watson and Betty Brant on the band stage, the members of Gwen's band, waved to come on when they saw Gwen. Because the band show is about to start. I have to go first, Sue. Help me get my bag. Give it to me. Gwen saw that everyone at the scene had come. She quickly handed the bag to Sue. Then he took out his drumsticks from the bag and went up to the stage from the side. Then sit in her drummer seat. Boom, boom, boom. The accompaniment sounds. Gwen looked through the crowd with Sue with her beautiful eyes. Sue smiled and nodded, giving encouragement. Wanda stood beside him, encouraging Gwen in the same way. Ting! Ended with the last accompaniment. The band starts to play. Gwen's bandmates start plucking fingers on guitar and bass. And Gwen herself was beating the various drumheads in front of her rhythmically one after another. Sounds good. It's not bad. The surrounding crowd commented after listening to the preceding paragraph. Then I started watching the band perform along with the music. Gwen and the others are performing a pure musical metal song this time. That is the high-burning BGM that the public often hears. Bang, bang, bang. And Gwen's drum beat seems to be able to knock into the heart. Every time she hits the drums, the audience's body nods or shakes their legs to the beat of the drum. This kind of pure music that can move the body. That's good music. Sue stretched out his hand and patted it to Gwen's drum. Wanda is by his side, leaning to the side and whispering. Although I don't understand, the music of the band is very good. It's fine as long as it sounds good. Sue smiled in her ear. The purpose of music is to sound good. If it doesn't sound good, it's not good music. Wanda, think about it, yes. That's all. After the band's music spread, more and more people gathered in front of the stage. At first, there were only 20 or 30 people. But now there are almost hundreds of people. The band members on the stage saw more and more audiences, and their mood and state became higher and higher. The sound of the music that came out became louder and louder. Time passed slowly. At 6:47 p.m., at the moment sunset ends and darkness begins. The band's show is coming to an end. Boom. With Gwen's final blow, the show ends. Oh. Papa, Papa. Some of the audience applauded and some congratulated Gwen, and everyone thanked you afterwards. She immediately came down from behind the stage and ran to Sue's side, raised her delicate chin and asked, Sue, how's it going? The way Gwen is now, she's a pet that wants to be entertained. Very good, you. Suddenly, a terrified cry came from nearby. Then came more shouts. Help! There are mutant mice. There are big lizards. There is a lizard just like a human. They're going to the bridge. With the cry of the crowd, Sue and Wanda turned around and saw the crowd running on the street. The audience in front of the stage also hurried away. After a while, the streets of New York seemed to be rioting. Gwen sighed. Why are they here again? Again? Sue smiled. Gwen immediately looked at the floor. I mean they were on the news the other day. Crowds fled the streets. For a while, it was like a scene of fleeing. Sue sighed. He looked at Wanda, who was calm but clutching his hand, and asked, Want to stop it? Wanda didn't answer directly. I have ability, I met it, I can turn a blind eye, but I won't be able to sleep at night. This sentence made Sue amused. Laughter is heard. Wanda turned around and hit Sue angrily. And she meant that Sue understood. It's fine if you haven't met, but now that you've met, you can't get over your conscience if you don't do something. So Sue nodded, looked at Gwen first and said, Gwen, you go back first, Wanda, and I will go and have a look. This sentence was said to Gwen on purpose. That would give Gwen time to leave. Then put on the spider suit and come over. So Gwen nodded obediently. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs in your building. Come back soon. No problem. Sue nodded. Then he rushed towards the scene of the incident with Wanda, who was holding his hand. And Gwen, before leaving, she looked at Wanda holding Sue's hand. She curled her lips playfully. Then leave quickly. 3 minutes later, a figure jumped between the tall buildings. Spider-Gwen is here. Mom, my mother. Run. Everyone run. Lizardman, what kind of monster is this? Facing the crowd fleeing in panic, Sue took Wanda upstream again. It's just that Sue's encouragement is not needed this time. Wanda followed Sui resolutely until the two came near the Manhattan Bridge. This bridge is the bridge connecting the island of Manhattan to the mainland. The other place that connects to the bridge is Queens. At the moment, the crowd abandoned their cars and ran off the bridge. Sui and Wanda looked towards the bridge. A lizardfolk is wreaking havoc on the bridge. The tin car is as fragile as paper in front of it. The lizard raised a kick casually. Bang! The car in front of it slid out several meters like a person kicking a chair casually. Chirp! Car tires rubbed against the ground, making an unpleasant sound. The people inside screamed in horror. The lizard man paused when he heard the sound, then turned around and looked down through the car window. The people inside suddenly screamed even worse. And the lizard man smiled cruelly. It slammed into the car from the side. Boom! The whole car flew off the bridge immediately and fell towards the sea. The people inside screamed in despair. The lizard man turned around and left directly. But after 2 or 3 meters, there was still no sound of the car falling into the water below. ? The lizard man wrinkled his face. It has just come to the edge of the fence to take a look. The result is the next moment. Boom! The car that just fell was actually wrapped in red energy. Then create a flight for the lizard man directly. Papa. Sui applauded Wanda beside him when he saw it. Good. Yes. Just now, it was Wanda's hand. After the car flew out, Wanda waved her hands. The red energy immediately enveloped the falling car. Then after seeing the lizard man walk to the edge of the fence, Wanda directly pulled the car towards the lizard man. Wait until the lizard man is created and flew. Wanda pulled the car in her hand again. Bang! Chirp! The car landed just under the bridge and stopped. See the people inside. Wanda is reaching out and tugging. Boom! Shape-shifting car doors ripped off by red energy. Mother! A boy about 12 years old ran out of it. My child! There just happened to be parents of children in the crowd. The two hugged each other after running. Well, Sui nodded in satisfaction after seeing it. Standard American plot. But Wanda still deserves credit. Good job, Wanda. Roar. Wanda just nodded. Before the two had a poke or something, the roar of the lizardmen came from the bridge. It stands on a truck and screams. It seems to be irritated. Sui looked at it and analyzed it. When Wanda saw the appearance of the lizard man for the first time, she also felt a little hesitation. There are still people trapped on the bridge. I want to lure him down and fight again. It's a good idea. Sui looked at the condition of the bridge, then looked at the time and said, if the bridge is damaged, the Ferris wheel won't be able to go tonight. Wanda was stunned when she heard the last sentence. What? The bridge is broken, so the Ferris wheel can't go. Absolutely not. You give me, come down. Suddenly, Sui just finished saying that sentence. Wanda's angry voice came from beside him. This almost startled Sui. He turned his head. Wanda has spread both hands, and her 5 fingers are just touching the chaos ability, directly controlling the ability to wrap the lizardman's body with energy and yank it. Ho! The lizard man who was still standing on the truck just now was stunned. It felt a powerful force trying to pull it away. It suddenly fluctuated around the cars around. Then he grabbed the pole of the bridge and didn't want to be caught. But if the mighty power of chaos force can really be brought into play, is it a joke? Come down. Wanda saw that the lizard man was still persisting. She yelled and waved her hands down. Roar. The lizard man slapped a car flying before being dragged away. Then he was dragged off the bridge by Wanda. Boom. Then hit the road hard. Even the road collapsed. Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch. Superhero. Destroy this lizard man. Destroy this ugly guy. The surrounding crowd gave cheers. But someone found out. Just above the bridge. The car that was shot by the lizardmen is teetering on the edge, and it is about to fall into the sea. Look at the car on the bridge. It's going to fall into the ocean. What should I do? There seems to be someone in the car. He opened the window and waved. It's a child. Hear voices. Sui looked towards the bridge. One car was indeed about to fall into the sea. Wanda reached out to pull the car back with energy. Roar. But the lizard man at the moment crawled out of the pit. What should we do now? Which should be dealt with first? That's what's on everyone's mind right now. But the reality is that there is no choice. Pissed. As the cobweb flicks over people's heads, Spider-Gwen darts through the sky quickly, then leaps onto the bridge. It's Ms. Spider. She also solved the crisis with Scarlet Witch before. In the sound of people's surprise, Gwen leaped onto the bridge of the bridge. Then the moment the car fell, Gwen stood on top of the bridge and sprayed the cobweb down with both hands. Pissed. 2 cobwebs tied up the car that had just fallen. Then Gwen pulled hard. Wrapped the back-end cobweb around the bridge first. Then Gwen slid down the cobweb again, came to the front of the car, grabbed the door with one hand, and reached out to the little girl in the car with the other. "Give me your hand and I'll take you out." The little girl in the car saw that it was Gwen. She was afraid of the surrounding environment and refused to reach out. It was only later that he was induced by Gwen's nice voice. At first glance, the distance is enough. Gwen didn't care. She grabbed the clothes on the back of the little girl and quickly pulled them out. As soon as she stretched her legs, she jumped back to the bridge with the little girl. Pata. After putting the little girl who was still blindfolded on the ground, Gwen clapped her hands and said to the little girl again, "Go and find Mom." "Sister, I'm going to help." Pissed. Finished. Gwen shoots the cobweb sticking to the bridge, then continue to fly to where Sue and Scarlet Witch are. Only the little girl from just now was left standing still. What just happened? Why do I feel someone lift my back? And then onto the bridge? Where's Mom? Where is my mother? At the same time, after Gwen goes to save the car, Wanda turned her head, looked at the lizard man and murmured as he stretched out his hand, "If you break the bridge, I will turn you into a puddle of meat." Sue, what's wrong this is? My previous Wanda was not like this. Sue was shocked when he heard Wanda's mature and charming but fierce voice. Wanda today, it's a little fierce. It was completely different from when I enlightened her that day. Literally 2 women when it comes to dealing with issues. And the next moment, buzz, with the scarlet magic ability gathered in the air. Roar. The lizard man felt something was wrong. It immediately roared, picked up a stone and threw it at Wanda. Huge amounts of stone arced through the air. But Wanda's face was expressionless. She stretched out her left hand and shook it against the stone. Immediately, the stone with a diameter of half a meter stopped directly in the air. And Wanda looked at the stone. "Look at the lizard man again," said directly and bluntly. "Try your own attack." Finished. Wanda flicked her left hand. The stone that stopped in the air was thrown towards the lizard man. The speed at which the stone was smashed back was much, much faster than when it was smashed back. When the lizard man saw that he couldn't hide, he immediately stretched out his hand to protect his chest. Boom. Along with the dull collision sound of stone and flesh sounded. Shoo. The lizard man flew upside down, then hit a wall and make a mark. Oh, Sue enjoyed watching it very well, just like watching a movie from the first perspective. No, he is now the first person. And it's still there. He's right there with Scarlet Witch. Good. Very good. Sue looked at the lizard man lying on the ground, but gave Wanda a thumbs up. Humph. Wanda snorted softly. But this is not for Sue. She is a groan of disdain for the lizard people. Wanda muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. Dare to destroy Sue, and I's plan to see the Ferris wheel. You don't regret dying. Sue? He heard all right. After all, they're above level Godfather and must be level single universe. His voice was still audible. But after discovering that, Sue raised his eyebrows. Wanda blinked and asked, "What's the matter, Sue?" "It's nothing." Sue took a breath and spread his hands. "You continue to fight." The voice just fell. "Gentlemen and ladies, is there anything Iron Man can help me with?" Then came the voice of a coquettish bag. Tony was wearing several generations of his armor. "I don't know, I forgot. It seems to be the armor of Mark 45, which is the armor set loaded with Friday." Tony from at the moment is also working on nanotechnology. So that suit has not been loaded on the plane yet. Tony presses the button, and the number 46 armor is automatically attached to the whole body. Boom. As Tony landed wearing armor number 45, he looked at the crowd, Wanda, Sue. Then he looked at the lizard man behind him and Gwen, who was coming. Tony finally looked at Sui and asked, "Already solved? You're late. The matter has almost been settled." Sui put his arms around his arms and asked suspiciously, "Isn't it that you came here to claim credit?" Tony was about to explain, but Sui smiled and said the next moment, "Just kidding, you didn't come in person, so you should be here to investigate." Huh? Wanda was taken aback. Tony didn't come? Pat. At this time, the face of battle frame number 45 opened. Sure enough, there was just empty space inside, but no Tony himself. But Tony's own voice and his usual hand gestures came through the armor. "Well, you are much smarter than Captain America, at least 10 times smarter. I'm still in my villa in Los Angeles. Even if I fly from suborbital, it will take more than 10 minutes. So I remotely controlled the armor in the Stark building after I got the news. That's the me you see now." Obviously. Sui saw Tony's real situation at a glance. In Wanda's two-eyed star, Sui put his hands in his pockets, looked at the armor with his mask closed, and continued. "Then you should investigate quickly. This lizard was there a few days ago, and it still can't be dealt with. This is obviously a mutated gene. If someone can control the spread of the mutated gene, then your superhero will be sprayed until you retire." Tony's armor nodded. He meant the same thing. But before going to investigate, Tony walked up to Sui and whispered, "I now suspect this is an Osborn Group scandal. But it doesn't matter whether I am the strength of the Stark Group or the status of Iron Man, it is not good for the Osborn Group. So I need your help. Use the power of the third responsibility to solve this crisis." Well said. Tony means. The Osborn Group is huge. Although Tony can kill it. But no matter what he does, it will make the dangerous building of Avengers even more shaky. In case of falling time, it will be put on the back of the pot again. Then the Avengers are finished. So Tony wants someone else to sort this out. But among the people Tony knew had ability, they weren't Avengers yet. Only Sui. And that lady Spider. So Tony wanted Sui to help. Well said. Sui nodded. The analysis is good. It is indeed the best and safest way to do this. That's right. Tony folded his hands confidently. But the next moment. But why should I help you? I have neither ability nor benefits. Can I even maintain my normal life from 9 to 5? What Sui said was supported by Wanda. She was also in a similar situation to Sui before. So after seeing that Sui didn't want to help, Wanda stood beside Sui and said to Tony, "Story Stark. Not everyone wants to be a superhero. Sue just wants to live a normal life and work happily every day. So even if you want to find a third party, you should go to that Ms. Spider instead of bothering Sue." Finished. Wanda also pointed to Gwen, who had just arrived on the roof of a nearby building. Huh. Gwen was dumbfounded. Was she pointed at when she first arrived? No. Could it be that something happened to her? Gwen took a moment to examine herself. No. Could it be that she helps the citizens and fights criminals? And with Wanda's finger, Gwen tensed up a little. She's mostly worried. Don't leave a bad impression on Sui with your Spider-Gwen image. Otherwise, how would she see Sui in the future? How can you use this identity to scare Sui? Tony controlled the iron armor to turn around. Gwen looked towards the roof and said, "Hey, Miss Spider, I think we need to talk." Anyway, Gwen shook her head immediately. "No talking. Tony scratched his head in Los Angeles. New York's iron armor also scratched its head. He looked at Sui and asked, "Now how to do?" Sui spread his hands. "How do I know? I'm a psychiatrist. I can only enlighten, not a liar." Then Tony can't help it. People don't talk. Did he force it? Wait, force it? This seems to work. In the data collected on Friday, this spider lady is a righteous superhero. She will take the initiative to solve the crisis and fight criminals, so she should help after hearing it. So Tony turned around, ready to speak directly. "Listen, Spider." Tony turned around. Gwen is gone. There was no sign of Gwen on the original roof. "Sir, she has already left. Called in for video on Friday." The final street footage shows Gwen swinging into an alley with a cobweb and disappearing. Tony looked back at Sui helplessly. Sui didn't speak. He just turned his head silently and stared at Wanda with New York's most affectionate eyes. And Wanda's cheeks were reddened by Sui's look. She also couldn't help approaching Sui. Okakok. Reluctantly, Tony controlled the iron armor and waved his hand. I'm going, let's go, I'm leaving now. You guys continue to beat up that bastard lizard, and I'll continue to collect evidence of mutation. Then wait until the opportunity arises, and then reveal the evidence and let the Osborn group self-destruct, okay? Finished. Tony's hands were down, and the 4 holes flew away with a spray. Then Sui turned his head to take a look. A furtive figure touched the seashore. After seeing Sui turn his head, it immediately jumped into the sea and ran away with a plop. Wanda, who just entered the state, immediately reacted. Damn it, let it go. It's okay. Sui patted Wanda's head. With your strength, meeting it later is as easy as crushing a reptile. Yeah. Wanda nodded. Then he suddenly reacted and took Sui's hand and ran away. Huh. Sui didn't know why. Come on. The bridge is fine, let's go to the Ferris wheel. Sui looked back at the building, but Gwen is still waiting for us under the building. It's okay, let's go for a lap first, and then come back and take Gwen to play the second lap. Is this okay? Let's say it was too difficult to beat the lizard man, and let it run away in the end. Wanda, you've turned bad. Now even Sui didn't think of it. Wanda actually wants to steal the fun behind Gwen's back. No. Where did you learn it? Or did you realize it yourself? Sui severely condemned Wanda's behavior in his heart. But follow Wanda silently on the road. At the moment, Wanda was holding Sui's hand and running on the bridge where she just fought. The cars on both sides were scattered around. And Wanda used this strange and romantic scene to drag Sui from one end to the other. Then stop a car at the other end of the bridge. Wait, Wanda, this is not a taxi. Seeing Wanda stop an ordinary car, Sui hurriedly persuaded him. Time is very urgent. Gwen found out when we got back late. We just need to give him some extra rice as compensation. Finished. Wanda waved her hand in front of the driver. Scarlet magical energy drilled into the driver's brain. Then the driver becomes holding the steering wheel and only looking at the road. Then Wanda hurriedly pulled Sui into the back seat and said to the driver, "Go to the Ferris wheel." The driver said nothing. Just step on the gas pedal and go. Sui was taken aback by this. You know these magics? These magics are spiritual magic. Wanda only interfered before. But now it's hypnotic ability control. The difficulty gap between the two is too great. The former is like letting you rub a fireball, but the latter is equivalent to letting you rub a fire dragon out. This difficulty is one day at a time. I am not sure as well. Wanda shook her head, looked at her hands, and then at Sui's eyes. I just want this, and I really want this. Then use your own magic ability, and you're done. Sui. Damn genius. Just know how to use ability. Besides ability, what else do you have? Isn't it the one with lordosis and back curl, sexy and hot, long legs and long hair? All right. Sui recognized it. Sure enough, emergency moments can always stimulate people's potential. It's just that emergency is a concept. How urgent it is depends on the person. But then again, seeing that the car is about to arrive, Sui was also curious why Wanda was in such a hurry today. Wanda, why are you in such a hurry today? As soon as this statement came out, Wanda explained with a sigh. Tomorrow night we will dispatch an overseas mission. Someone transforms the weapons left over from the Chitauri civilization and transports them to overseas battlefields. So we have to stop it. Steve was determined not to allow these weapons to enter the field. So what Wanda means is that she is going on a business trip. He didn't know how many days he would not see Sui in the future. Then she will come here immediately to make the agreement a few days ago. Otherwise, the next meeting will not know how many days later. But then again, Sui wanted to complain speechlessly. The foreign wars are all secretly provoked by the President of the United States. Domestic weapons are not subject to regulation. Now that the fights abroad are fierce, he wants to intervene again. At the end of the day, he just wants to play for as long as possible, not that one side can crush the opponent and solve it quickly. Wanda nodded in agreement. So she didn't have any good feelings for this country, or the arms dealers and others. Because Wanda's home was blown up by weapons. Her parents were also killed by the weapon. Her younger brother was also killed by the weapon. Her country was still destroyed by weapons. How does this make Wanda feel good about the United States? She doesn't even have a crush on Avengers. If you want to say it more harshly. If Wanda had to choose between the Avengers Alliance and Sui, then Wanda chose Sui with great joy. It's not a multiple-choice question at all. This is a sub-question. That's all. 10 minutes later. The taxi drove to the vicinity of the Ferris wheel. Wanda quickly took out some rice dollars from her body and put them on the passenger seat. Sui added something after seeing it. Let's go. Wanda pulled Suyi's hand excitedly. He will be back to normal after we leave. Let's go. Sui got out of the car with Wanda. Then he was dragged by Wanda and hurried to the bottom of the Ferris wheel. And after the two left, the driver woke up immediately. He immediately checked the inside of the car, only to find a small stack of 100 yuan rice gold on the co-pilot. Wow! The driver happily picked up the rice gold and counted it. 1, 2, 3, 10, 10. $1,000. $1,000. My mom. My baby. Our medical loan is up for one more renewal. Our car doesn't need to be auctioned off. In the excitement of the driver, Wanda excitedly dragged Sui to the ticket station of the Ferris wheel and asked, "How much?" "We want 2 tickets. Relative to Wanda's excitement, the conductor shook his head and said, "Today is maintenance day. The Ferris wheel can only be opened. No people can sit on it." For a moment, Wanda's originally divine eyes became lifeless. A feeling of sadness and loneliness welled up in her heart. Sui felt this emotion. He smiled and whispered in Wanda's ear, "I have a way." "Wanda." A word from Sui. It made Wanda turn her head instantly, staring closely at Sui's eyes. There seemed to be 2 strands of love entangled between their eyes. Sui just spoke. It was actively covered by the enthusiastic Wanda. "Sui? What's the situation?" "It's the second time. Why is it passive every time?" "You like this?" "I also like cough cough cough." For a while, Sui hadn't finished speaking yet. The 2 of them started to fight each other and clicked their tongues. And this time it's different. Wanda took the initiative in front of several people. It's different from last time. She doesn't care if she is a superhero or not. Or is he an Avenger's identity? At the moment, she wanted to be a girl in love. To taste that sweet love. And Suyi's mouth. That's all. The 2 fought for a few seconds. Tisk. Sui pushed Wanda away first. "There are too many people here. You are a superhero." "I don't care, Sue." Wanda's charming eyes contained spring rain. "I'm just an ordinary person with a special ability." "Good guy. You learned it from me." That's what Sui said at the time. He said he was unique. She said she was special. "Okay, let me tell you how to ride the Ferris wheel." Sui shaved Wanda's face with his hands. Then he leaned into Wanda's ear and said, "Use your origin magic power and ask someone to open it for us." Wanda's eyes lit up. But she looked at the Ferris wheel and asked suspiciously, "But they said the Ferris wheel was under maintenance and there was no one on it." "No, they're making excuses." Sui shook his head. Large equipment like a Ferris wheel is required by law to be maintained every once in a while. But the time stipulated by the law is too short, and the cost of multiple maintenance will be very expensive. So they use the maintenance period to keep people from sitting and pretend it's maintained. But in fact, their maintenance time is in the off-season, and they will never be maintained at this time. This is just to avoid the law. Here's Suyi's explanation. Wanda suddenly realized. Damn it, Wanda gritted her teeth and looked at the Ferris wheel angrily. But Sui added again. Definitely, this has nothing to do with the underground staff. He's just following orders. So after we go up, you use magic to block the glass, like my Ferrari window. You can only see from the inside to the outside. In this way, we can go up to play and the employees below will not be fired innocently. After listening to Suyi's words, Wanda nodded in agreement. But before using magic last time, Wanda held Suyi's hand, stared closely at Suyi's eyes and said, "Sui, you're really nice, very nice. You know how to respect each other. Even if it is an ordinary employee, you consider his consequences. That's why I like you, you're so fascinating." This is Wanda's heartfelt words. From the first time Wanda met Sui. Wanda has huge amounts of intimacy with Sui because of ability. Then start with various daily details. Let Wanda gradually fall in love with Sui. In the face of Wanda's almost confessional tone. Sui didn't run away like the male lead in Japanese manga, nor did he go up like the male lead in American comics. He reached out and stroked Wanda's cheek, and looked into Wanda's eyes and said slowly, "Wanda, you're not like the rest of her. Other superheroes may have their own obsessions, the one thing they care about the most. But you're different. You just want to be happy and live in peace and stability. That's why I like you. You live for yourself." After Sui finished speaking, both were silent for a while. But Wanda's eyes became more and more intoxicated. She pressed her cheek tightly against Sui's big hand and said, "We're on the same page. This is also the beginning of my love for you." The voice just fell. Wanda isn't wasting time. She took Sui's hand and came to the staff. People just wanted to say something. Wanda stretched out her left hand and moved it in front of him. Scarlet Origin magic power enters the person's brain. The next moment the staff opened the gate and said politely, "Please come in." Wanda smiled and entered with Sui. The two then entered one of the cockpits of the Ferris wheel. "Wait until the door closes." Wanda tapped on the glass again. For a moment, the glass becomes one-way glass. You can only see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. After doing all this, the Ferris wheel started slowly. The two also rose slowly in the cockpit. At the moment is 8 o'clock in the evening in New York. The city is brightly lit. And as the Ferris wheel rises, the vision of the two is constantly expanding. This Ferris wheel can rise up to nearly 200 meters. It is the largest Ferris wheel in New York. Wanda at the moment is also holding Sui's hand, sitting with Sui, looking at the night view of New York and the distant horizon. Watch and watch. The cockpit rose to almost the highest point. Wanda at the moment turned her head and looked at Sui's eyes, nose, and lips. Sui knew. If he is still passive at this time, that's not really a man. So without saying a word, Sui stretched out his hand to support the back of Wanda's head and pressed it forcefully. Oh, under the northern mansion at the moment. Gwen, why haven't they come back yet? At the moment's northern building is downstairs. Gwen had changed back to her previous clothes and was waiting for Sui and Wanda to come back in the lounge. But Gwen counted the time. No. Gwen calculated in her heart. No matter how slow it is, Scarlet Witch's ability should come back. Gwen looks outside. There was no sign of Sui and Wanda coming back at all. Forget it. Wait a little longer. You should be back soon. I do not know how long it has been. When Sui and the weak-legged Wanda came back, Gwen saw the two of them at a glance. She immediately rushed to the two of them with a small blue school bag and said, "You are finally back. Let's go, don't wait for the Ferris wheel to close." Sui felt the mouth craving just now in the cockpit, and he nodded a little ashamedly. "Well, let's go." At the same time, Sui told himself in his heart, "Gwen, I will definitely make up for your whining in the future." And Wanda was content. She had a faint smile on her face all the time. He took the initiative to greet Gwen and said, "Come on, the Ferris wheel is about to close, isn't it, Sue?" Sui nodded again while condemning himself in his heart. "Yes, let's go." But in fact, whether the Ferris wheel is open or closed has nothing to do with others. Now Wanda can turn it on if it wants to. Close it if you want it. Damn. Sui's heart was condemning himself again. Good Wanda, why did I bring her down? I didn't teach her much myself. But whatever. Half an hour later, the three of them came to the Ferris wheel that Sui and Wanda had just sat on. Still the same. Still the previous method. While Wanda was secretly blinking at Sui, the three boarded the cockpit again. Wow! Gwen leaned against the window, looking at the night view of New York and sighing. It's so beautiful. Those who didn't know thought it was true. This Ferris wheel is only 200 meters. But the buildings that Gwen has climbed are definitely more than 200 meters. But the specific reason is that the angle is different. The position and angle of this Ferris will just watch the whole New York from a bystander's perspective. Especially Manhattan. A crisscross grid map, while not practically efficient, is really nice visually. In addition, the Central Park is more than 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide. Such a Manhattan looks like a neat and precise circuit board at high altitude. And then Central Park in the middle looks like a CPU. Very alike. But it's just as good looking. See here. Sui suddenly thought of something and asked Gwen with a smile. Gwen, how's your friend doing? Huh? Air. Gwen twitched her nervous toes all at once. She thought for a while, and then organized her words. Well, she's fine. She is slowly trying to get used to and get in touch with new things, as you said, Sue. I believe that she will be able to come out to meet people soon. Speaking of which, Gwen looked at Sui and said firmly, just a little while longer. She will definitely be willing to confess her affairs to all her friends. I promise. Well, this friend is quite real. But it was Sui who nodded and said with confidence, it seems that my method has helped your friend. It's fine, let your friends get familiar with it first, don't worry. Listen to Sui's gentle words. Gwen's heart seemed to be melting. She nodded sweetly and shyly. Okay, I'll tell her. That's all. After the Ferris wheel slowly completes a circle. In front of the glass, Gwen pointed to the ticket gate of the Ferris wheel and said, it's Black Widow. From the looks of Sui and Wanda, it was indeed Natasha Romanoff. Oh no. After seeing Natasha Romanoff, Wanda looked at Sui sadly. I'm leaving. Tomorrow's task needs to be prepared in advance. It's okay. Sui patted Wanda's head and said with a smile, we will meet again in a few days. You can come to me again after you have no tasks, it's okay. And your magic can open space teleportation or open the door of space. When you are good, no matter where you are, you can go wherever you want. As soon as this statement came out, really? Wanda and Gwen both asked in surprise. Yes, I'm sure. Sui nodded. The power of magic is very powerful, and Wanda's magic keeps up with the most powerful. So you want to believe in yourself. There's nothing you can't do. Wanda looked at her hands. She didn't expect that she was as powerful as Sui said. But anyway, Wanda felt more confident. I see. I will learn these abilities as soon as possible. With the cockpit door open, the three of Sui got off the Ferris wheel and came to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff watched the three of them play. She also apologized. Sorry, Wanda, but today's Lizardman crisis has to be sorted out before night. So I have to come and find you in advance. Anyway, I've done everything I need to do today. Wanda also nodded, slightly satisfied, hugged Sui and said while leaving directly, let's go, I don't want to waste time. Good guy. Now even Sui felt Wanda's transformation in a second. In front of Sui just now, it's better to be a fangirl big brother. Now back to Avengers, it's the cruel Yujia talking about efficiency. Contrast? Sui and Gwen watched Wanda leave. The two of them glanced at each other and sighed helplessly. Superhero is just that busy. You said something happened. It doesn't happen every day. But you said it's okay. You can't be free anyway. See here. Sui muttered to himself. Anyway, I'm not a superhero. I'm too busy and tired. Gwen thought about it after hearing it and nodded. I don't want to be either. It feels like working part-time. If possible, I think it would be better to be a freelance superhero. If you encounter criminals, you will attack them, and if you don't, you will live a normal life. Gwen was right. Sui stretched out his fist in agreement. Gwen also stretched out her hand and punched Sui. This means that the two have the same idea. But then again, Spider-Gwen's character turned out to be really like this. Among all the versions of Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen is definitely the most homely and honest one. She handles things better. And the most sensible. That's why Gwen said just now that she doesn't want to be a professional superhero. Instead, I want to be a free superhero. That's great. Anyway, Sui's thoughts were similar to Gwen's. Professional? Quit. Out of interest? Okay, no problem, done. That's the difference. Wanda pretty much thinks the same way. So the three are attracted to each other. Sui looked at the time. It was 9:30 in the evening. Only then did Sui think of something. He looked at Gwen and asked, Gwen, is there a curfew in your house? Gwen's family is fine. His father was the commissioner of the New York Police Department, so it's normal to have a curfew. Gwen. Gwen stared. Responding immediately, he asked, "What time is it?" 9:30. It's over. Sue, I'll be home by 10 o'clock at the latest. The words just fell. Sue didn't say anything yet. Gwen held Sue's hand and said while running, "Let's go." Really? Gwen does have a curfew. And, because of his father's status, this curfew time may still be very strict. So Sue was dragged over by Wanda at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Now she was dragged back by Gwen at 9:30. What's the meaning? Rocking back and forth, right? The two need to return from this area to another area within half an hour. Fortunately, Spider-Gwen doesn't live in the farthest Queens area like her other Spider-Mans. Otherwise, I really can't make it back in half an hour. That's all. The two ran across the meadow and the street. Stopped the taxi on the way. Crossed the bridge and rode. Finally, at 9:55 p.m., the taxi stopped beside the road not far from Gwen's house. Sue dropped the money. Take Gwen home quickly. Finally, at 9:58. Sue, goodbye, have a good dream tonight. Sleep well, Gwen. Sue also waved his hand and replied, "Also, your performance is very good." Hear the last sentence. Gwen almost jumped up for joy. Full of joy, she blew a kiss to Sue from the air. Then he quickly took out the key from the bag, opened the door at the last minute, and walked in. "I'm back. No time out." Sue stood outside the house. After watching Gwen enter the door, he turned around to leave. "Wait a minute, sir, I think we need to talk." At this time, a figure came out from the side door of Gwen's house and stopped Sue. Sue turned his head to look and found out. This is the commissioner of the NYPD, George Stacy, and called after Sue. George walked to Sue's side unhurriedly, first sized up Sue, and then nodded in satisfaction. He extended his hand slightly and gestured kindly. "I think it might take a while. Maybe we can find a place to sit and talk?" Sue first checked the time. 10:03. "Time is enough, let's talk." So Sue nodded, turned around and signaled, "Let's go." That's all. The two men walked and chatted, heading for the nearest bar. "Sir, where did you meet my daughter Gwen?" Finish this sentence. George first apologized to Sue. "Sorry, I'm a police officer, so the way I speak may be a bit weird." George said only that he was a police officer, but he didn't say he was the director. So he really got to know the person who sent his daughter back first. And George has a great attitude. The way of speaking is also not bad. That's why Sue nodded, expressing that he was fine, so he was willing to chat with George. At a medical exchange meeting, your daughter was with a scientific research team, and we met there. As soon as this statement came out, George was overjoyed. At the medical exchange meeting, it means that Sue is a person related to medicine. It also means that her daughter doesn't know people who are neither good nor bad, or who don't do anything. At least a person with knowledge and ability. You must know that doctors in the United States are very popular, and any doctor is very popular. As long as you have ability, you are not afraid of having no future. So this makes George very satisfied. It turned out to be the medical exchange meeting. I heard that the famous surgeon Dr. Stephen Strange was also there, with a psychiatrist who doesn't know much, but is well known internally. It was a good medical exchange meeting, and all the people who went there were elites. Which team did you go with, sir? Sue. Good question, Gwen's dad. You can't fix it for me. Sue thought for a while within 0.01 second. If he pretended to be 13 directly, maybe George would be completely speechless. He'd better let George find the problem straight away. Only in this way can a 13. And it can also make him appear unassuming. So Sue thought about it and said lightly, "Going with a friend." That's right. Stephen had been his friend. Sue was not wrong, nor was he talking nonsense. In that case, your friend should be pretty good too. George nodded in satisfaction again. Why? Because those who go with the group and the instructor are all interns. Or an assistant or something. But it's different for individuals to go. And I went with friends. This means that Sue is very likely to be a doctor. And his friend is a doctor too. That would be great. This shows that the daughter's friends are very good. Doctor. That's no match for street kids fresh out of grad school in Queens. George didn't want his daughter to be friends with street kids. But a doctor's words. That's very okay. That's all. The two walked and chatted. George is getting more and more satisfied with Sui. It's almost like saying that you are my intended son-in-law. The two walked along the street. Until you come across an oak bar. Notice. The bars in the United States aren't all discoboggling. There are many kinds of bars here. For example, a whiskey bar only sells whiskey and ice water. The oak bar sells wine made in oak barrels. There are other bars of this kind. In short, there are many categories, and you can find them according to your own personality. And the bar where the two met. That is, the Sui decorations are all made of oak, and the interior is relatively quiet, with priority tunes playing on the radio. The two entered the bar. Since it was George who invited Sui to talk, George paid for the wine directly. Drink something, by the way. Can you drink? Okay, it's just that I don't drink it often. Just give me a cup with a lighter taste. Then have 2 glasses of lighter ones. After ordering drinks. After a while, 2 glasses of wine came up. But there are quite a lot of these glasses. Sui saw that they were all large 1-liter wine glasses. The handle of the wine glass has to be held in the hand. Both raised their glasses and tasted it. And George was satisfied again. Just now Sui said that he doesn't drink much. That's right for George. The doctor is right not to drink much. George nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of wine and said openly, "Honestly, I'm worried that Gwen's friends are not very good, but judging from the situation just now, I think you are very good." Sui also drank a cup and returned to him lightly. "Mr. George, Gwen is very smart. You don't have to make her think the same as when she was a child. When she grows up, she will have her own ideas. You need to guide her, not lead her." Sui's words made George's eyes light up. Listen to this talk. This is simply what ordinary people can say. Yeah, you're quite right, so I didn't stop her from making friends, but I got to watch her not being promiscuous. Definitely I don't mean you. You know, I'm a police officer and I've seen too much darkness and chaos in society. So I pay more attention to my daughter's safety and future. Sui took another sip of wine and nodded in agreement. I think you're right about that. Daughters should be raised well, and more attention should be paid to character and knowledge. That's what makes your daughter a good woman. I think you agreed and supported her to go to the medical exchange meeting. Sui finished speaking. George just took a sip of his wine, but his heart was full of shock. He is now scoring higher and higher on Sui. Just now it was even higher. Sui's words let George know that Sui is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people or brats absolutely do not have such thoughts and words. He is a policeman. He's the head of the police station. He has met, talked with, and seen too many people's hearts. But there are very few people like Sui. This made George a little confused. Who is Sui? Yes, that's right. George came back to his senses, put down his glass, and said, I want her to meet more and more powerful people at the exchange meeting. Speaking of which, George didn't want to be secretive either. He checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. No more. Gwen's mother probably wouldn't let him in. So, fortunately, George asked directly. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Isu. After Sui finished speaking, she looked at George with a knowing smile and said, Didn't Gwen tell you? Etc. The moment I heard the name, George stared and finally realized. The Sue that Gwen talked about at the dinner table, so this is the full name? The moment Sui's full name came out. As the chief of the police station, George immediately knew that the Sue that Gwen mentioned before was Sui. Damn it, I should have thought of it a long time ago. It's all because of the lizard man incident that keeps me busy. George cursed himself secretly. Then he suddenly realized the shock. So your friend is Stephen Strange. Sui drank the last sip of wine in the glass and put the glass on the table. I went to the exchange meeting in his car that day. George. Sui's last words. The George was severely damaged and sank directly. George recalled what he had just said on the road. Stephen, a top surgeon, and Sui, a top psychiatrist in the circle. Now he can't wait to turn into a hole in the ground. Then who knew that the Sue that my daughter sometimes mentioned would be Sui? Although the words are the same, George never thought that his daughter would know Sui. It's as if your kid went out and picked up a piece of gold and came back. Can you believe she can pick it up? It turned out to be picked up. So this is the reason why George didn't think about it at all. But now I know. George was extremely happy inside. But the reality is a bit at a loss. Yes, he's a police chief. But in the United States, the authority of a top doctor is very high. And the relationship between this doctor and his daughter is not simple. Such two double body copies are stacked together. Buff is directly pulled to full. George didn't know what tone he should use for the conversation. Or what should we talk about next? No wonder just now, relying on his intuition and feelings as a policeman, George felt that Sui was not easy. It turns out it's not that simple. So what are we talking about now? And the time was coming and George had to go home. But now that we just met, it's not good to just say go home, right? This time, George had a headache. But Sui can perceive his inner feelings. And the wine is gone. Sui was also preparing to go home. So Sui looked at his watch, stood up and said, "Mr. George, I have to go home too. It was a pleasure chatting with you. You are a qualified father. Gwen is so good, there must be your influence." Sui said so. George suddenly smiled embarrassedly. The corners of his mouth are all grinning. "I tried my best to do what a father should do. You are also very good, Mr. Sue. Gwen is lucky to have a friend like you." The two flattered each other. The gap between men disappeared in an instant. That's right, men are like that. Finally, after shaking hands with Sui, George and Sui greeted each other and left. Seeing that Sui and his father left very well, Gwen on the roof immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she left quickly from the roof and got home one step ahead of George. The other side. After a crazy day, Sui finally returned to his room on the top floor of the northern building. Once inside, take off your shoes. Sui threw his head on the soft and spacious bed and let out a long breath. How to say, it's cool today, but also feeling a little inexplicably tired. Maybe it's because I'm tired. But no matter what, today's harvest is definitely a big drop. And tomorrow, another day full of hope. The next day, as Sui continued to go to work, catch fish, and leave work, it opened. Wanda goes to the country to perform the Crossbones mission. At the same time, because of the incident last night, the reputation of Wanda and Gwen has become very high in the society. But there is also a bit of gossip. Scarlet Witch fights the mutant lizard man again. The goddess violently KOs each other. The lizard man escaped into the sea. Why did the mutant lizard man appear? Does Iron Man's halfway entry mean something to do with tech companies? MS. Spider saves several children. The bridge pulls up the car with bare hands. She is the real superhero. Who is he? Why co-appear with Scarlet Witch and Ms. Spider both times? Scarlet Witch and Ms. Spider have a boyfriend. The two superheroes actually share the same boyfriend. Too envious. No, too sinful. That's all. What happened yesterday was a mess on the internet. Mainly Wanda and Gwen, followed by Iron Man and Lizardman. And the incidental gossip, mainly their everything uploaded online. Although some people are right, it seems a little strange. What shared boyfriend is two? All right. Anyway, it's entertainment news. Just say what you say. It's not bad news or nasty news. Then it doesn't matter. But Gwen seemed to be onto something. She's been driving around New York a few times lately, looking for and investigating something. Sui felt this. But he will not take the initiative to meddle in other people's affairs. If Gwen encounters something, he will definitely come to him. In addition, Steven is doing surgery. He's been very busy lately. The surgery schedule is already full. During the period, Steven also called to complain that he was so tired that he was dying. Although the money is full of money, but the body and spirit are tired and need to be released. He also said that he can rest. He would take Sui to the track for racing, drifting, and so on. Anyway, Sui has nothing to do. And I haven't tried drag racing. Sui also agreed. So Sui has been putting on a bad show these days. No, he has been fishing. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon again. Sui was still lying on the recliner and staring at the TV. If you have nothing to do, then play computer games, brush your phone and the like. Well, multitasking. At this time, suddenly, an international news was broadcast on TV. At 2:19 p.m. today, Avengers defeated the international arms trafficking terrorist organization. Crossbones and all members of the terrorist organization were arrested. Among them the superhero, Scarlet Witch, who descended like a goddess in this mission, using magic to single-handedly eradicate the most powerful force in the terrorist organization. Also saved civilians in multiple countries, including Wakanda. The strength of this terrorist organization is. This incident was identified as Lagos Incident. See the news on the newscast. This was expected by Sui with a little surprise. Expected because it was something he knew would happen. And in the plot. This is where Scarlet Witch Wanda accidentally wounded civilians and Wakanda. This matter was very serious at the time. So serious that this is the trigger to promote the Sokovia Agreement. But now, this incident was actually solved perfectly. And the one who solved it was Wanda. In this segment of the TV excerpt, Wanda is a goddess with an expression like an iceberg. She waved her hands. Enemy jeeps and trucks were pinned in place in an instant. Then Wanda shook it with one hand. The selected screen is gone. Don't imagine. The people in there are absolutely miserable. Wanda's origin magic power grip can easily crush the rats into a bloody mist. Even if you change trucks now, you hear the clanging in the background and you know that the opposite side is all sent. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Wanda has grown up. She has grown from a woman who doesn't want to use magic to a ruthless scarlet goddess in her public persona. And this is her work surface, not her everyday face. So, Wanda is pretty interesting. At the same time, the scene of the incident in Lagos. After the incident was resolved, the Avengers were resting nearby and preparing to evacuate. Captain America looked at the report and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone has done a very good job. All weapons have been retrieved and prepared for centralized destruction. You are all superheroes. You are all excellent. Clap, clap. The scene applauded. Wanda stood aside, looking in the direction of New York lost in thought. Wait until the applause is over. Wanda turned around and asked Captain America lightly, "When are we going back?" The scene became silent. Everyone gave Wanda a lot of respect this time. You must know that in the personal performance just now, Wanda has both hands. One hand crushed the jeep. One hand crushed the truck. This terrifying combat power made everyone think. Has Wanda's destructive power surpassed that of the disappearing Hulk? And her performance. It also made Wanda win everyone's recognition and respect. I'll probably go back tonight, Wanda. Captain America finished speaking with a smile while holding the report. Wanda nodded and walked to the side to sit down and rest. After seeing a world map next to it, Wanda also picked it up to find her own location, and then found New York's location to check the distance. Thousands of kilometers. Wanda sighed inwardly. She really wants to learn the teleportation magic that Sui said at this moment. Then now, immediately return to New York to live with Sui. Too bad she can't. Have to wait until night to go back. Wanda. At this time, Natasha Romanoff walked over from the side. She came to Wanda, took out a tissue and said, "There's a drop of blood next to your face. Wipe it off." Wanda took the tissue. He picked up a piece of broken glass the size of a palm and looked at it. She had a drop of blood under her left cheek. And there was a blood stain running down the drain. But the blood stain not only didn't make Wanda ugly. On the contrary, this drop of blood makes Wanda more charming with Scarlet. Like the blood at the corner of the vampire queen's mouth. Gotcha. War reporters in the distance took pictures of Wanda wiping the bloodstains with broken glass. Definitely, you don't have to worry about whether there will be any impact. Because this war correspondent was arranged by the Avengers Alliance. Understand? Even if these photos and videos are uploaded or not, they have to be reviewed by the Avengers Alliance. And that picture of Wanda just now. As long as Wanda has no opinion, it will not affect the Avengers Alliance. Then you can upload. And in this battlefield shooting, Wanda's photos are definitely the most in the audience. So many wonderful places were captured. What everyone doesn't know is that after these photos are uploaded on the internet, Wanda's popularity will be greatly improved. New York. History Stark building. While the Avengers Alliance tackles local issues, Tony also received news of their success. Sir, here is the information. After sorting out the materials on Friday, Tony couldn't help laughing when he saw it. So, they're the enemies that Scarlet Witch takes care of. But have they ever thought about going abroad to solve the crisis by force? Who do the locals think is destroying their homes? Tony smiled and waved the digital data into the recycle bin. But Friday reminded, Sir, although Avengers will suffer criticism and opposition again, the popularity of superhero Scarlet Witch is increasing positively. On the internet in the United States, many citizens have suggested that Scarlet Witch should be separated from Avengers and become a free superhero. According to data collection, the popularity of Scarlet Witch has far surpassed other superheroes, closely following you and Captain America. If you continue to follow this growth rate, it is estimated that within 1 to 3 years, you and Captain America will completely lose their popularity in society. Tony, just said Captain America, the Winter Soldier pen. Now it's Tony's turn to confuse himself. How long has it been since I and Captain America have both debuted? As a result, a person who had just debuted was about to overtake him? Tony looked at Friday's list of data sheets. In the support list of all superheroes. First of all, he and Captain America are the tallest, there is no doubt about it. But underneath the two is Scarlet Witch. And Scarlet Witch far surpasses other superhero below. All right. Tony pinched the corners of his eyes and shook helplessly. What kind of psychological counseling, but also counseling her on the bright road? Forget it, I'd better upgrade the armor soon. There will be a breakthrough in nano-armor technology soon. What has Tony been doing at home all this time? That definitely is studying nanotechnology too. The next day, when the morning sun shines on the earth, Sue hasn't woken up yet. When bustling commuters walk down the street munching on sandwiches and rushing to work, Sue still didn't get up. Wait until the world has been running for a few hours. Sue finally woke up. Definitely he wasn't sleeping all the time either. It's just that he woke up, playing games on the bed and staying in bed, unwilling to get up. Cough, cough. But when the time came after 8:30, Sue wakes up, washes up, 8:40. Shower, change, 8:50. Going out, going downstairs, 8:55. Come in, sit down, before 9 o'clock. Look, it's on time. Yes or no? It's just that I didn't eat. Order a takeaway. Anyway, what to eat is not to eat. Sue was fishing all morning, but a guest came in the afternoon. The guest talked about his heart disease. I am full of despair for this world and feel that life is meaningless, but I am afraid of death and the whole world is full of dangers. What should I do? Sue felt her heart. Well, insecure, lonely, decadent. So his answer is also very simple. If you have money, find something to do, such as buying a house on the side of the mountain to build a private refuge and contact like-minded friends. Or run around the world. There are many more dangerous places than this. Obviously, the other party is a descendant of a rich man. It's just too boring and lonely. But the other party really planned to try what Sue said. That is a refuge. But don't think that Sue is lying to the other party. Shelters are really made in the United States and they're selling very hot. And don't you feel insecure? Not enough shelter? After the customer pays and leaves, Sue kept groping until the clock time in the afternoon. Catch. With the door closed, Sue said silently in his heart, punch the card. Check in successfully. Obtain. General Krypton Superman Zod template. Kryptonian Superman. Isn't that the regular version of Superman? The highest strength of the ordinary version of Superman can only reach below level single universe. It's hard to say whether you can beat level single universe. Depends on the amount of energy absorbed. It's a pity that it's not a silver Superman. If it were a silver Superman, it would be multi-universe at the start. That day, the God group can be wiped out with a wave. The Life Court will give it a few big pockets when it sees it. But forget it. The regular version of Superman also enhanced Sue's physical ability a lot. At least Sue doesn't have to worry about assassins attacking him or something. After all, the physical strength of Superman's body is obvious to all. As for kryptonite and other side effects, Just purify it. Speaking of which, Suyi's previous check-in rewards were blocked by Sui. After all, it's not every day that you can punch in good things. So sometimes Sui would put it on and watch it together for a few days. This will be a little more refreshing. It's the same as drawing. Now, let's take a look at what has been punched in the past few days. Sui looked at the rewards for checking in recently. Bonus: a full set of cartoons of Tom and Jerry. Reward: Planet Engine X100. Reward: Queen Medusa's Fierce Hood X1. Reward: Fire Seed Source X1. Reward: Singularity Godzilla Pet Cub X1. Sui. Grandmas, what are they? It's manga and anime. What is the use of the planet engine? Push the Earth away? Then let Thanos look dumbfounded when he pulled. Thanos, what about Earth? There is also the source of fire, which is interesting, but not very useful. But the most interesting estimate is the last one. Singularity Godzilla Pet Cub. Are there any living things? Singularity Godzilla Sui is a bit impressive. It seems to be one of the strongest versions of all Godzillas. Singularity Godzilla is immortal. Or it can also be called Cosmic Godzilla. Just like the singularity of the universe, it still has terrifying energy and various abilities after it grows. In simple terms, it's a bit like Celestials and Galactus. Well, since it is a pet, keeping is also raising. Anyway, listen to yourself. Sui thought about it. Then throw it near the island country for development first, where there will be more nutrition. After the decision. Snap. Sui snapped his fingers. The next moment he appeared over the Pacific Ocean next to Fukushima. Phoenix Force can teleport space. This is very simple for Sui. As for why not fly with Superman ability? One word: lazy. Next. Sui wrapped himself with energy and sank into the ocean. Then take the Godzilla cub out of the system. The moment the Godzilla cub came out, a feminine humming sound appeared in Sui's mind. Sui looked at Godzilla's appearance, stroked its head and thought, "Go, work hard, grow well. I will come back to see you every once in a while. When you grow up, maybe you can grow bigger and smaller and tear apart the space to find me." After Sui finished speaking, he put Godzilla into the sea. The current Godzilla looks like the size of a calf. I really don't know how it grew to such a large size. Oh, but Sui just let go. Little Godzilla seemed to swim back desperately. He screamed and didn't want to leave. Sui smiled helplessly, but still patted his head. "Little guy, New York can't support you anymore. You develop here first, and I'll take you back when you grow up, or if you can grow bigger or smaller. You are here to cause harm first. No, you're here to grow up first. Grow up quickly." Finished. Sui suddenly remembered. Godzilla can absorb nuclear fusion energy to grow, right? And strictly speaking, as long as it is high-energy matter. Isn't the planet engine that Sui punched in the energy of nuclear fusion? It seems to be heavy nuclear fusion or something. Isn't this just enough for the little guy to eat? Okay, think here. Sui sank into the bottom of the sea first. Then control the energy to create a stand on the ocean floor. Finally, take out the heavy nuclear fusion reactor in a planet engine. Actually, this reactor fuel is only 2 meters in diameter file size. Suilong's protective position only needs to be 2 meters long. That way, as long as Godzilla is near it, can absorb the energy in the reactor all the time. Okay. After the circular reactor was put into the stand by Sui. Oh. When the little guy saw it, he immediately lay comfortably on the nuclear fusion reactor ball. Sui finally touched the little guy's head and said, "I'm leaving, I'll find time to see you later." Oh, listen to the clingy and pitiful voice of the little guy. Sui smiled. Crack. Then he snapped his fingers and left. Arrive home. Sui didn't expect that he could raise a Godzilla free range. And it is the top singularity Godzilla among Godzilla. Sui didn't know exactly how far it could grow. How about Sui getting 5 infinite gems and feeding them to Godzilla? Then it becomes Infinite Gems Godzilla? Wait until later. After finishing the Godzilla thing, Sui also remembered another thing he checked in. Fire Seed Source. The source of fire, how should I put it? It can turn machines with power sources into mechanical life. Yes, that is, the source of fire can make the machine produce a soul. But if you want a machine to be alive, the machine must have a source of power, such as engines, batteries, reactors, etc. So strictly speaking, Tinder is similar to Soul Gem, but the focus is quite different, etc. At this moment, Sui suddenly thought, since it can bring evolution to machines with power sources, will the planet engine work? The planet engine is mechanical and also has a source of power, just a little oversized, probably several thousand meters high. If this turns into a robot, isn't this bigger than some Pacific Rim mecha? But Sui thought about it. Never mind. Shaking his head, forget it for the time being. Let's not change the planet engine for now, this guy is too big to hold. Besides, whether it can become that big is still unknown. But first change my sports car. Speaking of which, Sui went out and went down to the underground garage by his own independent elevator. Then find your own car at the VIP position. Oh yes, and a camera. Crack. Sui snapped his fingers. Let the camera maintain a normal picture for half an hour. Then Sui took out the fire source. Next moment, a square special metal block appeared in Sui's hand. The moment the fire source appeared, take Sui as the center. The cars in the underground garage seemed to be boiling, but Sui just held the fire source. Then lightly smack the Ferrari's hood. Ting. Then put it on the hood and put it away. Next moment, a metal ripple spread from the fire source to the entire car. Then the entire car body began to appear waves of metal like waves. Sui took a few steps back. Ting ding. And Ferrari began to change towards the form of shape-shifting King Kong. First, the wheels are retracted inward. The engine is tuned to the ribcage. The car door becomes a sharp knife on the arm. The drivetrain returns to the legs. Just like that, under Sui's gaze, Ferrari turned into a shape-shifting King Kong with a height of 9 meters and a fiery red body like a phoenix. King. With shape-shifting King Kong's visor opens. It knelt on the ground, held the fire seed source in both hands, and handed it to Sui respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Thanks to the creator, the master gave me life." Sui took over the fire source. Then throw it back into the system space. Call me boss or boss from now on. The master is for the girl to call, not for you. Yes, boss. Shape-shifting King Kong still knelt on the ground and said, "Please give me a title, boss." Name. Ferrari's fiery red body is like flames. Anyway, there is no fire in this world. Sui nodded and said directly, "Heaven fire. Receive." After taking the name, Sui walked to Tianhua's side and looked at the details. And a very interesting point is, Tianhua does not have the shape-shifting King Kong logo on his body. So it's neither Decepticons nor Autobots. But Sui found his name engraved on it again. Sui. I have to say that the lettering is really beautiful, and Sui is very satisfied with it. This is your own exclusive shape-shifting King Kong. Rather than which faction. Skyfire. It will only follow its own orders. Cokes. Wutu. With the roar of the engine sounded. A Ferrari that was taller, more handsome, and stronger than before drove out of the underground garage of the north building and drove straight onto the highway. Sit in the driver's seat of a sports car. Sui lightly tapped the accelerator, and the Ferrari immediately galloped like a wild horse running wild. Ha ha. This feeling of pushing back really made Sui very happy. It's not the same feeling as flying. This is a mount, do you understand? Tianhua, how long does it take for your supercar form 0-100 and 0-400 respectively? 0-100 and 0-400 meters refer to the time required to accelerate from a stationary start to a distance of 100 meters and 400 meters. So this time is definitely as short as possible. And Tianhua answered immediately. 1.6 seconds versus 6.2 seconds. Woohoo. This data is too fierce. I'll try. Hearing this data, Sui drove into a highway with no speed limit without saying a word. Then step on the accelerator slowly. Feel the blazing speed. Whoa. In an instant. Sui's Ferrari is constantly accelerating on this unlimited speed highway. At the same time, a silver GTR is also testing its freshly tuned performance on the instrument of the GTR. As the owner stepped on the accelerator deeply, the hours are constantly climbing. This is so cool, the owner yelled. But the next moment, Cokes, after a crackling sound of hitting the wind appeared. GTR owners can only see a touch of red bodywork. Immediately afterwards, the owner of the car can only see the taillights of the other party. Water fake. The owner looked down at the stopwatch. 3:1 km/h. He is running so fast. The other side also directly seconds himself. The opposite side must not exceed 400? Mommy fuck no. My car needs to be changed again. That's all. After making a random car owner cry, Sui got off the highway. Drive on seaside kilometers. At the moment it was getting late. Looking into the sea, I can't see very far. But a piece of news that appeared on the mobile phone attracted Sui's attention. The top surgeon in the whole meter, Dr. Stephen Strange, had a car accident last night. Strange woke up this night and said that his hands were injured and he will not be a doctor in the future. Seeing this, Sui sighed slightly. What should come is still here. Stephen must have this calamity to become Sorcerer Supreme. As his friend, Sui would indeed feel a little uncomfortable. But although it can't help him directly, it can also help him indirectly. Tianhua, go to the best hospital in New York. On the highway, Ferrari automatically adjusted its direction and drove towards the best hospital in New York. 20 minutes later, the Ferrari was parked downstairs at the hospital. Sui opened the car door and came out and contacted someone who would allow him not to say unhindered, but at least he could visit at will. 5 minutes later, with a bang, the door opened. Sui walked in from the door. Stephen tied his hands to the fixed medical equipment and looked towards Sui. Hiss. Seeing Sui coming, Stephen hissed in pain first. Then he said with a smile on his dull face, "It's so fast, you came in half an hour after the news was released. But don't even think about going to experience racing with you." Stephen's hands were fixed on the medical equipment. Moreover, all 10 fingers were firmly locked by bone nails, fixers, and other instruments. Stephen only has a little pain now, just because he just woke up and took morphine to deliver the news. Just wait until the morphine time is over. Stephen is a doctor, and he knows how much it hurts to wait. Sui didn't say anything, just came to his bed and looked at Stephen and his battered hands. In the ward, it was eerily quiet for a while. Stephen could feel it. Sui's silence is because he really cares about himself, not other meanings. And Sui could also feel Stephen's despair and pain. He's just under 30. The way of life has been cut off. This kind of despair about the future is really stressful. It's like someone is holding your heart. And Stephen is in this state. Hiss. At this time, Stephen took a breath. It's been more than half an hour. He knew that the working hours of the max morphine were coming to an end. Just wait another 10 minutes. What greeted him was a heart-wrenching pain from 10 fingers to the heart. And want to recover well in the future. He can no longer take any pain medication. Can only resist. Stephen knew what he was going to face later. He let out a long breath and smiled at Sui one last time. Sue, you go back. I can feel your heart. If you don't dislike it, I will come to play with you when I get better. I'm just useless. It's not that I don't have money. My money is enough for me to spend most of my life. Then we can continue to go out and have fun, right? Hear the words. Sui nodded, then shook his head again. Stephen didn't understand what this meant. But the next moment, Sui stretched out his hand and placed it in the air above Stephen's hands. Under Stephen's shocked gaze, a golden red energy drilled into Stephen's hands. And Stephen could also feel that his fingers had become a little itchy and the pain had decreased a lot. After operation, Sui withdrew his hand, looked at Stephen at the moment's slightly confused eyes and said, "The energy will help you get better sooner and with less pain." After speaking, Sui turned around and walked towards the door. Then turn around and leave. Just leave the last sentence. Come back to me when you're better. Out the door of the hospital. Sui already knew that this ordinary world was gradually becoming irrelevant to him. Start here with Stephen. Although it only shows a little bit of ability, there is no turning back when this thing is opened. As long as there is one, there will be 1.2.3.4, blah blah blah. Only 0 can be absolute 0. And now Sui is already 1. But it's okay. Again. As long as you're strong enough. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it and no one can force you. At this moment, Sui was in no mood to drive. So he directly let the Ferrari Skyfire navigate directly to drive home by himself. Wait until the Ferrari enters the underground garage. Sui just opened the car door. Just received another piece of news. An evil lizard man and an unknown scientific instrument appeared on the roof of the Osborn building. No superhero has appeared to stop it. The New York police have already dispatched. Please wait for the follow-up notice. Latest news. Ms. Spider has arrived on the roof of the Osborn mansion to fight the lizardmen. Call. Seeing this news, Sui sighed. He knew what kind of gene diffuser Dr. Lizard made. So Gwen hasn't been here for a few days. They're investigating the matter of the lizardmen. Sui was not in a good mood today. Now I know my little Spider-Man is going to be beaten. Then Sui's mood must be even worse. Heaven fire. Sui put away his phone, shook his head and walked towards the elevator. Go chop it up. Yes, boss. The elevator door closed, and Sui returned to his room. Then turn on the TV and watch the Osborn building live broadcast by the TV station from the helicopter. And the other side. In an empty car. Skyfire unmanly drives himself to the Osborn mansion. And the north building is not far from the Osborn building at all. It is about 10 kilometers. So in the city streets, a red supercannon is driving like a raging flame. At the same time, over the Osborn building, the lizard man opened its mouth and smiled at Spider-Gwen. I've checked. Scarlet Witch and all the Avengers are out of the country, and Iron Man is in another state. He won't be here for half an hour. And you, a bug, want to stop me now? Gwen is wearing a spider suit, standing on top of a condensation tank. Wearing a hood, she said with emotion. Mr. Lizardman, I have been waiting for you to appear for a long time. Question mark. Dr. Lizard was taken aback. Why did you wait for him for so long? Didn't Gwen come to stop herself? Then Gwen said, if I tell Sue directly that I am Miss Spider, all of this will make it appear that I have done nothing. I must have certain grades before I can appear in front of Sue with an open heart. Not an ordinary Gwen. He has Scarlet Witch, one of the superheroes, by his side. Gwen is not enough to watch, it must be Spider-Gwen. Finished. In the astonishment of Dr. Lizard, Gwen actually preemptively shot the cobweb and kicked Dr. Lizard like a cannonball. Dr. Lizard didn't respond. He could only stretch out his hand in front of him. Bang! With feet and arms colliding. A dull voice sounded. Dr. Lizard took a few steps back and waved his hand violently, only to find that Gwen was missing. As a result, it turned around and found out. Gwen is already on the way to sabotage the genetic modification transmitter. Bed bugs. Dr. Lizard roared, then hurried towards Gwen. Gwen, who arrived next to the launcher, discovered it. The end of the transmitter requires a password. Or brute force the launcher. Without knowing the password, Gwen could only choose to use cobweb to pull the transmitter down the building. Then ruin it. Bang, bang, bang. But Dr. Lizard has come to Gwen. The huge slap came directly. Gwen lowered her head and pulled cobweb to hide in a hurry. Then he kicked hard on the machine next to him. Turning back is to whip Dr. Lizard's head. Boom. Dr. Lizard was raised for a fall. Pissed. Gwen quickly shot again, and the cobweb wrapped around Dr. Lizard. Then run to the launcher and start moving. But the launcher is heavy. Gwen can only move a few centimeters per second. And the launcher must be at least a few meters away from the edge of the building. So this means that Gwen has to fight for at least 2 or 3 minutes to move. I'm sweating profusely today. Gwen complained. Then a slide evaded Dr. Lizard's grab. Then shoot the cobweb to pull on a nearby mech, then swing itself up and kick towards Dr. Lizard. Obviously, Spider-Gwen knows how to use acceleration better than other versions of Spider-Man. But Dr. Lizard's physical strength is not weak. Boom! Gwen kicked her feet faster and harder. As a result, Dr. Lizard fell to the ground. See here. Gwen sighed. You can't kill yourself, it's annoying. If Spider-Gwen's fangirl is here, it is estimated that a bunch of people will call me dead. I will die. I will die when they hear this sentence. It's a pity that the opposite is Dr. Lizard, who is insane. Gwen watched Dr. Lizard stand up again, clapped his hands, and sighed again. It seems that we have to find a way to beat you down first. But what if the launcher's time is almost over? Gwen has a headache. What to? But at this moment, the perfect sound of the supercar began to sound from afar. Gwen was taken aback. The sound of this car, why does it sound a bit like Sue's car? Not a bit like it, however. But it is. With the sound of the sports car approaching, Dr. Lizard didn't know who it was. So he moved forward quickly, trying to knock down Gwen, and quickly fired the gene transmitter. Its big brown-green hands swung suddenly. Gwen ducked without even looking at it. Are you still sneak attacking? After a few back jumps after Gwen leaned back, the distance was widened. She took the opportunity to come to the edge of the building and look down. As expected, a Ferrari as red as a phoenix is driving fast. It seems to be Sue's car. Gwen was overjoyed. But he was also worried about how he would protect Sue when he came. Will he get hurt or something? What should I do? How can it be? Dr. Lizard was taken aback when he heard it. It quickly shook its head in denial. Scarlet Witch and Avengers are out of the country. There's no way they're coming. Gwen listened. You know that Dr. Lizard regards Sue as someone from Avengers. Because Sue was there the previous 2 times. Both superheroes obeyed Sue. That's why Dr. Lizard thinks so now. In this case, Gwen rolled her eyes. He stood up and said with akimbo, "You wait. Scarlet Witch will pop your head off later." How is it possible? Dr. Lizard was shocked. Impossible. They are all abroad. The afternoon news just came out. But Scarlet Witch knows magic. Gwen raised her chin and said, "How can you know magic with your lizard brain?" "No, it's impossible. I heard the sound of a Ferrari getting closer." Dr. Lizard hurriedly ran to the edge of the building to check the situation. As soon as Gwen saw this, she quickly ran to the other side and continued to move the gene transmitter. And Dr. Lizard looked down. It really is that car. Oh no. No. I need to launch the device quickly. Be sure to launch the device before they arrive. Dr. Lizard hammered the floor. As a result, it turned its head. Where's Spider-Gwen? Then it turns around again. We are moving the device. You bug. Gwen, who was moving the device, heard this, curled her mouth, and continued to move hard. You wait. It's not that Gwen didn't report, it's just that the time has not come. When I get this thing out of the way, I'll take care of you. Gwen gritted her teeth and moved. But Dr. Lizard has already rushed over. Gwen quickly looked behind her. There is still less than 1 meter away. Just give him 10 more seconds to destroy this thing. But it's still too late. Dr. Lizard has come to him waving his fists and big tail. Gwen could only dodge first and then speak. Wait until the distance is opened. Gwen looked up at the time on the transmitter. Only the last few minutes left. She still has to get entangled with Dr. Lizard before she can move. It's too late. Woo. Whoa. At this time, with the sound of the car came downstairs. Suddenly, Ferrari's accelerator pedal increased sharply, like a fighter jet engine. Really here? Gwen hurried to the edge of the building to check. As a result, a Ferrari actually drove 90 degrees off the ground on the wall of the building. Its vent is not venting now. It's breathing fire. And it also sprayed out the Mach ring. This caused the Ferrari to drive on the wall of the building 90 degrees off the ground. It's so handsome. Gwen has a file-size mouth. She is now sure that this is Sue Yi's car. But she really didn't expect this car to be so powerful. What kind of black technology is this? Sue is coming? But is there any danger? And Dr. Lizard panicked when he heard the sound of a fighter jet engine from the supercar. It hurried to the edge of the building to have a look. I was startled at first, and then suddenly reacted and laughed. Ugh, there's no one in the car. What are you expecting? Who can you rely on? A reminder from Dr. Lizard. Gwen looked at it again and was surprised to find out. There is no one in the car. For a while, Gwen was both happy and disappointed, etc. But Gwen suddenly reacted again. If there's no one in the car, how did the car come here? Dr. Lizard. Wait a minute, my CPU is burned. Dr. Lizard looked down again. Yes. No one is driving the car, so how did you get here? Dr. Lizard was stunned. But before it figured it out, the skyfire of the building hundreds of meters high opened up in a few seconds. Woo! Between Gwen and Dr. Lizard, the fiery red Ferrari soared into the sky. Then, in the shocked eyes of the two, skyfire began to transform in the air. Ting-ding! Various mechanical modules began to change, and mechanical heads, engine chests, armors, engines, and long swords appeared one by one. Soon a shape-shifting King Kong appeared in the air and landed on the roof. Boom! Rippling with the wind and waves. A shape-shifting King Kong with a height of more than 9 meters and a red long sword on his waist stood there as if his whole body was exuding flames. Gwen is 1.7 meters and Dr. Lizard is 2.6 meters. But they all had to look up to see Tianhua's mechanical cheek clearly. And the TV station helicopter in the distance is going crazy after seeing this picture. Latest news. Latest news. A humanoid mecha appeared on top of the Osborne building. A humanoid mecha appeared on the top of the Osborne building. It's shape-shifting. It transforms from a car to a robot during the live stream. What is this? What is this? The TV guy roared from the helicopter. His excited voice was transmitted through the microphone to everyone who was watching the TV broadcast. The people who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Originally, the lizard man and the spider lady were enough to hang. What is this big mech? Tianhua is more than 9 meters tall. Standing on the roof of the building with its fiery red body and height, it is extremely eye-catching. Everyone is only qualified to look up to. In the northern building, Sui held the popcorn, watched the live broadcast, and felt something was wrong while eating. It seems, it's really a bit ostentatious. But there is no turning back when you open the bow. Make it public. Anyway, very few people know who this car is. There are only a few people. And if you have been seen, then continue to pretend. But in a beach house in Los Angeles, Tony didn't think so. At the moment he was developing the nano armor and had reached a critical moment, and he couldn't spare himself to take care of other things. And he also reminded Friday, it's not something important. Don't bother yourself. Block any news. But at the moment, Friday is still a direct reminder. Sir, the latest technological products have appeared in New York City. I think you need to take a look. Puffing. Tony was taken aback by Friday's sudden sound. But after hearing that something really happened, Tony could only sigh. If only J.R. Vyas was still around. When J.R. Vyas reminds suddenly, it will automatically lower its voice and then remind itself in a slow tone. Not like Friday, like an emotionless, frigid secretary. Well, Tony came to the computer. Reach out and wave your hand in the air to bring up the Friday reminder screen. One result screen. Tony opened his eyes and immediately looked at it seriously. The scene in the picture is exactly the picture broadcast by the TV station. There's also footage from Tony's own satellite. Yes, Tony has his own satellite. It's like Musk's Starlink. But the most important thing right now, obviously, is that Tony has his eyes on shape-shifting King Kong, Skyfire. Tony watched Skyfire closely. Then control the road with your hands. Zoom in again. The satellite starts zooming in on the picture. Tony watched Tianhua's body and every detail closely. Then he shook his head and said, it doesn't make sense. This state cannot become a human form. Machinery may also change from a car to a life in this way. There must be other technologies. Is it nanotechnology? Tony was lost in thought. What the hell is this technology? Can Tianhua change from a car into a humanoid mecha? Tony had already analyzed it in his head many times just now. He can be sure. Tianhua's core technology is definitely different from his mark armor. And still totally different. The technology trees of the two are definitely two irrelevant paths. What kind of technology is that? Tony was lost in thought. Then start researching. At the same time, under the spotlight, Tianhua didn't say a word. It doesn't even say hello. Pull out the long sword on the waist directly. Then with all eyes on, pointing to Dr. Lizard. Wow! Gwen immediately understood. You are Sue's friend. Or did Sue ask you to come here? Tianhua didn't return. Bang, bang, bang. It directly raised the sword and walked towards Dr. Lizard. 2 bugs. Dr. Lizard said a word. Then he waved his big fist and rushed to Tianhua. But the next moment, Boom. Tianhua stepped up. Dr. Lizard flew back as he rushed up. And faster than coming. Finally, it hit the floor with a smack. Then Tianhua continued to walk over. Get ready to kill Dr. Lizard. Fuck. Dr. Lizard struggled to get up and then swear words. Just turn around and run. It's not stupid in this matter, either. It just knew it after trying it once. He is a mortal body, and it is acceptable to fight with Gwen, who has just adapted to his body. But it is impossible to fight against the 9-meter-high mech in front of me. Only fucking run. Facing Dr. Lizard's U-turn and run. Gwen froze for a moment. Attitude changed so quickly? But what everyone didn't expect was Skyfire is faster. Bake. Suddenly, Tianhua's waist, legs, and feet all ejected energy flames. And there are still mock rings swaying behind. So at this very moment, the Skyfire instantly disappeared in place. Go straight to Dr. Lizard. And after hearing the voice behind him, Dr. Lizard's idea of climbing down suddenly changed to wanting to jump directly from the top of the building. But it just jumped up in the air, and it didn't wait for the weight to make it fall. Pissed. Tianhua came to the edge of the building in an instant. Swing the red long sword several meters long twice. Left to right at a time. From top to bottom at once. Then Tianhua withdrew his long sword. And Dr. Lizard fell from the sky above the building in 4 pieces up, down, left, and right. Even the head has become half left and half right. Impossible to revive again. Wow! Gwen came to the edge of the building. Looking at the quartered Dr. Lizard, he exclaimed. It seems that it is better to have a weapon. The fists and feet are indeed a bit too weak. Gwen nodded and added another sentence to the falling corpse. Also, I am fragrant. Really. Sui can prove that Gwen is delicious. Don't care about deodorant or shower gel, it's fragrant anyway. Then, Gwen turned to look at Tianhua, who had put away his long sword, and asked, Aren't you Sue's car? How did you go from a car to this? Facing Gwen's curiosity, Tianhua won't say any extra nonsense. It simply replied, The task given to me by the boss is, kill it. Now that the task is complete, I'm leaving. Finished. Tianhua grabbed the edge of the building with one hand, then used the mechanical fingers to buckle in the wall and slide down. Gwen was taken aback. Boss? Are you talking about Sue? Etc. Gwen lay on the edge of the building and looked down, wanting to ask. But she just made a sound. He saw 2 hot golden characters above Tianhua's chest. They stand out so much against the red steel. And these 2 characters are exactly Sui. It's really Sue. Very good. Gwen jumped up happily. This shows that Sui is not an ordinary person either. Then Sui being so low-key and unwilling to show his strength is the same as teaching himself. He just wants to be a free superhero just like he taught himself. Not a professional superhero. What's this? Led by example. Precepts and deeds. And Gwen also rest assured that she won't scare Sui when she tells Sui that she is Ms. Spider. There will be no more scruples. That's why she yells so good. Correct? At this time, Gwen realized that the gene transmitter was still running. She hurried over to turn off the gene transmitter. And this time, Dr. Lizard didn't make trouble again. That's easy for Gwen. Crack. After finishing, Gwen clapped her hands in satisfaction. Go home. That's all. In the live broadcast of TV station, Gwen disappeared from everyone's sight after a few floats in the air. At this point, the incident is over. And after Gwen came home, she got into her room through the window, then humming a song while thinking about when to meet Sui. Now that they have confessed indirectly, let's meet each other honestly. But when to go? Gwen leaned against the window, looking at the moon in the sky. At this moment, a few words from Dr. Quarter Lizard came to her mind. Scarlet Witch is still abroad, and she won't be able to return until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the earliest. The Avengers are gone. Who can you rely on? That means New York has only itself now. No Scarlet Witch? Yes. Gwen thought about it. Isn't it the best choice for me to go tonight? Think here. Gwen put on the hood, turned around, and opened the window again. Then shoot cobweb straight to the top floor of Sui's northern building. At the same time, After seeing the resolution of the incident, Sui nodded in satisfaction, switched the TV to another channel and continued to play it. Yes, he wastes electricity. He likes to leave the TV on all the time. However, the task of Skyfire was completed very well. Not a word of nonsense throughout. Cut it when it arrives. Leave after chopping. Very nice. At this time, Tianhua also drove into the underground garage of the north building and parked it. Then sent a message to Sui's cell phone. Boss, the mission has been completed. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Good job. I allow you to connect to the internet and get to know the world before receiving my order. Yes. Turn off the phone. Sui threw the phone on the bed. As for whether Tianhua will become Ultron after contacting the internet, that is impossible, because Sui is its creator. Shapeshifting King Kong is forever, absolutely, and infinitely loyal to the creator of the fire source. And Sui is. That's all. Sui took out a cup of milk tea and went to the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the night view. Wanda should be back soon in a few days. I don't know what Wanda will eventually become after this period of tutoring. Sui knew. In the universe, no one is always the same. Wanda's personality will definitely change under her influence. Definitely will not be the kind of U-turn in place. Instead, drive toward the good. And with Wanda's current character, when she comes back, she will definitely come to find herself. And Sui has been bored for so long, he really likes to play with beauties. Is there something wrong? Boom. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling window on Sui's right was knocked twice. He hasn't looked at it yet, but a smile has appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Sui deliberately looked over. No one. But look back. Miss Spider was hanging a cobweb and slid down in front of herself in an upside-down manner. There is only a wall between the two. And look into each other's eyes. There is no need to look at the body shape, listen to the voice, or speak. Just from these fiery and lively eyes, Sui knew that she was Gwen. Sui held the milk tea in his left hand. Gather energy in your right hand and write 4 letters on the glass. Gwen. As expected. See these 4 letters. Gwen, who was on the other side of the glass, was shocked. She reached out and took off her headgear, revealing a flawless, but excitedly rosy cheek, and that flowing beautiful blonde hair. Hello, Sue. I am your tutor, Spider-Gwen. New York, 10:30 in the evening. At the top of the North Tower in Manhattan. There are 2 people looking at each other through the glass. Because Sui lives here, the glass on the top floor of the northern building has been remodeled. Although usually floor-to-ceiling windows. But it is a combination of upper, middle, and lower glass synthesis of strengthening glass. The middle piece of glass can be pushed aside as long as it is opened. So Sui looked at Gwen's face and blonde hair, and he reached out to open the glass in front of him. Huh. Suddenly a gust of wind rushed into the room. Gwen was hanging upside down in the air, and, because of the wind blowing in, she leaned towards Sui. The 2 got closer and closer. You can even feel each other's breath. With the last bit of distance, he was assisted by the wind and pushed forward. Gwen closed her eyes. It was stuck together with Sui. First is stickers. Then contact each other at a negative distance. Gwen is standing upside down, Sui is standing. The 2 are bobbing in a pose that ordinary humans can't think of. And this is still hundreds of meters high. The difficulty is unprecedented among human beings. It is also possible that there will be no one to come. But don't worry about it. After the 2 bobbed for a long time, the wind gradually calmed down. As long as the wind has been blowing, the 2 of them have been bobbing for as long. With the breeze stopped, the 2 also gradually separated. Gwen's face was rosy, and she opened her watery eyes. Sui took out another cup of milk tea out of thin air and laughed. Come in for a drink? Snap. Gwen couldn't wait to take the milk tea. Then he twisted his waist and rolled in. Sui closed the window while marveling at Gwen's figure just now. But before he got to the guest seat, Gwen came to the wine rack first, eager to try, and said very firmly, I want to drink beer. Don't make trouble. Sui sat on the chair, took some snacks and desserts from other places, and said, You drink when you're an adult. Very sorry. Gwen picked from the wine rack. I specifically found a bottle of wine with the highest alcohol concentration and picked it up. Then he took 2 big wine glasses and said to Sui wink. I just came of age last month. Sui. That's really drinkable. Think about it. Gwen is now a senior in high school. I will graduate in half a semester and go to college. At this age, you're really an adult. Did not lie to myself. But does anyone know the other meaning of Gwen? Sui knew. I, as an adult, can legally drink alcohol legally physically. All right. Watching Gwen eagerly put the 2 wine glasses away. Then he opened his 6-figure bottle of wine and poured it in. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, Sui doesn't care about money. But Sui looked at Gwen's figure in the spider battle suit and said, Are you going to wear it all the time? Definitely. After pouring the wine, Gwen put the rest aside, then took a seat and explained. I came over immediately after stopping the Lizardman's genetic modification plan, and I didn't even return home. So I don't have any clothes to change, so that's it. Finished. Gwen didn't ask anything. First raised the wine glass and signaled to Sui. Cheers. Cheers. Sui reluctantly picked up the wine glass, but still asked with certainty. Are you sure you want a drink? This is the highest alcohol in my wine rack. Don't drink like a drunk spider. Yeah. Gwen looked at it knowingly. Then he deliberately couldn't find the degree and said, No mark. No mark means no degree. Sui 0.0? Walk slowly. You said. Cheers. Sui picked up the wine glass and slammed it with Gwen. Then drank half of it in one go. But he saw it when he looked up. Gwen took a swig. The wine in the wine glass was almost dazzled by her in one gulp. If someone who knows how to drink comes to see this, they will feel distressed. But for Sui and Gwen, well, it's just a prop. Money doesn't matter at all. Crack. And after Gwen took a full sip, she slammed the glass down on the table. Huh. Then he was so hot that he stuck out his little tongue in front of Sui. Slightly. Sui couldn't help laughing. Gwen looked up. Why do you drink so little? Don't you feel spicy? Get used to it. Sui picked up the wine glass and drank a little more. Alcohol is to be drunk slowly. Only a small drink is right. Only beer is to be drunk in big gulps. Gwen doesn't care that much. She poured herself another glass. Then he said to Suyemin, Then let's try beer next time. That's all. The 2 drank wine and chatted drunkenly. Sue, what is that mecha? I'm curious. Gwen asked Pandan angrily. Shapeshifting King Kong. Sui drank some wine and replied slightly drunk, I'll introduce you next time. It's a life and soul that can switch between a hypercar and a shapeshifting King Kong. Wow, Gwen's eyes were full of stars when he heard it. Then he moved the chair and wine glass to Suyi's side, sat down and continued to ask. Sue, you're not an ordinary person, are you? It turns out that everything you taught me is what you have personally experienced. I see. I will also be a free superhero like you. Life is the main job. Superhero is just a side job. Looking at Gwen, who was drunk and raised his glass. Sui didn't explain either. Just say right. But the atmosphere is getting warmer and warmer under the drunken environment. Well known. Atmosphere is the foundation of all rhythm advancement. Without the right environment and atmosphere, it's like having a lighter with a crackling light but no gas. It doesn't burn at all. Can't play the fireworks of love. At the moment, the TV that had been on just now was relayed to the music program. And it happens to be a mildly romantic tune. This caused Sui to take another sip from Gwen's full wine glass. He just let it go. Gwen took his hand and stood up and said, Sue, let's dance. Sui was pulled up by Gwen. He is 1.8 meters tall, and Gwen is 1.7 meters tall. Standing together is the best height. And Gwen took Suyi's hand and turned it around. With Suyi's palm, her flexible body turned many times, then fell into Suyi's arms. A little dizzy, Gwen grumbled. But Sui gently stroked Gwen's face, put his arms around her curvy waist, and said softly, It's okay, I'll take you with me. That's all. Accompanied by the romantic dance music of the TV station. The two danced beautifully. And with the physical contact, Gwen's cheeks became more and more rosy. At the same time, there are more and more threads in the eyes. Finally, under Gwen's intentional dancing and dancing. The two jumped onto the edge of the extremely soft bed. Finally, with a bang, they were stacked and smashed on the velvet quilt. Gwen closed her eyes. Sui looked down for cherries. The dance between the two did not end. It's just a continuation in another way. This dance is more lively. Will make the queen bed creak. It will also shake the spirit of the dancer. But the dancing doesn't stop anyway. The next day, boom, accompanied by a knock on the door. Gwen, if you don't go to bed, you'll be late for school. Gwen's mother reminded from outside the door. I see. Get up now. Gwen woke up suddenly, and she replied casually. Then he looked at the spider battlesuit that had been torn into 3 holes at the end of the bed, and Suyi's clothes and fell into deep thought. What happened last night? She went to Sue, then Bobo, then drinking, then dancing then. In the end, he and Sui took a shower together. Then I suddenly remembered that I have to go to school tomorrow. That's why she wore Suyi's clothes and went home with her own battle-damaged clothes. Gwen blushed instantly. No wonder my legs and waist are so sore. However, very happy. Very excited. Return. Forget it. Hurry up and get up for school. Fortunately, Gwen's physical fitness is very good. Even if it was the first time, he recovered almost overnight. She got up quickly and changed her clothes. Then stuffed the new spider battlesuit into the bag. Then put the battle-damaged spider battlesuit and Suyi's suit into the bag and shot a cobweb to hang from the window. Finally, Gwen hurried out and said, I'm leaving, Mom. It's too late for breakfast, I'm on the way. After speaking, Gwen went out. Then go to the window and jump up to get the clothes off. The suit will have to be hidden first. I'll pick it up after school. 10 minutes later. After Gwen hid her clothes, she had already entered the campus with a blue school bag on her back. Gwen's female classmate trotted over after spotting her. Then I was surprised to find out. Whoa, Gwen, where did you get your grooming? What's wrong? Gwen asked, puzzled. Your face. The female classmate asked very curiously. Your face is so tender. It's like it's filled with water. And your lips as rosy as a natural strawberry color. I really want someone to take a bite. Gwen was startled when she heard that. She took the mirror handed over by her female classmate and looked at it. It turned out to be true. This face, these lips, these eyes, wow. Gwen counts the time for her change. Don't think about it, it was last night. That is to say. Gwen smiled slightly, putting her tongue back at the corner of her mouth as she returned the mirror. At the same time, Avengers base. At the moment, many superheroes just came back. Then get busy with meetings. In the conference seat, Captain America has just finished talking about what to do afterward, then announced the dissolution of the rest. Wanda sat on the chair, frowning slightly. Natasha Romanoff came over and asked after seeing it. Wanda, what's the matter? Wanda shook her head. At the same time, I also felt that I looked at Natasha Romanoff inexplicably and explained. It's fine. It just feels a little weird. But Wanda felt that the car was very familiar in his heart. However, the video quality obtained by everyone is very poor. Not many people know the make and model of that car. Although it is red, must it be a Ferrari? It's okay to watch, Wanda. Natasha Romanoff nodded reassuringly. Then they went out with Wanda and went back to their rooms to rest. But at the moment, Los Angeles. Inside the seaside villa, Tony leaned back in the chair and stayed up all night. He was also lost in thought as he watched the shape-shifting King Kong on the virtual panel. What kind of technology is this? Tony didn't understand and didn't understand. But he couldn't fall asleep like this, so he just sat here and thought about it all night, thinking of the dark circles under the eyes and the messy hair. Sir, this is not human technology. At this moment, Friday, who finally finished analyzing, spoke out. According to the 10-hour scan and comparison of the human technology tree, the technology of the red mech does not belong to any technology known to humans. Even if it is a breakthrough black technology, it is impossible to develop this kind of mecha. After Tony listened, sighed. It seems that even if he is a genius, there are even more geniuses in this world. This technology Tony actually needs. But he couldn't figure it out just by looking at it. So, Tony decided to go the other way. Friday, who is the owner of this car who helped me find it? I want to visit it in person with full sincerity. Okay, sir. Oh, by the way, anonymously post all the information I prepared on the Osborne building on the internet. Okay, sir. After the world revolves for a while. Sue-E just woke up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the achievement, Spider Knight. Sue-E. Is that useful? Spider Knight. Slightly increased check-in rewards. Hiss. That's nice. Sue-E opened his eyes and rested for a while. After stretching on the big bed, he was refreshed, happy, comfortable, and so on. Then Sue-E's hand touched some fabric. He sat up, picked it up, and looked at it. Well, one piece of black fabric and 2 pieces of white fabric. It's kind of like the fabric on Gwen's spider suit, right? Whatever it is. Sue-E threw it casually and directly annihilated it into nothingness with Phoenix force. Then he saw again. The mattress looked like a post-World War map. Either that piece is damp or this piece is still wet. Tisk. Sue-E clicked his tongue, slightly troubled. Looks like I'll either have to get an absorbent mattress in the future or remember to use magic to deal with it. But Sue-E can only choose the latter now. Crack. Because Phoenix Force can reorganize or change the matter of the universe. So Sue-E snapped his fingers. The entire top floor of the northern tower has been given a new look. For example, Mizusawa, littered clothes, traces on the sofa, garbage on the ground, etc. All become clean with a snap of fingers. Good. Sue-E nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, I severely condemned myself in my heart. The two were so crazy last night. Sue-E originally wanted to be lighter, after all. Gwen still looks young, right? But who knows? Genetic mutation. After strengthening the body, Gwen is very beatable. Not only can she parry Sue-E's attack, he can still fight back and forth with Sue-E. This made Sue-E very angry. So he used the physical fitness brought by Superman's body to start a full-scale war with Gwen. And the final result? Then definitely he killed Gwen to the crap, throwing away his helmet and armor. Even the spider battlesuit has become tattered. From brand new to war-damaged version overnight. Cough cough. This was also the reason why Sue-E gave her a bath in the end. Gwen's legs went limp. The time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Sue-E returned to the office on time and continued fishing. He doesn't even bother to order takeout. Just eat the egg fried rice or other food that you signed in before. Next, Sue-E turned on the projector to watch the news. The Avengers have returned to the base, but their actions are still being questioned. Will such a random departure and use of super abilities really make society safe? Last night's battle on the roof of the Osborne building is over. The mutant lizard man has been genetically collapsed and turned into a pool of liquid tissue. Ms. Spider once again lifted the crisis. Citizens say, individual superheroes are far better than team superheroes. Large mecha warriors appear in New York. The combat power exploded. Maybe beyond Iron Man. But what exactly is it made of? Tony History Stark? Scarlet Witch war photos exposed. Townspeople call on Scarlet Witch to break free from the Avengers and team up with Ms. Spider. Tony Stark just said that last night the mecha warrior was not created by him. He prefers to call it shapeshifting King Kong and hopes that its creator can contact himself. Good guy. Overnight, Sue-E turned on the news. The result is big hotspots everywhere. Avengers, Lizardmen, Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Spider-Gwen, shapeshifting King Kong. It feels like the world is in turmoil. Moreover, the news of Steven's injury was suppressed and disappeared within a few hours after it was sent out. But it's also good. Steven at the moment should wish that fewer and fewer people knew about his current state. That way he can be quieter. Accept better recovery. Afternoon. Sue-E saw Tony's assistant on TV again. Definitely probably the chairman now. That is, Chile used a subsidiary of the Stark Group to acquire a wholly owned beverage company. The news tip is mainly that the subsidiary bought a site with a ready-made production line. Because the name of the beverage company was directly changed after being acquired by a subsidiary of Stark Group. Change it to something milk tea. And Tony himself promises that it will be very tasty. Good guy. When Sue-E saw it, he called him a good guy. That's Tony's character. It looks very hanging and flamboyant, but it doesn't feel like a big brand. You must know that Tony said in front of the news interview that the hamburger in front of his house is super delicious, and he hoped everyone would try it. So it is normal to be able to say that milk tea is also super delicious. And that hamburger is really delicious. There are long queues every day, but milk tea is even better. So according to the milk tea recommended by Tony this time, this milk tea is really a hit. Maybe that subsidiary can be listed on the market by selling milk tea. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Catch. With the door closed. Sui thought to himself, punch the card. Check-in successfully. Obtain. Zodiac Charm. Valentine's Day Bracelet Grant. X2. This was originally a plot that I thought of on Valentine's Day, but I later found out that this is a saved manuscript. I wrote it and waited for it to be sent out. Valentine's Day Bracelet Giveaway? Sui smiled when he saw this note. Zodiac Charm. Valentine's Day Bracelet Gift. It can be bound and worn without dropping the Zodiac Charm bracelet, and no matter who the host gives it to, the same effect can be obtained. All right. This thing can be changed, right? And it's still a one-time punch-out too. Sui took it out and looked at it. It was a beautiful women's bracelet. There are only 12 pieces of the same file size on the bracelet, and they are extremely exquisite jewelry, which are 12 zodiac signs. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon. All in all, it looks beautiful. Only, this bracelet looks like it's for women, not suitable for men. Jewelry is too feminine. The man has a bit of a sissy. I have a Superman mod myself, and I don't need this thing at all. Moreover, it is also a gift item for a Valentine's Day bracelet, and after Sui gives it away, it will originally have the same ability. It doesn't matter whether you send one person or 2 people. Okay. Sui threw the jewels away and took them back. Forget about giving them to Wanda and Gwen at that time. Strictly speaking, the attributes of the 12 spells are really suitable for the 2 women. Wanda is a magician with high offense and low defense. Gwen is considered a fighter with balanced attributes. Therefore, the power of life, the power of strength, the power of balance, the power of speed, the power of explosion, the power of invisibility, the power of healing, the power of spiritual body projection, the power of shape-shifting, the power of floating, and the power of immortality in the 12 spells. Both the power of laser and the power of laser can greatly enhance the overall abilities of the 2 women. The ability here is simply, figures can temporarily become real, enhance strength, yin and yang duplication, and other abilities, etc. Sui suddenly realized. The yin and yang duplication of the tiger talisman is able to divide myself into 2 people. That Gwen took the split into 2 Gwen. Wanda took the split into 2 Wanda. Double? No, quadruple. I drop mom. Sui took out the 12 charms of the Valentine's Day bracelet donation and looked at it again. I just found out now. It turns out that you're the artifact. Sui put away the bracelet of 12 charms, then entered the elevator and went downstairs. At the same time, he decided that this bracelet must be given to Gwen as soon as possible. Then let him, New York's #1 affectionate, come and try this bracelet. Right. After all, it is an equipment. Then definitely Sui has to come and try this equipment for himself, right? No other meaning. It's just a test. At the same time, inside the Avengers base, Captain America is having its last recent meeting. After talking about the first incident reported by citizens, Captain America took out the second video and documents for everyone to see. As you can see, a mecha that Tony calls a shape-shifting King Kong suddenly appeared in our world. Tony has guaranteed that he did not create it, and no one knows how many such shape-shifting King Kong there are, and what is its strongest combat power. So we have to add another task to the next task. That is to investigate whose it is and its details. The team that disbanded after Captain America finished speaking. In the face of the suddenly appearing shape-shifting King Kong, some of the team pondered, some nodded, and some acted. But only Wanda and Natasha Romanoff are weird. Because both of them are thinking, have I seen it somewhere? Natasha Romanoff observed the time when Sui and Wanda had afternoon tea. The car that Sui drove. It seems to be very similar to the car in the video. Very alike. But this is not something that can be done just by talking about it. Natasha Romanoff thought about it and had to go see it for herself. And Wanda is pretty much the same idea. But for her, it doesn't matter if it belongs to Sui or not. If yes, it is an unexpected surprise. Compared with Sui having this thing, Wanda is more at ease about Sui's usual safety situation. It's okay if you don't. Then nothing to do with Wanda. So at this moment, Wanda turned from an iceberg state to a state of high spirits and left the gate of the base. But before going out, Wanda discovers that it's raining in New York. And Wanda doesn't have a car. What should I do? Woo. At this time, Natasha Romanoff came to Wanda in an Audi R8 and said, "Are you looking for Sue? I'll see you off." After looking at the R8 two-seater sports car, Wanda asked suspiciously, "But you're two-seater after arriving at Sue's place? Where will Sue sit? Or will you send me there and go back by yourself?" Natasha Romanoff. "Then I go?" Kidding. In the end, Natasha Romanoff went for an Audi four-seater. And Wanda also went back to the room and changed clothes, took 2 umbrellas, and got in the car. Finally, Natasha Romanoff kicked the gas. The two headed towards the north building. The screen returns to the north building. Sui got off the elevator and found out when he walked out the door. It's raining outside. Today, Sui doesn't like rain. Because looking at the rainy day is not in a good mood. And it would be even worse if you had to go out that day. But at this time, an umbrella was propped beside Sui. He turned to look. It's Wanda. To Wanda, phew. Sui quickly discarded the picture in his mind just now. Then he said in a little surprise, "Are you back? Are you injured?" "No," Wanda replied with a gentle smile. Then they walked to Sui's side, and the two held an umbrella and said, "The task is very simple. The enemies are not as resistant to the mutated rat group. After the first wave, there will be no second wave." What Wanda said was very simple and gentle. But Natasha Romanoff, who was not far away, was a little scared when she recalled the scene where Wanda crushed 2 cars with her magic bare hands. At that time, a lot of blood flowed from the car seat and the crack of the door. That picture makes the current Avengers Alliance superheroes still a little scared. And Wanda turned around and explained, "It's raining. Natasha Romanoff sent me here." Sui looked across his line of sight. "Oh, you're there too?" Natasha Romanoff. "What do you mean?"